Chapter 3153. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion was stunned. This was really a fierce person. He even dared to suppress Chen Rufeng. He even dared to threaten the Chen family. Thinking of this, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Qi Siyu beside him heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't kill Chen Rufeng, everything was negotiable. At most, the Qi family would step in. In short, no matter what, they couldn't let Lin Xian get hurt. Lin Xian didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. What Qin family, the 9 great families, he didn't take them seriously at all. To be honest, attacking Chen Rufeng this time was also an accident. If not for the other party releasing killing intent towards him time and time again, he wouldn't have made a move. He knew that letting such a person go would cause a greater disaster. However, he could use Chen Rufeng's life to make an exchange with the Qin family. He wanted to collect 1,300 types of spiritual herbs. Most of them could be collected by 1,000 Herb Hall. However, some of the spiritual herbs were very precious. With 1,000 Herb Hall's ability, it would probably be very difficult to complete them in a short time. But now, he could make the Qin family bleed a lot. In a while, he would distribute the spiritual herbs he needed. These people would definitely pass them to the Qin family. Thinking of this, he turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man beside him. He asked indifferently, "Just now, were you stopping me?" The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion was also a 9-star perfection stage expert. He was extremely powerful, but at this moment, in Lin Xian's eyes, he was like an ant, trembling. Because he knew that this person in front of him was a ruthless person. He killed the genius of the 9 great families and suppressed Chen Rufeng. The other party was actually safe and sound now. One could imagine that the other party was very strong. It wouldn't be difficult to kill him. Moreover, looking at Qi Siyu's attitude, even if he killed him, the Qi family wouldn't have any reaction. Therefore, the pavilion master hurriedly bowed and said, "Misunderstanding. This is a complete misunderstanding. I didn't know that it was young master who attacked." As he spoke, he looked at Qi Siyu as if begging for mercy. Seeing this scene, Qi Siyu sighed and said, "Young master, this is the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion." The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, "I remember that your Tianfeng Pavilion is going to launch an extremely special cauldron later, right?" "Yes." The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion didn't know why the other party asked this question. Qi Siyu's brows twitched. She knew that Lin Xian was an alchemist, and an extremely powerful one at that. To alchemists, what was the most attractive thing? Other than medicinal pills, there was also the pill cauldron. This was a necessary treasure for refining pills. From the looks of it, young Master Lin should be lacking a pill cauldron to refine pills. Thinking of this, she hurriedly said, "Pavilion Master Li, young master wants to see the pill cauldron. Why aren't you preparing it?" "Yes, I will go and prepare now. Please wait for a moment." Second Miss and young Master Lin. The head of Tianfeng Pavilion turned around and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Then, he hurriedly led people to make preparations. Soon, many pill cauldrons appeared in the spell formation. There were 10 of them floating in the air. Every one of them exuded a mysterious and ancient aura, and the light that hung down dazzled people. The young warriors in the surrounding hall were still in shock, but soon, they were attracted by the pill cauldrons in front. These were all top-grade pill cauldrons. They didn't expect Tianfeng Pavilion to be so generous this time. It couldn't be. Although Tianfeng Pavilion was powerful, they couldn't take out so many pill cauldrons at once. "I think it should be an auction." Sure enough, this was a small-scale auction. Among the 10 pill cauldrons, only 3 were from Tianfeng Pavilion. The other 7 were from other families or experts who entrusted Tianfeng Pavilion to auction. There were indeed pill cauldrons. Lin Xian also revealed a trace of surprise. He raised his head and looked at the cauldrons in front. Golden light appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he instantly fixed his eyes on one of them. It was a purple pill cauldron with a very simple design. As soon as it appeared, it attracted Lin Xian's attention. Golden light bloomed in Lin Xian's eyes as he stared at the purple pill cauldron. He seemed to see the runes on it flowing rapidly like a purple river. It also seemed like a purple abyss that could make one's soul sink into it. What a magical pill cauldron! Lin Xian was surprised. With a wave of his hand, the purple pill cauldron came in front of him. Lin Xian reached out a finger and lightly knocked on it. Dang! The sound was like thunder, echoing for a long time without dissipating. Not bad, not bad, it's this one. Lin Xian was very satisfied. Seeing this scene, Qi Siyu heaved a sigh of relief. Great. Ever since she came, she hadn't seen Lin Xian smile. She didn't expect that now. Lin Xian finally revealed a smile. As long as the other party was satisfied, then everything was easy. Qi Siyu said with a smile. Since young Master Lin liked it, it was good. Second miss. The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian raised his brows. Why? Unwilling? By the side, Qi Siyu also snorted coldly. Her beautiful face immediately turned cold. Damn it, what was this guy doing? It wasn't easy to make this young Master Lin happy, but I didn't expect that his subordinate was so reckless. Trying to stop them from the middle? Seeing Lin Xian and Qi Siyu's darkened faces, the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion was sweating profusely. He was so scared that he was about to cry. He trembled as he said, No, young Master Lin, second miss, this pill cauldron has been reserved by a few people. Who reserved it? Right, this cauldron doesn't belong to Tianfang Pavilion, right? Why don't we just buy it and give it to young Master Lin? Yes. The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion wanted to say something, but seeing Qi Siyu's expression, he immediately shut his mouth. He didn't doubt that Qi Siyu would kill him on the spot if he dared to stop them. Young master, this is the information of this pill cauldron. Qi Siyu received a jade slip from the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion and handed it to Lin Xian respectfully. Lin Xian took it and probed it with his soul spirit. Then, he nodded silently. Purple Abyss Cauldron? This Purple Abyss Cauldron was incredible. It was said that it was passed down from ancient times and was very precious. It seemed to be used by a half-sage back then. Therefore, the price was also very expensive. However, Lin Xian didn't have to worry about this. Qi Siyu didn't say anything and bought this Purple Abyss Cauldron directly. In response, Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation. What was a mere pill cauldron? If he cured the Qi family's patriarch, how many benefits would he bring to the Qi family? Therefore, this cauldron was just a side benefit. The real benefits were those precious spiritual herbs. Young Master Lin, since you're here, why don't you stay a little longer? Siyu needs to treat you well. Qi Siyu revealed a beautiful smile. That was good too. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said, I have a few companions. Why don't you let them come together? All right, young master. I'll arrange it. Qi Siyu hurriedly asked the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion to treat Lin Xian with the highest standards. As for Qingqing, Nailin Yanran, and Feng Hao, the three of them were also respectfully invited in. Chapter 3154. Heavens, this is truly a peerless monster. To be able to make the Qi family's second miss so respectful, even trampling on Chen Rufing's physical body and suppressing his soul on the spot. This guy, everything he does is earth-shattering. Originally, I thought that with my peak 9-star strength, I can laugh proudly at those of the same level. I didn't expect that there's actually someone so much more powerful than me. These large family clans prodigies were sweating profusely. To be honest, they were completely convinced by Lin Xian today. What was called a peerless prodigy, what was called a heaven-defying powerhouse, Lin Xian gave them the best explanation. And those female martial artists' eyes were all shining. If only they could marry such a person. What kind of person is Sir Lin? How can he be delusional to a little girl like you? I've decided, even if I can't find a husband like Sir Lin, I'll definitely find someone like him. These beauties were really excited. This kind of indomitable, unparalleled hero who could trample all over the world. How could they not be moved? Lin Xian was invited into the depths of Tianfang Pavilion by Siyu, and the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion, inside a majestic great hall. Accompanying them were Nailin Yanran, Qingqing, and Feng Hao. All kinds of exquisite dishes were served one after another. These were all abnormally precious ingredients. There was even flood dragon meat. One could say that it could not be eaten outside at all. Lin Xian chatted with everyone while splitting a portion of his soul into the black earth to study the purple abyss cauldron again. After all, this would be his pill refinement partner for a long time in the future. He naturally had to familiarize himself with it well. As he observed closer, he discovered that this purple abyss cauldron might really be a treasure. According to the records, this was left behind by a half-sage. However, Lin Xian did not think so. He discovered that although the remnant aura on it was already very faint, his soul force was still very powerful. Very soon, he was able to capture the remnant aura of true laws on the purple abyss cauldron. This was something that a sage had used before. Sensing this point, Lin Xian was wild with joy. A pill cauldron left behind by a sage? What an unexpected surprise. Generally speaking, alchemy cauldrons were also divided into grades. For example, a king-grade alchemy cauldron could at most refine some pills required by a king-grade alchemy cauldron. It would be very difficult to refine the medicinal pills required by the semi-sage realm. As for saints, there was no need to even think about it. It was impossible to cultivate it. However, it would be different if it was a half-step sage's cauldron. The success rate would be greatly increased. If it was the cauldron of a saint, then there would be no problem. He could even directly refine saint-level pills. Therefore, Lin Xian now had the purple abyss cauldron, which could be said to have solved a big problem. While they were drinking and chatting inside, the main hall outside changed again. Because Tianfang Pavilion had another thing to do besides inviting the experts and disciples of these big clans, which was to hold an auction. Especially this time, they were auctioning off tin pill cauldrons. This news had been released long ago. Therefore, the grand meeting of Tianfang Pavilion this time attracted many alchemists. At this moment, these alchemists came one after another. I heard that there are quite a few good pill cauldrons this time. I must get one. Many Elixir King's eyes lit up. Is that so? I'm going to have one too. Anyway, there are many pill cauldrons, so we don't have to fight for them. These Elixir Kings were very happy. Suddenly, their eyes widened, revealing a trace of shock. Heavens, am I seeing things? That's Elixir King he too. Why is he here too? What? Elixir King he too? No way. He's a 9-star Elixir King. After the other Elixir Kings heard this, they were also extremely shocked. Although they were all Elixir Kings, they were also ranked. After all, the medicinal pills for kings to consume were divided into 9 grades. Elixir Kings were also correspondingly divided into 9 grades. The pills refined by a 9th-grade Elixir King were the best, and the success rate was also the highest. Therefore, the status of a 9th-grade Elixir King was very high. A 9th-grade Elixir King would attract countless big clans to treat him as a distinguished guest. The Elixir King He2 that these people were talking about was a 9th-grade Elixir King. Therefore, the moment he appeared, it immediately caused a commotion. Greetings to Elixir King He2. The surrounding Elixir Kings went forward one after another and bowed respectfully. Elixir King He2 was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. His eyes were swollen but full of spirit. Although he looked young, his true age was already more than 1800 years old. The arrival of Elixir King He2 made the surrounding Elixir Kings very shocked and excited. Because in their alchemy world, Elixir Kings were legendary existences. At the same time, they were even more curious. What heaven-defying treasure was there this time? Even Elixir King He2 was attracted. They didn't know. They only seemed to be auctioning pill cauldrons. Could it be that there was something special about this pill cauldron? Thinking of this, everyone was greatly surprised. Wait a minute. That was Elixir King Blackfeather. Suddenly, another person screamed. The other Elixir Kings turned their heads one after another. In the next moment, screams sounded one after another. The young prodigies in the entire hall were also stunned. To be honest, when these Elixir Kings came, they had to accompany them carefully. No one would easily provoke an Elixir King, especially these Elixir Kings. Therefore, those Elixir Kings were also proud and arrogant. Even if the people around them were geniuses, they were also disdainful. These Elixir Kings gathered together alone. The others didn't dare to go forward at all. The genius disciples of the other clans could only watch from afar. Originally, they were prepared to go over later and curry favor with 1 or 2 Elixir Kings. This way, It would be a great benefit to their clans, and they would definitely be rewarded by their clans. However, before they could act on their thoughts, they saw those Pill King-level alchemists making a fuss over nothing. What's going on? Are these Elixir Kings crazy? Lower your voice. Don't you want to live anymore? But I really think there's something wrong with their heads. The surrounding Sky Prides were dumbfounded by what they saw. Why would the Elixir Kings care about the thoughts of the people around them? They were too shocked. They saw an old man in a black robe walking over. The old man in the black robe looked very old, but his hair was incomparably black, which made him look very strange. If one were to take a closer look at the black Taoist robe he was wearing, they would discover that it was pieced together with black feathers. This old man was also called Elixir King Blackfeather. He was also a 9th grade Elixir King. When Elixir King Blackfeather appeared, even Elixir King he too revealed a look of surprise. He said in a deep voice, "Looks like you're also here for that thing." "That's right. I'm determined to get that thing," Elixir King Blackfeather said with a smile. "Humph." Elixir King he too snorted. It was obvious that he wouldn't give that thing away so easily. The surrounding alchemists were at a loss. At the same time, they were extremely excited. 2 Elixir Kings were competing. Chapter 3155. The two of you are early. At this moment, another laughter was heard. Everyone turned to look, and in the next moment, they all held their breaths. This time, it was a woman in her 30s. She was wearing a fiery red long dress, which accentuated her graceful figure. Compared to those young and beautiful women, she was more mature and charming. Pill King Red Lotus. The surrounding alchemists screamed again. This woman was not an ordinary one. She was also a 9th grade Pill King. Oh my God! 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings had arrived. What exactly were they fighting over? Excuse me, but I have reserved that item in advance. So, please don't fight for it when the time comes. Pill King Red Lotus said with a smile. Himph, do you think you are the only one who has reserved it? I have reserved it too. Pill King he too snorted. Pill King Blackfeather said with a smile. I have prepared for it as well. Let's compete with our wealth. The surrounding alchemists were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The 3 9th grade Pill Kings were determined to get it, and it seemed like they were willing to spend a lot of money. When the time came, it would definitely be a bloodbath. Soon, the auction began. Everyone walked forward. Other than the Pill Kings, the genius disciples of the big families also followed. Many people looked at the 3 figures in front of them, who were like moons surrounded by stars. They were very surprised. What is going on? Who are those 3 people? Why are the other alchemists so respectful? I just received news that those 3 are 9th grade Pill Kings. What? 9th grade Pill Kings. The surrounding prodigies screamed crazily when they heard that. Their eyes were filled with shock. A 9th grade Pill King could not only refine the highest 9th grade pills, but his success rate was also incomparable to other Pill Kings. If a family could have a 9th grade Pill King, the cultivation speed of the family's martial artists would be greatly improved. It would be much faster than other families. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 3 9th grade Pill Kings. They had to think of a way to win over the 3 of them. At the front, the 3 9th grade Pill Kings took their seats. The other alchemists also took their seats. At the back, the genius disciples of the big families could only sit at the back. However, they were already very satisfied to be able to watch it. On the auction stage, an old man walked up and started the auction. These people were already very familiar with the process of the auction. Moreover, these people had already investigated the situation of those pill cauldrons. Therefore, everyone started attacking their respective targets. For a time, the competition was very intense. The price was so high that the geniuses of the surrounding large clans were flabbergasted. Even if they were faced with such a price, the corners of their mouths twitched. They even discovered that the price of several pill furnaces was comparable to half of their family's assets. That was definitely a sky-high price. However, these Pill Kings were all distinguished guests of the various large clans. Their wealth could be said to be comparable to that of a nation. Therefore, even with such a high price, these people would not be intimidated. 7 out of the 10 pill cauldrons had already been opened. He was hit by 6 people. There was one person who won 2 in a row. His wealth was so great that it made everyone sigh in shock. Those alchemists who didn't get it shook their heads in pity. They were prepared to fight again. However, there were also people who were extremely surprised. Why hadn't the 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings made a move yet? What did they know? What they were auctioning was definitely their trump card, so it must be the last one. Therefore, let's go all out and fight for the top 9. These Pill Kings made up their minds and made a move decisively. Sure enough, when the 9th cauldron was auctioned at the highest price, everyone was excited. They knew that the final treasure was coming. The 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings sitting at the front opened their eyes as well. They didn't care about the previous pill cauldrons at all because they didn't care about them. However, the last one was different. They were here for the last one because they had received news that the last pill cauldron was passed down from the ancient times. It was rumored that it was a pill cauldron used by a half-saint. To them, this was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. After all, they were already 9th-grade Pill Kings. One more step, and they would be half-step Pill Saints. At that time, they would naturally need an even more precious pill cauldron. Therefore, this time, when a half-saint pill cauldron appeared, they had to get their hands on it. Even if they couldn't become half-step Pill Saints in a short period of time, obtaining a half-saint pill cauldron would greatly increase their success rate of pill refinement. The eyes of the 3 Grade 9 Elixir Kings lit up. Just as they were about to display their skills, the old man from the Tianfang Pavilion on the auction stage announced loudly, "Everyone, the 9 pill cauldrons have been auctioned off. This auction will end here." What? Hearing this, all the Pill Kings were stunned. The auction was over? How was this possible? The 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings hadn't even made a move yet. The surrounding alchemists were all stunned. The 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings stood up with a bang. Strange flames rose from their bodies. They asked coldly, "How is this possible? Where was the last pill cauldron? Where was the pill cauldron that was passed down from the ancient times and was rumored to be used by a half-saint?" The voices of the 3 Pill Kings were like thunder, exploding in the void. After hearing this, the surrounding alchemists' pupils shrank. It was passed down from the ancient times, and it was used by a half-saint. They gasped. No wonder the 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings were all here as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They even looked like they were determined to get the cauldron. It turned out to be a half-saint pill cauldron. It was definitely something good. Indeed, only something like this could attract the attention of the 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings. These people were amazed, but at the same time, they were even more confused. It seemed like there was a problem, because the last pill cauldron wasn't auctioned off. What was going on? Didn't they say there would be 10 cauldrons? Why were there only 9? Pill King Red Lotus frowned. Could it be that the 10th pill cauldron was stolen by them? Pill King Black Feather's face also darkened. The feathers on his black robe were emitting waves of black flames, which were jumping and releasing a terrifying aura. Pill King he too shouted coldly. Could it be that the Tianfang Pavilion was making fun of me? The 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings were furious. On the auction stage, the auctioneer from the Tianfang Pavilion's face was extremely ugly. He hurriedly said, "Please calm down. We have our own difficulties in this matter. Please listen to my explanation." He didn't dare to offend the 9th-grade Pill Kings. After all, a 9th-grade Pill King had connections with countless families. There was once someone who offended a 9th-grade Pill King, and that person was an invincible peak-stage Pill King. He was very powerful. However, he ended up in a very miserable state. That 9th-grade Pill King had attracted the attention of dozens of experts from the major families and a few experts from the major sections. It wasn't hard to imagine the ending of that 9th-grade Pill King's enemy. Every 9th-grade Pill King had that kind of power. Therefore, even though the Qi family was behind the Tianfang Pavilion, they didn't dare to go against a 9th-grade Pill King. Chapter 3156. Explanation? Fine. I'd like to hear what explanation you have for me today. Pill King he too had a fiery temper. He snorted coldly, his eyes burning with rage. Pill King Black Feather and Pill King Red Lotus were equally gloomy. They were usually high and mighty, and even the experts from the big families had to curry favor with them. Now, someone dared to make a fool out of them. The last cauldron, the the Purple Abyss Cauldron, had been bought by someone in advance. What? Who was it? The three Pill Kings were enraged when they heard this. The old man had no choice but to briefly explain the situation. The three ninth-grade Dan Kings frowned. The Chi clan had bought the cauldron and given it to someone else? The Chi family was one of the top families. Even though they were Pill Kings, they didn't dare to offend them. Therefore, Pill King Red Lotus frowned slightly and decided not to pursue the matter. However, Pill King he too had a fiery temper. He snorted coldly. Who did he give it away? The treasure was right in front of him. How could he not be angry when he lost it? I also want to know who the Pill King is. How could the Chi family treat him like this? Is it Pill King Red Flame? Or Pill King Green Flame? No, it's young Master Lin, the old man said with a bitter smile. Young Master Lin? Which young Master Lin? I've never heard of young Master Lin. He's just a kid. How dare he steal our treasure? Where is he? The three Pill Kings didn't back down. Let him out. The other elders of Tianfang Pavilion saw this and went to persuade them. At the same time, a few of them hurried to the depths of Tianfang Pavilion to report this matter to the Second Miss and the Pavilion Lord. Second Miss, Pavilion Lord. This is bad. Outside the main hall, there was an urgent voice. Chi Siu frowned. What's going on? While she was busy entertaining Lin Xian, the people outside were causing trouble for her. Seeing Chi Siu's expression, the Pavilion Lord of Tianfang Pavilion quickly stood up and said, I'll go out and have a look. Soon, the Pavilion Lord of Tianfang Pavilion came out with a serious expression. What's going on? What happened? Chi Siu frowned. The Pavilion Lord glanced at Lin Xian and said cautiously, Second Miss, it's a few Pill Kings causing trouble. Pill King? What's going on? Chi Siu's frown deepened. A Tier 9 Pill King's status was not ordinary. Now that the three of them were causing trouble together, something must have happened. Did the Tianfang Pavilion offend them? Thinking of this, a cold light appeared in her eyes. The Pavilion Master hurriedly said, That was not the case. He let out a sigh and told her the whole story. Actually, it's like this. When we held the Pill Cauldron auction, we simply released the news of the 10 Pill Cauldrons. We also released the news about the Purple Abyss Cauldron, which attracted many Tier 9 Pill Kings. This time, the three 9th grade Pill Kings were here for the Purple Abyss Cauldron. However, the Purple Abyss Cauldron had already been given to young Master Lin. That was why the three Tier 9 Pill Kings were so angry that they started a ruckus. Chi Siu frowned. She recalled that the Pavilion Lord of Tianfang Pavilion had said that the cauldron had already been reserved. So it was reserved by three Tier 9 Pill Kings. This matter was indeed a little tricky. She couldn't afford to offend Lin Xian. After all, her clan's patriarch's injury depended on him. However, she couldn't afford to offend three Tier 9 Pill Kings. These people were of noble status, so her Chi clan had to deal with them properly. Young Master Lin, please take a seat. I'll go out to deal with some matters. Chi Siu stood up and said softly. Lin Xian also put down his wine glass. I'll go with you. After all, this whole thing started because of me. Lin Xian didn't expect that the Purple Abyss Cauldron would cause such a ruckus. However, it made sense. This was rumored to be left behind by a half-sage. Those Tier 9 Pill Kings would definitely try their best to get their hands on it. However, the Purple Abyss Cauldron already belonged to Lin Xian. He couldn't give it away. Moreover, it wasn't used by a half-sage. It was something left behind by a saint. It could be said to be a saint-grade Pill Cauldron. Lin Xian wouldn't give it away, but he wouldn't stand by and do nothing. If he could help, he would. All right. Seeing that Lin Xian also wanted to go, Chi Siu nodded. Let's go too. Nailin Yin ran, and the rest also put down their wine cups. The group left the main hall and headed outside. Outside, the elders of Tianfang Pavilion looked helpless. Facing the questioning and anger of three Tier 9 Pill Kings, they couldn't resist at all. They could only apologize carefully. Fortunately, they heaved a sigh of relief, because they received a message that Second Miss and Pavilion Master were on their way. Not long after, a group of people came from afar. Countless people moved aside. It was Second Miss and Pavilion Master. Those elders heaved a sigh of relief. Their backs were wet with sweat. After all, the pressure of facing three Tier 9 Pill Kings was too great. Now that Second Miss and Pavilion Master were here, there was nothing for them to do. Therefore, these elders stood at the side respectfully. The three Grade 9 Elixir Kings squinted their eyes and looked ahead. They naturally knew the Pavilion Master of Tianfang Pavilion. Beside the Pavilion Master of Tianfang Pavilion, there was a beautiful lady. She looked unfamiliar. However, when they saw the pattern embroidered on the lady's clothes, they knew that she was from the Qi clan. And she was a core member of the Qi clan. They all knew that the Qi clan was behind the Tianfang Pavilion. Moreover, they already knew that the Qi clan had bought the Purple Abyss Cauldron in advance to give it away. She should be the second miss of the Qi clan. Pill King Red Lotus said lightly. Pill King Blackfeather frowned. He didn't understand. Who was that young man? He was very confused. The second miss of the Qi clan was already very noble, but she was accompanying a young man. Who was that young man? Was there someone more powerful than the Qi clan? However, he didn't see the Qi clan's emblem on the young man. Moreover, the young man's aura was very obscure. He couldn't even see it clearly. It seemed that the young man was either an extremely powerful expert or someone with an extremely high status. However, the three of them weren't afraid. The three of them were Tier 9 Pill Kings. If they joined forces, their status and strength would be unimaginable. Even if it was the Qi clan, they wouldn't dare to question why they were fooling them. So it's the three Alchemy Kings who have arrived. This little girl pays her respects. After coming to the front, Qi Siyu laughed softly and then bowed slightly. The Pavilion Master of Heavenly Room Pavilion also came forward to greet them. Only Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking at them curiously. Were these three Pill Kings of the 9th grade? He felt a terrifying and powerful flame aura from them. Pavilion Master Li, what is the meaning of this? If the Purple Abyss Cauldron isn't here, why did you spread the news? Are you fooling us? Chapter 3157. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus looked cold. The Pavilion Master smiled bitterly. Qi Siyu explained. It's like this. Due to some reasons, I bought this cauldron not long ago and gave it to someone else. It's not that the Heavenly Square Pavilion faked the news. There's a reason for it. I hope you can forgive me. Of course, the Qi family will compensate you. Qi Siyu knew how important a 9th grade Pill King was. Even the Qi family couldn't afford to offend them. Instead, they tried their best to please them. Pill King he too snorted. I heard that the second miss gave it to someone called Young Master Lin. Who is this Young Master Lin? Is he an alchemist? If the second miss gave it to another 9th grade Pill King, we won't say anything. But if the second miss didn't give it to an alchemist, then I'll fight for it. Pill King Blackfeather said in a low voice. Pill King Red Lotus didn't say anything, but it was obvious that she meant it. Young Master Lin? They had never heard of him. How could they be willing to give such a high-grade cauldron to a kid they had never heard of before? What? Qi Siyu was stunned. She didn't want to drag Lin Xian into the mess again. The crowd was in an uproar. Oh my god, Young Master Lin? Wasn't he the fierce man from before? They knew that half a day ago, Lin Xian had gone on a killing spree in the hall. He had killed the geniuses of the 9 major clans, destroyed Chen Rufeng's body, and suppressed his soul. How terrifying was this kind of person? Of course, they also saw Lin Xian take one of the 10 pill cauldrons. They didn't expect that the cauldron was left behind by a half-step saint. And these 3 9th grade Pill Kings were also determined to obtain that pill cauldron. That was why the scene was like this. Young Master Lin was a fierce man. He didn't even care about Chen Rufeng and the 9 major clans. Would he give face to the 3 Pill Kings? Not necessarily. The Qin family and the 9 major clans were strong, but the combined influence of the 3 9th grade Pill Kings might be greater than them. How could the 3 Pill Kings be so terrifying? Don't forget that they were 9th grade Pill Kings. Every Alchemy King had connections with many families. 3 9th grade Dan Kings could even gather more than 10 clans. It was too exciting. Who would have thought that the matter that had just calmed down would cause such a storm? How would this brat deal with it? Heh, I don't think he'll back down. He'll definitely make a scene. No matter how arrogant this brat was, he wouldn't dare to fight against 3 9th grade Pill Kings at the same time. Everyone was talking about it. Qi Siyu frowned slightly. Beside her, The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion was sweating profusely. Lin Xian was very calm. Hearing the words of the three Dan kings in front of him, he revealed a trace of surprise. "Oh, you want to see me? Who are you?" An alchemist asked coldly. Although the auction was over, these alchemists didn't leave. They knew that the real big event was yet to come. As expected, they saw the Qi clan's second young miss and the rest. However, they didn't expect that after the three Tier 9 Pill Kings finished their questions, a young man would suddenly speak up. "I am naturally the young Master Lin that you all speak of." "What? It's actually you." The surrounding people were all stunned. The three Tier 9 Pill Kings were also stunned. Then, a sharp light burst out from their eyes as they stared at Lin Xian. "You're that young Master Lin? The Purple Abyss Cauldron is in your hands?" They were too excited. They thought that young Master Lin was so far away that they wouldn't be able to find him. They didn't expect him to be right in front of them. Since that was the case, they couldn't miss this opportunity. They must get the Purple Abyss Cauldron. "That's right, it's me." Lin Xian nodded slightly. The surrounding people exclaimed. The three Tier 9 Pill Kings frowned deeply. To be honest, until now, they had used all kinds of secret techniques, but they still couldn't see through Lin Xian's strength. They couldn't even tell if he was an alchemist. At this moment, the most hot-tempered Pill King he too snorted. "Kid, take out the Purple Abyss Cauldron. Name a price and I'll buy it." "That's right, you're a young man and not an alchemist. The Purple Abyss Cauldron is useless to you. I can give you an equivalent sacred art or weapon in exchange." Pill King Blackfeather said with a smile. Pill King Red Lotus said with a smile. "Give me the Purple Abyss Cauldron, and I'll make you a cauldron of top-grade spiritual herbs for free." Everyone was excited to hear that. The three Tier 9 Pill Kings said. That was a big deal. One had to know that a Tier 9 Pill King had a lot of wealth. Any treasure they took out was enough to make people jealous. They didn't expect this kid to be so lucky. The other alchemists were envious. Lin Xian was stunned at first, but then he laughed. "Who said that I'm not an alchemist? Although your conditions are good, I don't need them. Since the Purple Abyss Cauldron is already mine, please go back." "What? You're an alchemist?" Pill King Blackfeather was shocked. Pill King Red Lotus and Pill King He too were also stunned. The surrounding alchemists were all stunned and went into an uproar. This kid is an alchemist? Heavens, how old is he? Look at his bone age. Don't tell me he's an old monster. All kinds of strange flames appeared in the eyes of these people, trying to see through Lin Xian. In the next moment, they exclaimed, "His bone age is too young. He's definitely a very young person. Even if this kid is an alchemist, he's probably just an ordinary alchemist." The surrounding people looked at him with disdain. They were all Pill Kings. Although they weren't Tier 9 Pill Kings, they were still top Pill Kings who stood at the top of the alchemy world. How dare a young kid be so arrogant in front of them? This made them very unhappy. Especially the three Tier 9 Pill Kings. They all laughed. "Kid, which sect are you from? So what if you're an alchemist? The Purple Abyss Cauldron isn't something you can use. Hand it over obediently. I see that you're quite talented, so I don't mind taking you as my disciple. Where did you learn from? Which Tier 9 Pill King?" In their opinion, the kid might be the disciple of a Tier 9 Pill King, which was why he was so arrogant. However, that identity was useless in front of them. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. "Take me as your disciple? I'm afraid you're not qualified yet." When those words came out, the crowd was in an uproar again. The eyelids of the martial artists in the distance twitched wildly. As expected, this kid was ruthless. He didn't even give face to the three Tier 9 Pill Kings. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. They were extremely excited, but the surrounding alchemists were furious. How dare he? How dare he talk to three Tier 9 Pill Kings like that? They were really angry. Tier 9 Pill Kings were the top existences in their eyes. They had to be respectful when they saw them. Chapter 3158. As expected, the faces of the three Tier 9 Pill Kings darkened with anger. The flames in their bodies were like volcanoes that could erupt at any time. The Tianfang Pavilion's pavilion master was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Qi Siyu smiled bitterly. To be honest, she couldn't intervene at all. At this moment, a young man walked out. Tiny red flames danced on his body. Although they were weak, their power was enough to shock everyone. Kid, you're too reckless. How dare you talk to 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings like that? Do you know what a Tier 9 Pill King represents? Looks like you don't even have the right to enter our circle. At this point, his face carried a hint of arrogance. The surrounding people exclaimed in shock. That's Pill King He2's disciple. That's right. I'm his master's strength. How can a kid like you understand? Another person walked out. It was Pill King He2's disciple. The appearance of these two shocked the others. The disciples of the 2 Tier 9 Pill Kings were also very powerful. Among them, Pill King He2's disciple was a Tier 5 Pill King. Pill King He2's disciple was even more powerful. He was a Tier 6 Pill King. Of course, he was older than the previous one. But that was already very scary, because he was only around 500 years old. He was young and promising. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Oh, is your master very powerful? Can he cure the Qi family's patriarch's injury? What? The Qi family's patriarch's injury? Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. Even the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings were stunned. Because this was no secret. 300 years ago, the Qi family's patriarch came back from the abyss with serious injuries. They had invited many Pill Kings to treat him, but none of them could cure him. Therefore, the entire circle of alchemists knew that even a 9th Tier Pill King was helpless against it. It was even rumored that the Qi family paid a huge price to invite a half-step Saint Pill Master to treat him. In the end, he still couldn't cure him. Therefore, the Qi family's patriarch's injury had become the final conclusion of the entire pill refining circle. Unless a pill saint appeared, no one would be able to cure him. Therefore, Pill King He2's disciple snorted coldly when he heard Lin Xian's words. Of course they knew. It was better if no one knew. Even a half-step alchemy saint could not cure him. Only a true pill saint would be able to do so. However, pill saints were extremely rare existences. It would be very difficult for it to appear. The others nodded as well, because this matter was not a secret in the alchemy world. However, they were puzzled. Why would the other party bring this up? Could it be that the other party's master had a solution? What a joke. However, in the next moment, they were dumbfounded. Lin Xian said proudly, "You can't, but I can." These words were like a sudden clap of thunder, shocking everyone. They were all stunned. Heavens, what did this brat say? He could. Pill King He2's disciple almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After the others recovered from their shock, they burst into laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke. The 3 9th grade Elixir Kings snorted coldly, their eyes filled with disdain. Initially, he thought that the other party was an expert, but who would have thought that it was just an arrogant and ignorant brat? How could such a person contend against them? He was overestimating himself. Seeing the surrounding jeers, Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. Nailin Yinran, Qingqing, and the other two were extremely shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian actually had such capabilities. However, hearing those Elixir King's words, they were suspicious. Forget about them. Even the Tianfeng Pavilion's pavilion master was suspicious, because his news was too shocking. It could not be true at all. However, at this time, Qi Siu stepped forward and said softly, "What Sir Lin said is right. He indeed has a way to treat my family's ancestors' injuries." Ugh. Those Elixir Kings who were still mocking around instantly stopped laughing. The smiles on their faces became incomparably ugly. It was as if someone was grabbing their necks, making them unable to breathe. How was this possible? Finally, that disciple of Pill King He2 screamed. This was impossible. Second miss, you wouldn't have been cheated by him, right? One had to know, something that even a half-step Elixir King could not do. How could a brat like him do it? Elixir King Blackfeather's disciple also stepped forward. That's right, second miss, don't be deceived by people's flowery words. To be honest, Qi Siu also had her suspicions. However, after she asked her family's ancestor, he was overjoyed and felt that he had found hope. Qi Siu was very confident in her family's ancestor. Since her ancestor believed in something, she would naturally believe it to be true. Therefore, she was incomparably respectful towards Lin Xian. At this moment, Facing the ridicule of these elixir kings, Chi Siyu said coldly. This matter was absolutely true. Sir Lin did have the ability to do so. The two outstanding disciples of Elixir King He Tu and Elixir King Blackfeather were so angry that they vomited blood. The surrounding Elixir Kings were also stunned when they heard this. At this moment, the three Tier 9 Elixir Kings opened their mouths. Little kid, what ability do you have to be able to bewitch the second miss of the Chi family? I'm afraid that's the reason why the second miss of the Chi family gave you the purple abyss cauldron. Humph. Deceiving people with lies. Just you? You don't deserve the purple abyss cauldron. The three Elixir Kings were also furious. They originally thought that the other party had some ability, but they did not expect that the other party was just a braggart. Master, don't worry. I'll teach this kid a lesson. Elixir King He Tu's disciple quickly bowed and said. In the next moment, he walked out. Kid, do you dare to have a match with me? He wanted to expose Lin Xian in front of everyone. Hearing this, the surrounding people were interested. Yes, we'll know after a match. This kid probably can't even refine a king-grade elixir, right? Hee hee, let's see how he'll embarrass himself then. Kid, I won't bully you. I'll use half of my strength to fight with you. How about it? Elixir King He Tu's disciple was very arrogant. However, Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Let your master come out. What? The surrounding people were in an uproar. This guy is too arrogant. Elixir King He Tu's disciple roared. Kid, you're too presumptuous. Who do you think my master is? How can you challenge him? If you want to challenge my master, you'll have to defeat me first. He was really angry. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, completely ignoring him. He did not care about a mere elixir king. One should know that whether it was the Saint Breakthrough elixir that he refined or the Qi family's Patriarch's elixir, they were all at the half-step saint level. In other words, Lin Xian was definitely at the half-step pill saint level now. He did not care about a mere elixir king. Chapter 3159. I've lived for almost 2,000 years, but I've never seen such an arrogant junior. All right, since that's the case, I'll make my move. Pill King He Tu walked out. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. What's going on? A 9th grade Pill King is going to make his move? Master! Pill King He Tu's disciple exclaimed in shock. In his opinion, the other party couldn't even beat him, let alone his master. However, Pill King He Tu waved his hand. He seemed to have planned this beforehand. However, there's a price for fighting me. If you lose, you have to give me the purple abyss cauldron. How about that? Purple abyss cauldron? No problem. Lin Xian waved his hand. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion also exclaimed in a low voice. In his opinion, Lin Xian couldn't win. In fact, Chi Siyu felt a little uneasy, although she knew that Lin Xian was especially valued by her ancestor. Moreover, she also knew that Lin Xian's combat strength was very strong. As for alchemy, Chi Siyu had never seen it before. You really agree? Pill King He Tu was stunned. Then his face was filled with joy. On the other hand, Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus's expression changed. Oh no, I didn't expect this guy to have such an idea. Damn it, I was too late. It's over. Is the purple abyss cauldron going to be taken by this guy? Both of them were very unwilling to accept this. However, the other party had already made his move. There was nothing they could do now. As for defeating Pill King He Tu, what a joke. They didn't believe that a young boy could win against Pill Kings of their level. Of course they were serious. Lin Xian said. But, what if you lose? I lose? Ha 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 ha. Pill King He Tu laughed. If I lose, you can ask for anything. He Tu will definitely do it. All right, it's a deal. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with a cold and fiery light. If you lose, you have to give me a 7,000-year-old Heaven's End cliff. Heaven's End cliff? The surrounding Pill Kings were stunned. Pill King He Tu's voice suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly widened. What did you say? Heaven's End cliff? That kind of spirit medicine that was almost extinct. You want a 7,000-year-old one? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The other two Pill Kings were also stunned. This little fellow had such a big tone. What? You don't dare? Lin Xian glanced at him and said coldly. The purple abyss cauldron was at least at the half-step saint level. Could it be that it could not compare to a single Heaven's End cliff? A dignified ninth-tier pill king didn't even have this bit of courage? Lin Xian shook his head in disappointment. This scene infuriated the surrounding alchemists so much that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn, you're just a little brat. Where did your confidence come from? Do you really think that you've won against Pill King He too? That was a ninth-grade Pill King. Get your facts straight. Sure enough, Elixir King He too also calmed down, and a smile appeared on his face. The Heaven's End cliff was indeed very difficult to find, not to mention a 7,000-year-old one. However, he had full confidence in himself. How could he lose to a brat? Thus, he did not need to prepare any Heaven's End cliff at all. He only needed to agree to this competition. All right, this old man agrees. Elixir King He too smiled. Words were no guarantee. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a blank jade slip bloomed in the air. Buzz. Lin Xian placed his conditions on the jade slip. On the other side, Elixir King He too frowned, but soon, she sneered and wrote her conditions on the jade slip as well. The jade slip shone brightly, and Lin Xian took it in his hand and handed it to Qi Siyu. Siyu, you can take this. Lin Xian was not worried at all that Elixir King He too would go back on his word. If Qi Siyu went back on her word, the jade slip would immediately be announced to the world, and Elixir King He too's reputation would come to an end. When that time came, no one would dare to invite such a person. When the others saw this scene, they were stunned. Was this guy courting death? Yes, if he reneged on his word and escaped. Or if the Qi family protected him, even Elixir King He too would not be able to do anything. However, if he wanted to sign a contract, the Qi family would not protect him. Not only that, he even dared to say that he could cure the Qi family's ancestral patriarch. If he lost, the Qi family would chop him into pieces. Elixir King He too's disciple sneered, "Kid, let's see how you're going to die." Lin Xian said indifferently, "Tell me, what do you want to compete in?" He did not care about the competition at all. He did not expect to finally complete another stock. Among the 1,306 spirit herbs he collected, there were about 900 stalks. Although it was difficult to collect them, it only took a little time. The remaining 300 stalks were more precious, but they could be found easily if given to a big family like the Qi family. However, there were 5 stalks that were even more precious. Some of them were even extinct. The Heaven's End cliff was one of them. Even the Qi family would not be able to find them in a short time. He did not expect to be able to solve it through a competition. What an unexpected surprise. What an arrogant kid. Elixir King He too snorted when he heard Lin Xian's nonchalant words. However, he was very patient. Soon, the purple abyss cauldron would be his. How about this? Refining pills takes too much time. Why don't we compete in fire? Compete in fire. The eyes of the surrounding Elixir Kings lit up when they heard that. Every Elixir King had to master fire, but everyone's mastery of fire was different. As for the competition of fire, it was also a relatively common way for these alchemists to fight. The stronger the fire, the deeper the understanding of fire, and the higher the success rate of refining pills. In a way, it also reflected the skills of an elixir master. Therefore, in their opinion, competing in fire could prove the strength of both parties and their skills in elixir masters. Elixir King He too's disciple raised his head, his eyes full of confidence. He knew very well how terrifying his master's flames were. It seemed that the kid could not even take one hit. As expected, Elixir King Blackfeather and Elixir King Red Lotus frowned. This Elixir King He too was a bully. There was nothing they could do. This guy was too cunning. He was one step ahead of them. Both of their faces were extremely ugly. Lin Xian was also stunned. His expression was very strange. Competing in fire? One had to know that he had comprehended the power of fire that was close to the Tao. Moreover, this power was very terrifying. After going through the saint's residence and the cliff of enlightenment, this power that was close to the Tao was close to the fragments of the law of fire. At this moment, the other party dared to compete in fire with him. Was he not courting death? All right, as you wish. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. I'll give you a chance. Show me your strongest fire ability. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Kid, how dare you? This is what I want to say to you. Elixir King he too roared. He had a bad temper to begin with. When he heard this, his lungs were about to explode. Chapter 3160. The others were almost numb. They thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant and had a death wish. What do you know? My master's 7 flames connecting sky is a terrifying divine ability. Using this divine ability to refine pills will greatly increase the success rate. It's famous in the alchemy world. How dare you provoke me like this? Just you wait. Elixir King he too said coldly. Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. Hurry up and use your strongest skill. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance if I make a move. I've given you a chance. Don't blame me if you don't take it. Elixir King he too had lived for almost 2,000 years and was a 9th grade Elixir King. Why would he take the initiative to attack a kid? You want me to make the first move? Fine, I won't hold back then. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It seemed that his opponent was the one who had a death wish. He stretched out his finger, and a ball of golden flame danced on his fingertip. Then, he flicked it gently. What was this kid doing? Everyone was stunned when they saw that. Instead of using his strongest divine ability, he only flicked out a small flame the size of a soybean. Was he competing with a 9th grade Elixir King? Was this a joke? Elixir King he too's disciple's mouth twitched. Oh no, his master was definitely angry. Elixir King he too's face darkened. His aura suddenly erupted and swept across the 9 heavens. He was indeed angry. Even if his opponent was an ant, he would not show mercy. However, his expression changed in the next moment. Wait, that flame? His face became extremely frightened, and his body began to tremble. The monstrous sea of fire that rushed out of his body dimmed in an instant and was about to be extinguished. It was as if he was a subject worshipping the emperor. What was going on? Damn it! Attack for me! Elixir King he too was stunned. He could not use the 7 flames connecting sky that he was so proud of. Damn it! He roared angrily and activated the armor on his body to form a strong defense. He wanted to take the attack head-on. Boom! Whoosh! The soybean-sized golden flame hit the armor and suddenly exploded, turning into a golden sea that covered the sky and enveloped Elixir King he Tuesday. In the next moment, Pill King he too let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. His entire body was pitch black, and his hair was standing on end. He looked extremely wretched. The surrounding Pill Kings opened their mouths wide and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. What's going on? Pill King he too was defeated? This was impossible. How could Master be defeated? Pill Monarch he too's disciple was stunned. Pill King Black Feather and Pill King Red Lotus were equally stunned. What the hell? How could he too be defeated? The pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion was stupefied. The group of elders was stupefied. Qi Siyu was similarly stunned. The geniuses of the major clans in the distance were also stunned. For a time, the entire hall was silent. Who are you? Pill King he too's voice trembled. No one knew that his armor had been shattered. This was a top-grade armor. Furthermore, it was most adept at defending against fire-type attacks. But now, a small flame had shattered it. What was even more frightening was that he couldn't even unleash the slightest bit of fire attribute power in front of that ball of flame. What kind of flame was that? Damn brat! How dare you use such a despicable method to attack my master? I'll kill you! Pill King he too's disciple roared and charged forward. However, he was slapped into the ground in mid-air. Pill King he too slapped his disciple to the ground and said coldly, "Get out of my sight, you idiot!" Master? The young man was stupefied. Pill King he too snorted and knelt down to apologize. Plop. The young man knelt on the ground, trembling. He knew how hot-tempered his master was. The others were also stunned. Pill King Black Feather and Pill King Red Lotus were also stunned. What was going on? Pill King he too. How did you lose? Pill King he too's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't answer, but he stared at Lin Xian as if he was trying to verify something. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Remember, a 7,000-year-old heavens and cliff. Didn't you doubt whether I could heal the Qi family's patriarch? When you go to the Qi family, bring this spiritual herb with you. Otherwise, I'll take your head. At this point, Lin Xian's aura suddenly became fierce. It was as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, making everyone breathless. What a terrifying person. Everyone's expression changed. How could this young man's aura be so terrifying? King He-Tu's disciple almost fainted. He was too strong. He couldn't even withstand a wisp of his opponent's aura. Now, he was grateful to his master. If his master didn't save him, he would be a dead man by now. A top expert. King Blackfeather and King Red Lotus's pupils shrank. They didn't expect this young man to be so strong. At the same time, they frowned. Being strong in combat didn't mean that he was good at alchemy. Otherwise, why would they need alchemists? What? You two are not convinced? Fine, I'll give you a chance. But if you lose, you'll have to give me a western scouring sand and a dreamy fruit. Those were also two extremely precious spiritual herbs. Some of the Kings had never heard of them. What do you think, Red Lotus? King Blackfeather asked coldly. Isn't it just a dreamy fruit? Although it's hard to get, I can still get it. Moreover, I'd like to see why He-Chu was defeated. Red Lotus said coquettishly. All right, leave the western scouring sand to me. The two of them made their moves one after another. But soon, they experienced King He-Tu's despair. They also knew why He-Chu was so shocked. In the other party's flames, they couldn't use their fire elemental divine abilities at all. They were completely suppressed. Who the hell are you? The two Kings screamed as if they had seen a ghost. This caused the other Kings to be stunned. What was going on? Even King Blackfeather and King Red Lotus were defeated. And they were defeated so thoroughly. A small golden flame was enough to make 3 ninth-grade Kings so terrified. Who the hell was this person? Now, no one dared to underestimate Lin Xian anymore. Because Lin Xian was really too mysterious. You don't deserve to know who I am. Lin Xian said proudly. Remember, 3 spiritual herbs. When you go to the Qi family, bring them with you. If Lin Xian had said something like this before, the alchemists around them would have been over in laughter. But now, they didn't dare to. They were even trembling in fear. The 3 Kings were defeated so easily. This meant that the opponent was absolutely terrifying, completely beyond their understanding. Such a person was like a legend, not someone they could provoke. The 3 ninth-grade Kings smiled bitterly. They didn't expect that after spending nearly 2,000 years, they thought that they were at the peak of alchemy and had no opponents. Chapter 3161. Although they had to pay a heavy price, they were convinced of their loss. Don't worry, he too, am a man of my word. When the time comes, the heavens and cliff will be yours. King Blackfeather and King Red Lotus were the same. They had been famous 9th-grade Kings for a long time. Naturally, they would not go back on their word. Good. Lin Xian nodded. After dealing with the 3 extremely precious spirit herbs, Lin Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. With a wave of his hand, countless sword qi intertwined in the air, forming the names of the spirit herbs one after another. In the next moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded. I know that many of you have a good relationship with the 9 super clans and even the Qin family. I have suppressed Qin Rufeng's soul and told Chen Jia to bring the spirit herbs to me. See clearly, these are the spirit herbs. Tell the Qin family to be prepared. Otherwise, I will take Qin Rufeng's life. The entire hall was shocked again. The geniuses and disciples of the super clans were stunned. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was only joking. They did not expect that Lin Xian would really do it. They looked at the names of the spirit herbs in the sky and quickly memorized them. The alchemists around them were also stunned. What was going on? What Qin Rufeng? After a brief understanding, they swallowed their saliva. Many alchemists began to tremble. This was a god of death. He too, and the other 2 9th-grade Kings were also shocked. Firstly, they were shocked by Lin Xian's methods and strength. He was too strong. He even dared to provoke the Qin family and the 9 super clans. At the same time, they were even more shocked because there were too many spirit herbs in the sky. There were only 100 of them. Moreover, these spirit herbs were very precious. This kid must be collecting spirit herbs to refine some kind of elixir. But what kind of elixir would require so many materials? They found it hard to believe. They felt that this elixir was beyond their knowledge. What a mysterious young man. The 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings shook their heads. They did not want to think about it anymore. I will give the Chen family 10 days to prepare. 10 days later, come to the Chen family to see me. Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. His voice reverberated in the hall. Was there going to be an earthquake? The Chen family would definitely not let this matter rest. The same went for the 9 super clans. The genius disciples in the hall quickly left the place. Some of them went to inform the Chen family, while others frantically collected information on Lin Xian. Who was it that dared to be so arrogant? Pill King He too, and the other 2 also took a deep breath. Let's go. Pill King Blackfish smiled wryly. Of course, I promised you a cleansing creek muslin. That's not easy to find. Pill King Red Lotus smiled bitterly as well. Her enchanting face was filled with bitterness. She also agreed to a dreamy fruit. It seemed that he would have to put in a lot of effort to get it. These alchemists also left one after another. There was no need to think. From today onwards, Return Cloud Planet's alchemy world would definitely stir up a storm. Because of Lin Xian's powerful arrival, these alchemists went crazy. After everyone left, the pavilion master of Tianfang Pavilion asked in a trembling voice, "Second miss, who is this young Master Lin?" "Him?" Chi Siyu shook her head slightly. "I don't know either." But in her heart, she was amazed. This must be a legend. Lin Xian gave her too much of a shock. Today, he fought with 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings and defeated them easily. This scene shocked Chi Siyu. This was not something a 9th-grade Pill King could do. Only a half-step Pill Saint who surpassed a 9th-grade Pill King, or a true Pill Saint, could do it. Lin Xian had reached a height she could only look up to. At the same time, she was wild with joy. The stronger Lin Xian was, the more likely it was that their patriarch's injury could be cured. Therefore, Chi Siyu decided to stand firmly on Lin Xian's side in the future. She would not let Lin Xian suffer the slightest bit of harm. Nailin Yanran and the others were also stunned. Previously, Lin Xian was already very powerful in their hearts. However, today's scene made them realize that Lin Xian was like a mystery. The closer they got, the more they could not see clearly. A bitter smile appeared on Nailin Yanran's beautiful face. Originally, she wanted something to happen between her and Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. Such a person was too powerful. He was so powerful that she could only look up to him. She glanced at Chi Siyu and sighed in her heart. Perhaps even the second daughter of the Qi family did not have such a chance. She wondered what kind of woman could be worthy of such a peerless genius. Lin Xian had left, but the storm was still raging on. What happened in Heavenly Square Pavilion spread at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the entire northern continent knew about it. They were all shocked. Not only that, but there was also a storm in the alchemy world. A mysterious top alchemist had easily defeated 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings. This news stunned them. After the Chen family received the news, they went completely crazy. Chen Rufeng was the hope of the Chen family. He was a top genius who could enter the ancient path of the starry sky in the future. Who dared to touch him? No one in the entire northern continent dared to touch him. But now, Chen Rufeng's physical body was destroyed and his soul was suppressed. He could even be killed at any time. This was unacceptable to the Chen family. Damn it, we must catch the culprit. Tear him into pieces. The Chen family's experts roared crazily. However, some elders shook their heads. No, we can't be rash. Feng Er's soul is still in the hands of the culprit. If we act rashly, the culprit will directly kill Feng Er's soul. In that case, Feng Er will be completely killed. He will never be able to be resurrected. This is not the outcome we want to see. Yes, that's right. We have to save Feng Er first before tearing that kid into pieces. The Chen family's experts discussed quickly. The Chen family's patriarch, a very dignified middle-aged man, said coldly, "Let's work together with the 9 great families." Didn't he want the spiritual medicine? Then let's get him the medicine. Let's see if he has the life to enjoy it. Hearing the Chen family's patriarch's words, the experts' lips curled into a sinister smile. They knew that the kid who provoked them was dead meat. Even if he had the Qi family's help, it would not be enough. In order to avoid trouble and the Qi family's interference, they had to quickly work together with the 9 great families. After collecting all the spiritual medicine he needs, we'll send a large group of experts to secretly kill him. As long as that kid hands over Feng Er's soul, we'll kill him mercilessly. Soon, the Qin family's patriarch and the 9 great families' elders and experts met secretly. The 9 great families frantically collected those spiritual medicine. Under such a frenzied collection, all the spiritual medicine that Lin Xian needed were collected. Chapter 3162. Family Head Qin. What should we do? The elders of the 9 families asked. Family Head Qin sneered. Of course, they would send a large group of experts to attack him. Judging from his appearance, he should be a top expert at the king level, and he had a good relationship with the Qi family. There should be other experts guarding him. But so what? This time, the people we sent out were absolutely rude. Even if there were experts from the Qi family, they could kill him in one blow. By then, would the Qi family start a war with him for a dead person? How many experts would Family Head Qin send? The elders of the 9 families asked. Family Head Qin said coldly, I will send 10 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm, and I will lead the team personally. The elders of the 9 super clans were stunned for a moment before they sucked in a cold breath of air. That was a big deal. 10 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm, and Family Head Qin himself was a top expert. This battle prowess could be said to be extremely strong. No one in the younger generation could resist them. Great. The 9 families will send 50 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm, the elders said with a smile. Family Head Qin nodded slightly. Good, then we will go back and gather the experts. A day later, 50 experts at the great fulfillment of the 9 families appeared in the Chen family. Family Head Qin led 10 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm. In front of them, there was a purple spiritual boat that was emitting a mysterious light. This spiritual boat was called the Hidden Spiritual Boat. It could be hidden in the void, and the invincible realm experts could not detect it. By then, you will hide in the hidden spiritual boat and follow me. After I exchange Feng Er's soul, we will kill him. Great. The experts of the 9 families all laughed. With the hidden spiritual boat, that kid would not be able to detect it. When they attacked, even if that kid had 100 lives, it would not be enough to kill him. Hee, this kid provoked us again. This time, let's see how he will die. Humph, it's not that easy for him to die. We must skin him alive and torture him for 100 years. I want him to know the consequences of going against us. Family Head Qin's expression was extremely cold. In the next moment, all the experts boarded the hidden spiritual boat, while Family Head Qin rose into the air and flew away. Tianfang Pavilion. Lin Xian was cultivating in a secret room when his brows suddenly twitched. Because his soul perceived that a flying sword was descending from the sky and heading straight for Tianfang Pavilion. Wang. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. A huge golden hand formed above the Tianfang Pavilion and grabbed the flying sword. In the next moment, he disappeared. In the secret chamber, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In front of him was a black flying sword with a jade slip on it. Zhang Xian sent his primordial spirit into the jade slip and received a set of information. 1,000,000 miles away, in the Divine Wolf Valley, they were exchanging spirit medicines and Feng Er's soul. Lin Xian smiled when he heard the news. He knew that it was probably someone from the Chen family. Who would have thought that the Chen family would have such means? In such a short time, he was able to collect all the spirit herbs that he wanted. What an unexpected surprise! Lin Xian did not know at this moment that not only the Chen family, but the 9 great families also went all out and spared no expense to complete the collection in a short time. However, this did not matter to him, because whether it was the Chen family or the 9 great families, he did not take them seriously at all. Divine Wolf Valley 1,000,000 miles away? Lin Xian soared into the sky and left Tianfang Pavilion. He identified a direction and flew into the distance. 1,000,000 miles away, in the Divine Wolf Valley. This was a very famous valley. Rumor had it that back then, a monstrous great demon once cultivated here. In the end, that great demon king went to the outer realm, and this valley was left behind and was called the Divine Wolf Valley by later generations. At this moment, in the Divine Wolf Valley, a middle-aged man in a black robe stood. He had his hands behind his back, his expression cold and his eyes flickering with a piercing cold light. He was the Chun family's family head. Apart from him, in the void near the Divine Wolf Valley, there was a purple spirit boat hidden. It was the hidden spiritual boat. There were 69-star perfection powerhouses in the hidden spiritual boat. A 9-star great perfection expert was already very terrifying and heaven-defying. If 60 of them appeared together, they could really crush everything. Therefore, this was also the reason why the Chen family's family head rushed over to exchange with Lin Xian. In his opinion, even with the Qi family's protection, it would not be able to withstand their thunder attack. Oh, here it comes. In the valley, the Chen family's family head raised his head, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He sensed that there was an aura rushing over quickly. Not long after, a black figure descended from the sky and landed in the valley. You are that Lin Xian? Murderous intent appeared in the Chen family's family head's eyes as he stared at the young man in a red robe in front of him. That's right, I am. Have you brought the item? After Lin Xian landed, he asked indifferently. The elixir is here. I want to take a look at Feng first. The Chen family's family head waved his hand and a black ring appeared in front of him and kept floating. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also waved his hand and a 9-story pagoda appeared in it. There was an illusory figure inside. The figure floated in the 9-story pagoda. When he saw the middle-aged man outside, he immediately revealed a look of joy. Father, save me. Feng. The Chen family's family head's pupils constricted. He did not expect that Chen Rufeng's soul would also be severely injured. At this moment, he had become so weak. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body, and the entire valley trembled. A terrifying power enveloped everything. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He said coldly, Why? Do you want to fight? Why don't you try? If you dare to move, I'll destroy Chen Rufeng's body and soul. Damn brat, how dare you? The Chen family's family head roared angrily, but he still did not make a move. Because he was not 100% confident that he could save Chen Rufeng. Moreover, he had already made arrangements. Now was not the time to make a move. Humph. He withdrew his murderous intent and said coldly, Let Feng go. Sure, but I want to test the elixir first. Humph. The Chun family's family head waved his hand and the black ring beside him flew over. He was not worried that the other party would escape because there was an inescapable ambush around. After Lin Xian received the black ring, he immediately probed it with his soul power. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. The head was right. 280 spiritual herbs. Moreover, they were all very old and met his requirements very well. Lin Xian transferred all the spiritual herbs into the black earth and then shattered the storage ring. In the next moment, he waved his hand and the 9-story pagoda shook, releasing Chen Rufeng's soul. Father. Chen Rufeng's soul quickly left and came to the Chun family's family head's side. The Chen family's family head heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly took out a blue gourd and carefully kept Chen Rufeng's soul. It was a spirit-nourishing gourd. It was a very precious magic treasure that could nourish a person's soul. At this moment, it was the most suitable for Chen Rufeng. Chapter 3163. Kid, how dare you hurt my Feng and demand such an exorbitant price? Do you really think my Chen family is a pushover? Today, I'll make you pay the price in blood. Yo? What do you want? Lin Xian originally wanted to leave, but when he heard this, he turned around and snorted coldly. Your son was the one provoking me throughout the entire process, and I was forced to make a move. Why? You want to stand up for your son? You? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He could see that the other party was a 9-star perfected stage powerhouse, and his strength could be said to be very terrifying. But in front of him, he was like an ant. Seeing the disdain in Lin Xian's eyes, the Chun family's patriarch was completely enraged. Damn it! I'm actually being looked down on by a kid? How can I tolerate this? As the Qin family's patriarch, his status was extremely noble, and he's a 9-star perfected stage cultivator. How terrifying is his strength? Who dares to look down on him? Even the Qi family wouldn't dare to look down on him. Even Qi Siyu would have to respectfully call him senior in front of him. But now? How dare he look down on me? The Chun family's patriarch felt like his lungs were about to explode. He was so angry that he laughed. Good kid. You're really arrogant. No wonder you dare to go against my Chun family. However, you're too reckless. Do you really think I came here on my own? Oh, do you still have helpers? Then hurry up and call them out. Lin Xian wasn't surprised at all. He had long seen that there was a spirit boat hidden in the void outside, although it was hidden very well, and no one in the King realm knew about it. However, Lin Xian's soul was extremely powerful. In addition, the heavenly secret divine eyes were unparalleled, so he had long seen through it. However, with his strength, he wasn't afraid at all. As long as it wasn't a true half-sage or sage, no one could defeat him. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Chen family's patriarch waved his hand and said coldly, "Come in." In the distance, the void broke open, and a purple spirit boat rushed in and suspended above the valley. In the next moment, the door of the spirit boat opened, and figures floated in the void like gods and demons. They descended quickly. Boom, boom. The earth trembled and the void shattered. One figure after another descended from the sky, bringing with them a terrifying force. 1, 2, 3, and so on. There were a total of 60 figures, and each of them had an aura that coiled around them like a dragon. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter the void. 69 star perfection experts, including the Chun family's patriarch, there were 61 of them. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying force. Most likely, anyone here would be scared *less. Brat, I know that you have a good relationship with the Qi clan. Let the hidden experts of the Qi clan come out. The patriarch of the Chen clan said loudly. With 60 perfect earthly sovereigns standing beside him, he was very confident that he could control the entire situation. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had not expected that there would be 60 great fulfillment experts hidden in the spirit boat. In the next moment, his gaze turned gloomy, and a biting cold killing intent burst out from his eyes. It seemed that the other party did not intend to let him live. If he wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape today. Since the other party wanted to kill him, then don't blame him. An expert from the Qi clan? There are no Qi clan experts. I came here myself. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. What? As soon as he said that, the 60 perfect earthly sovereigns opposite him were stunned. The patriarch of the Chen clan was also stunned. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed. Brat, I don't know if you're really an idiot or just too confident. How dare you come here alone? If that's the case, then kneel on the ground obediently. Not only him, but the experts behind him also laughed. How could a young brat come here alone and face so many of them? How could he possibly survive? Any one of them would probably be able to crush him. The best thing for him to do now was to kneel down obediently, kowtow, admit his mistake, and beg for mercy. However, even so, they would not let him go. They would use the cruelest method to torture him to death. Brat, don't worry, we won't kill you. We have 1,000 ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Humph. How dare you kill the geniuses of the 9 superclans? Today, you won't be able to leave. Those experts snorted coldly. The patriarch of the Qin clan also sneered. Now you know how powerful the Qin clan and the 9 superclans are, right? How dare you hurt my Feng'er? I'll make you pay a painful price. With just you? You still want me to pay a painful price? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. They were just a bunch of 9 perfect earthly sovereigns. What was there to be afraid of? One must know that he had comprehended 2 types of power that were close to the Tao. Among them, the power of fire was close to the power of laws. This power had completely surpassed that of a king. No matter how many perfect earthly sovereigns came, they would not be able to compete with him at all. Therefore, in front of him, The 61 perfect earthly sovereigns were no different from ants. You're about to die, and you're still so stubborn? Brat, it seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin. The experts of the 9 superclans snorted coldly. Immediately, 2 perfect earthly sovereigns walked out. Since you won't admit your mistake obediently, then we'll break your legs and make you kneel on the ground. Then, we'll cut off your flesh piece by piece. The 2 perfect earthly sovereigns revealed sinister smiles. They were not careless and attacked together. This was because they knew that the other party was definitely a genius since he could injure Chen Rufeng. However, so what if he was a genius? Could he beat the 2 of them together? Buzz. One of them opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored wave of air. It turned into a sea of blood that rolled forward. The sea of blood was extremely terrifying. Even a 9-star sovereign would melt instantly if he touched it. The other expert stretched out a large palm. The clouds that filled the sky followed the palm and fell from the sky. It was like a world. The 2 superpowers rushed toward Lin Xian in an instant. Just the 2 of you? You don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. His body shone brightly like a golden god of war. With a wave of his arm, boundless golden flames spread and turned into 2 large golden hands in the sky that descended from the sky. Boom! The sea of blood in the sky was shattered. The 2 large golden hands grabbed the bodies of the 2 perfect earthly sovereigns and then slammed them to the ground. With a boom, the ground shattered and terrifying cracks appeared in all directions. The bodies of the 2 perfect earthly sovereigns were shattered, and they knelt in front of Lin Xian. You want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? Kneel in front of me and accept your death. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding perfect earthly sovereigns were all stunned. Their eyes were wide open as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it at all. How was this possible? The 2 perfect earthly sovereigns who were pressed to the ground screamed crazily. Damn it! Get lost! However, no matter how they roared and resisted, they could not break free. They could only kneel on the ground. A bunch of ants. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? All of you, kneel and accept your death. I can leave your corpses intact. Chapter 3164. On the other side, the Chen family head's face darkened. Damn it, don't be careless. This kid is an expert. Let's attack together. Yes. This time, 10 people walked out. Each of them was like a mountain, with the momentum of Mount Tai. The moment they appeared, the entire space of heaven and earth froze. Heaven and earth quickly shattered. The 10 people took a step forward, and the void within a million miles shattered. The pressure was too great. 9 Star Kings could not withstand it at all. However, Lin Xian stood there with a sneer. His body was not affected in the slightest. A mere 10 people dared to be arrogant in front of him? One had to know that his 9 young divine body had reached the half-step sage realm. Even the power that was close to the Tao could not hurt him, let alone these people. Buzz. The 10 perfected stage powerhouses attacked. They used their peerless divine abilities. Terrifying energy filled heaven and earth as they attacked Lin Xian together. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian only said 2 words, annihilate. In the next moment, the divine abilities that filled the sky dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The 10 perfected stage powerhouses trembled and then exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist that scattered in all directions. What? They're dead. When the other powerhouses saw this scene, their eyeballs almost popped out. Many people were so scared that they wet their pants. The Qin family head and the elders of the 9 great families also felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! What's going on? Where are the 10 powerhouses? If they were shocked when Lin Xian made 2 perfected stage powerhouses kneel down. Now, this scene directly scared them silly. They did not see Lin Xian make a move. Those were 10 perfected stage powerhouses. Even if he wanted to kill them, he should have fought until the heavens shook and the earth shattered. However, nothing happened. The other party only said 2 words, and the 10 top powerhouses on their side were killed. There was not even a trace of resistance. Damn it, what divine ability did this kid use? Many people were terrified. The Chen family head shook his head frantically. Impossible. He can't be so strong. There's an expert from the Qi family in the dark. Once these words were spoken, everyone acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They all propped up their king's spirit domain, and some even took out more than 10 killing arrays, enveloping the entire Divine Wolf Valley. Chen Rufeng said ferociously from the blue gourd, "Father, don't hesitate anymore. Let's attack together and kill him quickly." When the Qin family's patriarch heard this, he flipped his hand and took out a disc array. Then, he set up an array formation. He said, "Everyone, let's attack together. I've used this formation to isolate the entire valley. That brat definitely won't be able to escape." These people nodded. The remaining dozens of invincible kings walked forward together. This time, they did not hold back. Even the patriarch of the Chen clan had drawn his sword. In front of him, Lin Xian also moved. With a wave of his hand, 2 large golden palms slammed down, turning the 2 kneeling kings into a bloody mist. Wang. Golden flames danced on his body. Sword come. With a cold shout, the endless flames condensed into a light sword, which he held in his hand. Chop. As he spoke, the flaming sword in his hand continued to grow in size. Like a flaming dragon, it slashed down. Boom. Flames surged into the sky, and a terrifying storm danced. The sky was instantly split into 2 halves. There were monstrous flames and terrifying sword chi everywhere. The divine abilities unleashed by the dozens of kings in the Great Circle were all incinerated and shattered. Damn it! How is this possible? Their scalps went numb. The elders shrieked as if they had gone mad. This aura. Their bodies couldn't bear it at all, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. A power that was close to Tao. This was a power that was close to Tao. Finally, an elder screamed. What? A power that was close to Tao? These kings were all crazy. How could he have this kind of power? Who on earth was he? How could they not be shocked? One had to know that although they were 9 stars great perfection powerhouses, in front of a power that was close to Tao, they were like ants. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Only by comprehending the power of the same realm could they compete with the other party. Damn it, this was a figure of Gao Peng's level. These powerhouses panicked and kept retreating. Because not long ago, Gao Peng and the Nether King's performance in the Battle of Tianqiong Wind shocked the world. To them, a power that was close to Tao was the power of God. Who on earth was he? Which sect was this expert from? Qin family head, this is all your fault. What should we do? The people of the 9 super families roared crazily, and they all looked at the middle-aged man. The Chun family head's face turned black, and he was so angry that his whole body trembled. How could he know that the other party was a peerless genius who comprehended Tao? If he knew, he wouldn't have dared to go against the other party. Feng, who on earth was he? Why did you start a conflict with him? The Qin family head asked quickly. Although Chen Rufeng was only a soul in the gourd, he was also trembling at this moment. Impossible. He was going crazy. The other party had comprehended a power that was close to Tao. He actually dared to go against such a person? How could he be so reckless? One had to know that the reason why he was so arrogant before was because he was a genius of the Qin family. With the full support of the Qin family, given another 500 years, he was confident that he could comprehend this kind of power. But now, the other party had already comprehended this kind of power and surpassed him by 500 years. Chen Rufeng's confidence was instantly shattered. At this moment, when he heard the Qin family head's words, he shook his head. I don't know. I only know that others call him Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin? Hearing this, the Qin family head was stunned, and the surrounding experts were also stunned. They didn't know who Young Master Lin was. However, at this moment, an elder's pupils shrank. His surname was Lin? His surname was Lin. The person who defeated the Nether King on Tianqiong Peak was called Lin Wudi. Could the 2 of them be? Before he could finish his words, the other elders were already trembling in fear. No way. Could the young man in front of them be Lin Wudi? Thinking of this, their brains were about to explode. If it was really Lin Wudi, even if there were another 100 of them, they wouldn't be enough to kill him. Are you Lin Wudi? Many people screamed crazily. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Looks like you guys aren't stupid after all. You actually guessed my identity. What? You're really Lin Wudi. These elders were so scared that they peed their pants. Previously, they were only guessing. But now that they received confirmation from the other party, they were scared out of their wits. Run. In an instant, everyone fled in all directions. The legend of Lin Wudi had spread throughout the entire cloud-returning planet during this period of time. He was an extremely powerful supreme genius who defeated the Nether King. How could they be a match for him? Hence, in an instant, these people fled one after another. The Chen family head's pupil shrank as he grabbed the blue gourd and flew into the distance. Wanna leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian snorted coldly. These families had gathered so many experts to give him a fatal blow. Now, how could he let these people leave? Chapter 3165. In the next moment, the escaping experts all stopped in midair and looked at their own bodies in horror. All of a sudden, a small flame appeared in their hearts. Then, it turned into a dazzling firework that enveloped them. Ah! Wretched cries rang out one after another. At this moment, it was as though all of these mighty full cultivation kings were being harvested like chives, falling one after another. The elders of the 9 super clans also died instantly. The head of the Qin family roared like a madman. 3 top-grade treasures rushed out from his body in an attempt to protect his body. However, they couldn't do it. The moment they touched the flame, they collapsed. No! Amidst his desperate screams, the Chun family head also turned into a firework that bloomed in the sky. In an instant, all the escaping Great Perfection Kings died. 61 kings at the consummate level didn't even leave behind a single drop of blood. Just like that, they disappeared into the sky. Impossible! Damn it! How is this possible? I don't believe it. Inside the blue gourd, Chen Rufing's soul saw this scene and fell into endless fear. 61 Great Perfection Kings. They were all killed in an instant. Damn it! Who is this kid in front of me? What kind of demon did he provoke? No! Chen Rufing screamed crazily. He was extremely regretful now. Why did I provoke him? He's too strong. This is Lin Wudi. Even the Nether King and Gao Peng couldn't fight against him. Isn't the Chun family courting death? In the next moment, his soul knelt in midair and kowtowed continuously. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. Don't kill me. Spare you? Now you know how to beg for mercy. Didn't you want to cut me into pieces? Don't worry, as the instigator, I won't kill you easily. I'll make you suffer for 10,000 years. Golden runes flashed in Lin Xian's left eye as he activated his pupil technique. Chen Rufing's soul screamed as he fell into a spiritual space. Here, one day outside was equivalent to 10,000 years in the spiritual space. In this spiritual space, Chen Rufing would suffer all kinds of torture. This was the price he had to pay for sending experts to kill Lin Xian. Looking at the trembling and screaming soul in front of him, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He turned around and soared into the sky and left. Another 300 precious herbs were in his hands. He was one step closer to the Saint Breakthrough Pill. It's about time to collect those herbs. Lin Xian's eyes. He didn't forget that he had given Wangong, Haiyu, young Master Shen, and the others. Not long ago, he had killed young Master Shan through the air, intimidating those people. Thinking about it now, it was time to collect those spiritual herbs. Lin Xian used a formation to pass a message to Qi Siyu, who was still in Tianfang Pavilion. Then, he left. Fan. The Fan clan was also a big clan in the northern region. However, the Fan clan had been having a hard time recently. Because of a genius disciple of their clan, they had no choice but to collect spirit herbs. Wasn't it just a little brat's threat? What was the big deal? That's right. No matter how powerful he is, can he really contend against my Fan clan? Bloody Blade King. Fan. 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 They were very dissatisfied. However, Fanli didn't dare to stop. He could only use his own resources to collect the herbs. After all, the inexplicable murder of young Master Shen had caused him too much fear. But fortunately, he didn't care about the price and collected a lot of herbs. He thought that it should be enough to satisfy the other party. On this day, a silhouette appeared in front of the Fan clan. In front of Fanli, Fanli trembled. It's him. He's finally here. He didn't expect the other party to find him so accurately. Their family didn't receive any news. Even their family's guards and array couldn't stop the other party. It seemed that the other party was an expert. They couldn't find him. Young Master Lin, the things are in the storage room. Fanli carefully handed over the storage ring. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. From now on, our grudges are written off. With that, Lin Xian disappeared from his sight. Did he leave? Fanli and the martial artists beside him opened their eyes wide. They checked carefully and found that the other party had really disappeared. Who was this person? They couldn't even find a trace of the other party. Grandfather, sorry for implicating you. Fanli smiled bitterly. If he hadn't been so arrogant and offended Lin Xian, perhaps his bloodline wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss and wasted so many resources. However, Grandpa Fan was relieved. Li, you did the right thing this time. This young man is not someone we can provoke. Grandpa Fan had been secretly observing Lin Xian when he came in, but the more he observed, the more shocked he was. He found that Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. They couldn't see through him. This kind of person was not someone they could provoke. Hearing Old Man Fan's words, Fanli heaved a sigh of relief. Had they escaped this calamity? He wouldn't dare to provoke others anymore. Next, Lin Xian set off one after another, arriving at the other three great clans. The three families also collected the herbs. After Lin Xian took the herbs, his grudges with these people were written off. Lin Xian went to the 5 families. Now, there were only 3 families left. Wangong, Haiyu, and young Master Shen. He went to the Shen family first. Lin Xian's body swayed as he flew into the distance. The Shen family. The security was tight. Since young Master Shen was mysteriously killed, the Shen family had been on high alert. Furthermore, the Shen family had sent out countless experts to track down and investigate the enemy's tracks. As for young Master Shen's words about collecting herbs, the Shen family didn't care at all. Who was it? Stop. Today, they saw a figure descending from the sky and walking towards the Shen family. Immediately, the Shen family's guards rushed forward. The Shen family owes me 100 herbs. I'm here to collect them. This figure was Lin Xian. After he arrived, he said indifferently, What? Owe me 100 herbs? What a joke. Kid, do you know where you are? Who do you think you are? How dare you come to the Shen family? That's right. How could the Shen family owe you anything? So what if we owe you? Do you still dare to ask for it? Get lost. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. I'll make you kneel in front of the Shen family for 100 years. These guards were ferocious. They couldn't see Lin Xian's cultivation level, but they could see that Lin Xian was alone and his aura was not scary at all. In their eyes, what was there to fear from such a person? Moreover, the Shen family was so powerful. Chapter 3166. Hee, third brother. You're right. The guards around him smiled sinisterly. Kid, you can only blame yourself for being so reckless. How dare you come to the Shen family to cause trouble at this time? Don't blame us for being merciless. The 6 guards pulled out their long sabers, and their auras exploded. Acting recklessly, Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Buzz. His gaze turned into a fierce sword aura and pierced through the 6 guards. Puff, puff, puff. The 6 guards' glabella were pierced, and their souls were destroyed in an instant. Thud. The 6 corpses fell to the ground. Before they died, they heard the guard say, It seems that young Master Shen's incident was not enough to warn you. Since that's the case, I'll pay you a visit personally. The 6 guards were dead, but they now knew that the person in front of them was so terrifying. And he was the one who killed young Master Shen. Could the Shen family fight against such a person? They didn't know because they were all killed. Lin Xian arrived at the Shen family in a flash. Huh, there's an array? When Lin Xian arrived, he felt a strong obstruction from the array in the air. There was even a terrifying aura around him that wanted to kill him. Humph. He snorted coldly and stomped his foot. Violent energy instantly spread out in all directions. With a crack, the array was crushed. Then, he landed in the Shin family. Boom! The destruction of the array set off a huge storm. Countless strong men of the Shin family roared madly. Not good. The array is broken, and someone is coming. Damn it, what's going on? What's wrong with the array? Go and check it out. Angry roars and screams were heard. Soon, they saw Lin Xian. Damn kid, who are you? Were you the one who broke the array formation? How dare you come to the Shin family to cause trouble? Men, kill him. In an instant, more than 10 martial artists rushed over. Their weapons flashed, and their terrifying domains soared into the sky. In the face of these attacks, Lin Xian merely stomped his foot. Suddenly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack flew into the distance, and the surrounding martial artists were all sent flying. In the air, all the attacks were shattered in an instant. The dozen or so warriors who attacked kept vomiting blood, their faces filled with horror. Too powerful. With a single stomp of his foot, the entire defensive formation was shattered. Furthermore, the aftermath of that energy had caused them to suffer serious injuries. This was a peerless expert. Hurry up and inform the elders. Countless people screamed. In fact, they didn't need to say anything. Countless old figures had already arrived in the distance. When they saw the huge crack and the broken array formation around it, their pupils shrank. Where were the enemies? Which clan is he from? They asked frantically. In their opinion, the only thing that could cause all of this was the invasion of an army. At the very least, it had to be an existence that was similar to their family, or even more terrifying. However, the surrounding people pointed at a young man in front of them and said, "It's him. Elder, that's him." What? Only one person? A young man at that? The elders who had rushed over were instantly stunned. Nonsense. How could a young man destroy our defensive formation? These elders did not believe it at all. However, the people around them were trembling. They saw it with their own eyes. A bunch of trash. Those elders snorted coldly. The warriors around them were basically guards. Although there were many of them, their strength was far inferior to theirs. Therefore, these elders did not believe it at all. They stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, who are you? Kneel down obediently and accept your death." There was no need to talk nonsense with him. They could just capture him and take his soul. An elder snorted coldly and reached out his big hand to grab Lin Xian. Buzz. Lin Xian raised his head slightly. 2 rays of golden light burst out from his eyes, turning into 2 golden sharp swords that slashed directly at the void. With a puff, the elder's palm was split open. Elder Zhang's arm was cut off, and he let out a miserable cry. The others' expressions changed. Oh no, an expert. This time, they believed it. The elder who attacked this time was a peak 9-star. He was very powerful, but he was seriously injured in an instant. This meant that the other party was definitely an expert. Hurry up and take him down together. How dare he cause trouble in the Shin family alone? Did he really think that there was no one in the Shin family? These elders all surrounded him. There were a total of 9 elders. Each of them was extremely terrifying. The weakest one was a peak 9-star. There were even quite a few who had reached the peak. When these people attacked together, the people around them heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. With their elders attacking, let's see how the other party dies. Facing the 9 elders of the Shin family, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He did not move at all. It was just that the golden sword that he had shot into the sky earlier was tumbling nonstop. Then, it suddenly enlarged and turned into a golden mountain, pressing down on the void. The aura that it emitted made everyone tremble again. The surrounding warriors of the Shin family trembled and knelt on the ground. The expressions of the 9 elders also changed drastically. This aura? They were too shocked. This aura was too violent. It was so violent that they could not bear it. 2 elders suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies cracked. Who was this person? Just the energy shockwave from the other party's attack was too much for them to bear. If the other party attacked, wouldn't they be killed in an instant? Thinking of that, they were terrified. Stop. At that moment, another crazy roar came from afar. Following that, more figures walked over. This time, the auras of the people who walked over were even more powerful. There were white-haired elders and middle-aged men who walked like tigers and dragons. The patriarch of the Shin family and the grand elders had appeared. That's great. Seeing this scene, the 9 elders heaved a sigh of relief. With the patriarch and the grand elders here, the other party was extremely strong. They should be able to take him down. However, in the next moment, their eyeballs almost popped out. That was because the people who came did not attack. Instead, they quickly said, "Young hero, please stop." Perhaps there was some misunderstanding. "Yes, young hero, why are you attacking the Shin family? The Shin family has done something wrong in the past. We will definitely change." What? The patriarch of the Shin family and the grand elders did not attack directly. Instead, they were apologizing. The 9 elders could not believe their ears. Their Shin family was so proud. Apart from some of the top patriarchs, they did not take anyone seriously. But now, they were lowering their heads to a young man. Hearing the patriarch of the Shun family's words, Lin Xian did not let the golden mountain in the sky fall. He said indifferently, "Previously, your young master Shun owed me 100 stalks of spiritual herbs. I wanted him to collect them, but he did not care. So, I killed him to intimidate you. I didn't expect your Shin family to be so reckless and not take my words to heart. What? Does your Shin family want to be exterminated?" Chapter 3167. What? It was related to young Master Shun. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. An elder screamed, "Could it be that Shin Kei was killed by you?" Shin Kei, who was also young Master Shun, had suddenly turned into ashes. This strange scene had made the Shin family extremely crazy. They had been investigating all along, but they had not found out who the murderer was. They did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to come to them today. "Damn it! How dare you kill Kei? I must kill you!" Many people roared crazily. The Shun family's patriarch and the supreme elders frowned, and a cold light appeared in their eyes. It turned out that the other party was here for this. However, the other party had killed Shun Kei first, and then attacked the Shin family. Did he really think that the Shin family had no one left? Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the golden mountain in the sky descended again. Suddenly, the void was crushed, and countless people below trembled. Those who were weaker had their bodies split open. Those who were stronger also kept vomiting blood. Not good. Stop it. These people's faces changed, and they no longer dared to have any killing intent. The other party was not an ant, but a peerless powerhouse. Even if all of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat the other party. Stop it. Don't go too far. Although my Shin family can't beat you, my Shin family has a lot of allies. Do you want to become enemies with the other 4 families? The Shin family had no choice but to form their own allies. "Oh, you have allies?" Lin Xian was stunned. The Shin family's patriarch said quickly, "That's right, the Shin family and the other 3 families are allies. If you touch the Shin family, you will become enemies with the other 4 families. The other 3 families will definitely not forgive you. Young man, if you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame the Shin family for joining forces with the other 3 families to kill you." "Kill me?" Lin Xian laughed. "It seems that you really don't know what's good for you." He stomped his foot, and immediately, the ground under his feet shattered again. The entire Shin family, including all the buildings and arrays, shattered and turned into smoke at this moment. As for the others, their bodies were trembling, and they were no longer breathing. At this moment, they felt like they were on the verge of death. The Shin family was split open. The Shun clan's patriarch and the supreme elders screamed like they had gone mad. It was too terrifying. The other party had created such a terrifying scene with just a stomp of his foot. Even the Shin family was almost annihilated. They no longer dared to be arrogant in front of such a person. Lin Xian retracted his foot and said coldly, "What? Are you convinced?" The head of the Shin clan gritted his teeth and said, "I want to know why you are targeting my Shin clan." Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. He looked at a grand elder of the Shin family and said indifferently, "If an ant was arrogant in front of you, provoking you and insulting you, What would you do? Since they were mere ants, he naturally had to kill them mercilessly, the Supreme Elder said subconsciously. In the next moment, his expression turned cold. Could it be Shinkei? That's right, you know the reason, right? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The others broke out in cold sweat. It seemed that Shinkei had offended this young man, and this young man was a supreme expert. The strong all had their own dignity. The might of the strong was inviolable. If there were other weak people who provoked them, they would definitely kill them mercilessly. They would be killed with a slap. Similarly, if Shinkei challenged a supreme expert, he would definitely be killed by the supreme expert. Damn it, this Shinkei is actually acting so recklessly. He even implicated my Shin family. After hearing the news, the Shin family's experts roared in anger. Previously, they wanted to take revenge for Shinkei, but now, they hated Shinkei to death. It was because Shinkei had provoked a godlike existence. Shinkei was reckless and provoked the young master. He deserved to be killed. What kind of elixirs does the young master need? My Shin family will definitely help the young master to collect them, the head of the Shin family said in a low voice. They had no choice. In front of such a powerful expert, they did not dare to resist at all. Moreover, it was indeed their Shinkei who provoked them first. The fact that the other party did not directly destroy their Shun family was already giving them face. No need. I will do it myself. Lin Xian raised his head and formed a seal with his palms. Suddenly, above his head, a pair of golden eyes suddenly opened. It was like the eyes of a god looking down. That gaze completely enveloped the entire Shin family. This is? Everyone felt that their souls were pierced. Their life and death seemed to be controlled by that pair of eyes above. They all knelt on the ground, trembling. Even the head of the Shin family and those supreme elders felt their scalps go numb. Too powerful. Fortunately, they did not resist. Otherwise, the other party would probably be able to kill them instantly. After Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eyes, he directly looked for Shan Quebec. A large family like the Shin family definitely had an elixir academy and elixir warehouse. Therefore, Lin Xian directly collected 300 stalks of elixir herbs. After that, Lin Xian left the Shin family. After Lin Xian left for a long time, the head of the Shin family and these elders dared to stand up. They looked at the disappearing figures around them and heaved a sigh of relief. The others also felt like they had survived a disaster. Next, go to the Hai family. Lin Xian turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the sky. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Xian arrived near the Hai family, Hai Yu appeared. At this moment, Hai Yu became even more enchanting. She looked at Lin Xian, and the corner of her mouth raised into a cold smile. I have already collected the elixir herbs. Let's see if you have the qualifications to take it. Speaking until here, her figure flashed and rushed into the distance. That direction was just opposite of the Hai family. Lin Xian's soul swept over and felt the aura of a large amount of elixir herbs on Hai Yu's body. He immediately followed. He was not afraid of the other party playing tricks. As long as the other party really had elixir herbs, it was fine. After flying for about a few million miles, Hai Yu stopped in front of him. I didn't expect you to really dare to come. I don't know if you really don't know life from death, or are you extremely daring? If there's an ambush, hurry up and let them out. I don't have time to waste here with you. Lin Xian said coldly. You know? Hai Yu was stunned. Looks like you're not an idiot. But you know and still dare to come. You really don't know life from death. You think you can fight against me? Can you do anything to me? You're too naive. There's no need for my Hai family to make a move. Someone will be able to deal with you today. Oh? It's not the Hai family? Lin Xian was stunned. He originally thought that the Hai family had set up an inescapable net here and was waiting for him. But from the looks of it, it shouldn't be the Hai family. Then who is it? Lin Xian didn't care at all. Husband, come out. Hai Yu looked at the distant mountains and said with a smile. Husband? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be Wan Gong? One family? But soon, he realized that it wasn't Wan Gong. A green figure quickly rushed over from the distance. Soon, a person wearing a green robe appeared. This person's face was gloomy and cold. He looked middle-aged, but his real age was unknown. The aura emitted from his body was very terrifying. As soon as he appeared, he took Haiyu into his arms. Chapter 3168. This kid? The green-robed man glanced at Lin Xian with a hint of disdain in his eyes. At the next moment, he raised his hand, and a ball of green mist directly enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz. The space around Lin Xian quickly shattered as though it was being corroded by the poisonous gas. Haha, I was wondering what kind of expert I was, but it turns out that you're just an idiot. You can't even dodge my attack. Don't worry, beauty. He has been poisoned by me and won't be able to survive. The green-robed man laughed. Can't dodge? You think too highly of yourself. Your poisonous gas won't be able to cause me any harm. A voice came from the poisonous gas in front. Then, a palm stretched out and tore the poisonous gas apart. He's not poisoned? How is this possible? The green-robed man was stunned. Haiyu, who was in his arms, also froze. She quickly reminded her husband. Husband, you have to be careful. This kid is very strange. The green-robed man frowned. He can actually defend against my poisonous gas? Kid, interesting. Which clan are you from? Tell me your name. I, the green-robed ancestor, won't kill nameless people. Green-robed ancestor? Lin Xian sneered. You dare to call yourself an ancestor? Hurry up and scram, or I'll kill you. Kid, you're courting death. The green-robed ancestor was enraged. He transformed into a beam of green light and instantly rushed out. A palm surrounded by green poisonous gas grabbed at Lin Xian's heart like a devil's claw. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out. With a bang, it collided with the green devil's claw. At the next moment, the green-robed ancestor screamed miserably and retreated. His entire arm was directly shattered. Not only that, the aftershock of the energy hit his body, causing half of his body to explode into a mist of blood. The green-robed ancestor was seriously injured with a single strike. Haiyu, who was behind him, screamed when she saw this scene. Her eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? She was very clear about the green-robed ancestor's strength. Furthermore, this green-robed ancestor was very fond of beautiful women. In order to protect her life, Haiyu had no choice but to become the green-gowned ancestor's cultivation vessel. She hoped that the green-gowned ancestor would be able to protect her. But now, in just one move, half of the green-robed ancestor's body was shattered. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely unaffected. Haiyu was alarmed by this huge contrast. This is the expert you found? You want to use such a person to kill me? Lin Xian looked at Haiyu and shook his head. This woman was too stupid. Haiyu's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. She was filled with despair. On the other side, the green-robed ancestor's body reassembled. His face was filled with malice. Damn brat, you actually dared to hurt me? I will make you pay a painful price. Don't worry, little beauty, I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. He glanced at Haiyu, then turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you're very strong. His physical body was very strong, and so was his strength. But so what? In front of my strength, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. Next, I will let you experience a strength that is close to the Tao. The green-robed ancestor let out a sinister laugh. Haiyu's body shook, and hope returned to her eyes. Yes, the reason why she joined the green-robed ancestor was because she heard that he had grasped such strength. Once this strength was used, it would be much stronger than Wangong and the Bloody Blade Monarch. It far surpassed the king level. After Lin Xian heard this, he revealed a trace of surprise. Oh, strength that is close to the Tao? You actually grasped such strength? Yes, that's right. This kid has strength that is close to the Tao. Hee, you're afraid, right? Kneel down and beg for mercy now? I will consider torturing you for a few hundred years. Otherwise, I will make you suffer for the rest of your life. Hope also returned to Haiyu's eyes. Kid, let's see how you will die this time. The opponent definitely wouldn't be able to block such a strength that is close to the Tao. Lin Xian was somewhat expectant. Then show me your strength. Let me see how much you have comprehended. Hearing this question that sounded like an elder asking, The green-robed ancestor was angered again. You're courting death. Since that's the case, I will show you. A biting cold green light appeared in the green-robed ancestor's eyes. Countless poisonous gas surged on his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of dark green poisonous gas, which transformed into a dark green giant sword and flew forward. This dark green sword's aura was indeed different. It carried a mysterious and unfathomable strength. As soon as it appeared, it shattered the void as if it could corrode everything. How terrifying! Hai Yu's body trembled, and she instantly knelt down. She fled into the distance as if she had gone crazy. Was this the strength that is close to the Tao? The moment it appeared, it suppressed her, and she couldn't resist at all. Thinking of this, her face was full of excitement. Then I'm dead for sure. That kid definitely won't be able to block it. She raised her head and looked into the distance. As expected, she saw Lin Xian standing there without dodging. He definitely won't be able to escape. Once I use this strength, he won't even be able to escape. The green-robed ancestor also laughed. In his opinion, this sword was enough to kill the other party. Golden light flickered in Lin Xian's eyes as he stared at the flying green sword. The power of poison? He could feel that it carried a monstrous poison that could instantly kill a peak powerhouse. It was indeed a power that was close to the Tao, but it was too weak. The other party's power was only equivalent to Jun Wuya's. Compared to him, there was still a huge gap. In the next moment, he raised his palm and grabbed the sword with the power of annihilation. You dare to resist with your bare hands? What an idiot. Kid, I guess you haven't seen a power that's close to the Tao in your life, right? Let me tell you, this is a power that surpasses that of a king. It's very close to a half-step sage, yet you dare to resist it with your physical body? Who do you think you are? A sacred body? Let me tell you, even a sacred body will collapse under this power. The green-robed ancestor laughed loudly. However, in the next moment, his voice came to an abrupt stop as if someone had grabbed his neck. Impossible! His eyeballs almost popped out because the other party had grabbed the green sword that he had thrown out. The green sword flickered with the power of poison. It was covered in runes that flickered incomparably. At this moment, it was like a small snake that kept twisting and turning, as if it wanted to break free from Lin Xian's palm, but it couldn't do it at all. Lin Xian's palm was covered with the power of annihilation as he grabbed the sword. Then, he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. In his left eye, the plenilune seed kept jumping. How could Lin Xian give up after seeing a new power? He had to quickly comprehend and analyze it. He wanted to strengthen his understanding of the world. Damn it! How is this possible? How could you possibly catch my sword? On the other side, the green-robed ancestor went crazy. Hai Yu was also dumbfounded. She couldn't understand a battle at this level at all. However, the green-robed ancestor knew. When a power that was close to the Tao was used, apart from a true sage or a half-step sage, only those who had grasped the same power could resist it. Chapter 3169. Damn it! Was the other party also a top genius? Thinking of this, the green-robed ancestor's face became incomparably cold. He opened his mouth and spat out a green fan again. This green fan was engraved with runes and carried an extremely terrifying corrosive power. As soon as it appeared, the void shattered, forming a huge black hole. Go to hell. This was a half-step sacred artifact, and at this moment, he was using it to the extreme. Moreover, in addition to the power that was close to the Tao, in an instant, countless green poisonous winds danced rapidly and swept towards Lin Xian, as if they wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his movement technique and moved back and forth in space. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he used the heavenly secret divine eye and the plenilune seed to quickly observe. He even took the risk and used his body to resist the power of the poison. It was a terrifying power that could poison everything. Even if there was no life, it could instantly corrode. Lin Xian was greatly enlightened. To be honest, he was now in the stage of comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth, so he would not miss out on every fight with someone who had a power that was close to the Tao. Damn kid, if you have the ability, Fight me head on. On the other side, the green-robed ancestor was going crazy with anger. The reason for that was because he discovered that the power he had unleashed had struck empty space and had not managed to kill his opponent. The other party's speed was too strange. He actually could not hit the other party. This made him roar incomparably. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. This continued for a period of time. The green-robed ancestor was about to collapse. At this moment, Lin Xian retracted his gaze. He had already sensed enough and did not continue to comprehend, because the power of poison was not what he needed. He only needed to understand it. Next, it was time to understand it. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a biting cold light. With a cold shout, a few black runes rushed out of his body. They were very strange and flew above the poisonous gas. Immediately, the poison gas melted like ice and quickly disappeared. Damn it! How was this possible? The green-robed ancestor was stunned. What was going on? His poison gas could corrode everything. But now, his poison gas was actually corroded. What was this? Could it be that the other party had mastered an even more powerful poison? What kind of poison could be more powerful than the power of the Tao? Annihilation Sword Lotus. Lin Xian struck out with his sword Qi. Combined with the power of annihilation, it formed a sword Qi Lotus and enveloped the area in front of him. Damn it! Get out of my sight. The green-robed old ancestor used his semi-sage tool to fight against it. Oh? Half-saint tool? Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the other party was so arrogant. Not only had he comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, but he also had a powerful half-step sacred tool. Thinking of this, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of his opponent, throwing out a punch. With a loud boom, the punch landed on his opponent's body. Pung! The green-robed ancestor's body was smashed into pieces. Green blood splattered in all directions, and a miserable cry rang out. The green-robed ancestor hurriedly controlled the half-step sage artifact to protect his body and reassemble it. In the next moment, his face turned incomparably pale. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. As if he had gone mad, he used the half-step sage artifact to the extreme and even burned his spiritual energy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stretched out a large golden hand and directly grabbed the half-step sage artifact, firmly locking it in place. His other palm struck out with the Annihilation Sword Lotus once again and pushed it forward. Boom! This time, the Annihilation Sword Lotus completely enveloped the green-robed ancestor. Then, the green-robed ancestor disappeared into thin air. He was dead. In the distance, Haiyu looked at this scene and her body trembled. The green-robed ancestor's soul didn't even manage to escape. He was killed just like that? This was impossible. She finally screamed crazily. She was really on the verge of collapse. That was a power that was close to the Tao. How terrifying. It had completely surpassed the king level. But now, he was actually killed so easily. Who was this young man in front of her? Lin Xian turned his head to look at Haiyu. With a plop, Haiyu knelt on the ground, her body trembling. Young Master Lin, please spare my life. Haiyu was really scared. Even a powerful figure like the green-robed ancestor was killed, let alone her. Lin Xian said coldly, "Where are the spiritual herbs I want?" "They're here. They're all here." Haiyu hurriedly took out a storage ring. Lin Xian stretched out a golden hand. After receiving the storage ring, his soul entered it. Then, he kept it. He glanced at Haiyu and directly pierced through his forehead with his sword. Puff! Haiyu fell weakly, her eyes wide open. It seemed that she didn't expect Lin Xian to kill her without saying anything. Next, it was the Wang clan. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had already sensed that the flame restriction left in Haiyu and Wang Gang's body was gone. This was also the reason why they dared to resist. Thinking about it, Wang Gang should be the same. But, so what? Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly flew towards the Wang clan. Ever since the flame in Wang Gang's body was removed, he was completely relieved. Now, his life was finally in his hands. However, this made him clench his teeth. As a genius of the Tiangang sect, when had he ever been threatened like this? Therefore, he couldn't wait to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Wang Gong planned to use the power of his family to find Lin Xian, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to come to him. When Wang Gong saw Lin Xian in the Wang clan, he was shocked. But soon, he revealed a sinister expression. Damn brat, you actually dare to come here? Lin Xian looked calm. Where are the spiritual herbs I want? Have you prepared them? Brat, you're courting death. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to gather spiritual herbs for you? How dare you put a flame restriction on me? Today, I'll make sure you don't leave. Wang Gang's expression was sinister. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? It seems that your Wang clan isn't much. You're not well informed at all. If you knew the reaction of the other clans, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to talk to me like this now. Hearing this, Wang Gong frowned. What's going on? Could it be that the Shen clan and the Hai clan had surrendered? What a joke. Although Lin Xian had some relations with the Bloody Blade monarch, how could he make such a big clan submit? This brat must be playing tricks. Wang Gong snorted coldly. Brat, don't waste your breath. If you dare to come here today, I'll make sure you don't leave. Men, take him down. With a roar, the surrounding martialists of the Wan clan rushed over in a frenzy. Young master, what's going on? Wan Gang's status in the Wan clan was similar to Chen Rufeng's. They were both sons of the patriarch. Therefore, his status was very precious. Hearing the order, the martialists of the Wan clan appeared one after another. Wang Gong pointed at the figure in the field and said, Capture him. I want him alive. I want to torture him for 1,000 years. Chapter 3170. They frowned. What's going on? How did this kid get in? They had no idea. However, at this moment, their young master had already spoken, so they had to act. You guys go and take him down, a middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Immediately, 3 martial artists walked up. Their chi and blood surged in their bodies. With a monstrous power, they enveloped Lin Xian. You're courting death. Lin Xian snorted. Dozens of sword chi rushed out from his body and turned into a ray of light that shrouded the entire space. Pung pung pung. The 3 martial artists who attacked were instantly beheaded. Not only that, the surrounding martial artists were all pierced through by the sword chi and nailed to the void. They let out miserable cries as their eyes were filled with horror. An expert. This was a peerless expert. He could pierce through dozens of them in an instant. Such a person was too terrifying. They wanted to scream, but the sword chi still wiped out their lives. The only one who survived was Wang Gong. But Wang Gong was also nailed to the void by 5 sharp swords. Blood flowed out and dyed his body red. Ah! Wang Gong let out a miserable cry. His scalp was about to explode. How could the other party be so terrifying? To be honest, he knew that the other party had some ability to make Bloody Blade Monarch submit, but he did not expect the other party to be so strong. The other party killed dozens of his guards in an instant, and even pierced through him. He cultivated the Heaven Star body. It was so powerful, but in front of the other party, it was as fragile as a piece of paper. Father, save me! Wang Gong screamed like a madman. He knew that the person in front of him was not someone he could fight against. He had to call for the real experts. Boom, boom, boom. After all, the Wan clan was a large clan. Therefore, the news of what happened here spread throughout the Wan clan. Whoosh! 7 or 8 figures descended. Each of them was extremely old and brought about a powerful storm. They were the elders of the Wan family. When they came down, they saw dozens of martial artists' corpses on the ground. Their pupils constricted. Damn it! Someone dared to kill people from the Wan family? When they saw Wang Gong being nailed to the void with blood flowing out, they instantly screamed. Young master! Wang Gang's identity was precious. He was the son of the Wan family head. If there were no accidents, he would be the next Wan family head. But now, he was actually beaten to such a state. Nailed to the void. Damn it! Who is it? It was this brat. When they saw Lin Xian, the 7 elders were instantly enraged. Go, kill him. A large hand, like a purple cloud of fire, covered the sky and enveloped the other party. A black long sword, exuding a biting cold killing intent, shattered the void as soon as it appeared and pierced toward Lin Xian's head. A long saber cut through the void, as if it was going to cut Lin Xian in half. In an instant, these people attacked as if they had gone crazy. Boom! Lin Xian also made a move. A golden fist punched into the void. With a loud bang, the purple flaming hand was shattered. The black longsword shattered into pieces, and the berserk saber broke into two halves. The entire void exploded, and the seven elders were instantly reduced to a bloody mist. Boom! This strike formed a huge black hole in the sky, as if it was connected to hell. Dead. The seven elders were all dead. Wan Gong, who was at the side, widened his eyes. His lower body was wet from fear. To be honest, he never thought that the other party would be so powerful. Those were seven elders. They couldn't even block a single punch from the other party. At this moment, the people who rushed over also saw this scene. They were instantly stunned on the spot, their bodies trembling. Demon, what kind of person is this? Not good. Hurry up and alert the others. Everyone screamed. The Wan family let out a loud bell, which would only be sounded when a life-and-death enemy came. They didn't expect that the Wan family would let out such a bell again after a few hundred years. A few hundred years ago, when a strong enemy came, the Wan family also had such a situation. In the end, the Wan family settled it. They didn't expect it to happen again after a few hundred years. All the experts of the Wan family opened their eyes and rushed over. The surrounding formations lit up, and the killing formations shot into the sky. It could be said that the Wan family had become an impenetrable fortress. The patriarch of the Wan family even rushed over with the 10 elders. Father! When Wan Gong saw the patriarch of the Wan family, he screamed crazily. Father! Save me! Kill him! You must kill him! The patriarch of the Wan family's face instantly turned gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The 10 elders also gasped. Let Wan Gong go. Roars sounded like thunder from the 9 heavens, shattering the void. Buzz. Lin Xian's body emitted a light that suppressed the world. All the energy was blocked by him. Kid, let him go. Kneel down and accept your death. Cold shouts could be heard. How dare you behave atrociously in the Wan family? You're courting death. No one can provoke the Wan family. You'll definitely die. The Wan family can't be humiliated like this. The Wan family can't be humiliated? What about me? Can I be humiliated? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The strong couldn't be humiliated either. Wan Gong provoked me, so he'll definitely die. Don't tell me you don't understand this logic? Lin Xian looked ahead. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Wan family and the 10 elders' pupils constricted. At the next moment, they snorted. Kid, what kind of expert are you? That's right. In front of the Wan family, you're just an ant. Am I not an expert? Lin Xian sneered. At the next moment, his eyes shone, and his figure disappeared. Not good. These people rushed out of their king domains as if they were facing a great enemy. Men, kill him. The patriarch of the Wan family roared. However, at the next moment, they screamed. That was because a figure appeared in front of them. The sword chi emitted from his body was like a divine sword that pierced through them. Their king domains and battle armors were like pieces of paper. They couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, the thousands of experts of the Wan family were all pierced through. As for the 10 elders, they were all killed by Lin Xian with a single punch. Bang! Half of the patriarch of the Wan family's body was shattered. He gritted his teeth and used a secret technique to dodge. After one attack, Lin Xian stood in the field. There was no one around him. Thousands of experts and 10 elders had all turned into a bloody mist. In the distance, more cultivators saw this scene and trembled. They directly knelt on the ground. The Wan family still had people, but they were much weaker than the thousands of experts from before. Even the 10 elders were killed in an instant, let alone them. Therefore, in an instant, everyone felt despair. Wan Gong was even more dumbfounded. His brain felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Impossible! Damn it! Impossible! The 10 elders? Where are you? The patriarch of the Wan family roared crazily. He discovered that the 10 elders were dead. Thousands of experts of the Wan family had died. How could he bear this? The Wan family relied on these people to support them. But now, they were all gone. What would happen to the Wan family in the future? Damn it, how could this kid be so terrifying? The patriarch of the Wan family looked at Lin Xian, his body trembling. In the next moment, his expression became ferocious. Kid, I want you to die. Chapter 3171. A small red cauldron rushed out from the top of his head and shook in the sky. Endless runes enveloped the entire Wan family. In the next moment, in the depths of the Wan family, there was a loud bang and two thunderous roars. Then, a terrifying power, like a vast ocean, came from afar. Feeling this power, the Wan family warriors kneeling in the distance all raised their heads. The Grand Elders had come out of seclusion. The Grand Elders were coming. That kid was definitely dead. Wang Gong also came back to his senses and became excited. Kid, just wait for your death. Our Grand Elders have comprehended the power that is close to the Tao. You definitely won't be able to resist them. The Wan family's patriarch shouted and welcomed the two Grand Elders. The two Grand Elders, one tall and one short. Their clothes fluttered in the wind, carrying a powerful and mysterious power. As soon as they appeared, they bent the void. They looked at the mess below and were instantly enraged. Their aura erupted like a volcano, shooting into the sky. Damn it! Who is it? How dare you kill the experts of my Wan family? Naturally, he could sense that over 1,000 experts had been wiped out. The surrounding blood carried a monstrous aura, causing the two Grand Elders to tremble all over. It's him. It's this kid. Two Grand Elders, please make your move. The Wan family's patriarch pointed forward. What a young man. In the sky, the two Grand Elders of the Wan family stared at Lin Xian, and their pupils shrank to the size of needles. They thought that a top-old monster had come to their Wan family, but they didn't expect it to be a young man. Kid, go to hell. One of the Grand Elders roared. Kid, go to hell. The taller Supreme Elder let out a furious roar, shattering the void in all directions. Above his head, a star appeared. It floated up and down like the moon, and as soon as it appeared, it crushed the sky. The Wan family's patriarch retreated frantically and set up a formation to envelop the remaining people of the Wan family. He wanted to save Wang Gong, but he couldn't get close at all, so he could only give up. Now, he could only place his hopes on the two Grand Elders. He wasn't particularly worried. The two Grand Supreme Elders had both comprehended powers that were close to the Tao. One of them was the tall Grand Supreme Elder, who had comprehended the power of the stars. The other short Grand Elder is also very terrifying. He has comprehended the power of ice. At this moment, the stars in the sky flickered as if it was a real world of stars. It was incomparably vast, and a terrifying power surged towards Lin Xian. Die, brat. The tall Supreme Elder revealed a ferocious expression. Even a peak king would not be able to withstand such power. Only a half-saint would be able to withstand it. Boom. The space where Lin Xian was standing instantly shattered, forming an incomparably deep black abyss. It was over. The short Grand Elder sneered. The others all let out a sigh of relief. Was this the power of a Grand Elder? Too frightening. Even such a terrifying Devil King was crushed in one move. Well, he was already dead. The Wan clan suffered heavy losses and needed to be reorganized. The tall Supreme Elder said in a clear voice. His body slowly descended, but as soon as he landed on the ground, he was stunned. All the hair on his body stood on end, because a figure walked out of the black hole in front of him. Was this your power that was close to the Tao? It was just a... What? He wasn't injured? How is this possible? The tall Supreme Elder instantly soared into the sky, his eyes filled with shock. The other short Grand Elder was the same. The two of them were completely stunned. The faces of the Wan clan members in the distance were ashen, and they fell into despair once again. Was he still human? After being smashed by a star that was close to the Tao, his body and soul should have been destroyed long ago. But there wasn't even a single crack on his body. What kind of physique was this? Perhaps even the top Big Dipper body of the Big Dipper sect couldn't compare to him. Brat, who are you? The tall Supreme Elder asked in shock. He realized that the other party was too strong. It was beyond his expectations. Such a person must have an extraordinary background. Lin Xian said arrogantly. You? You don't have the right to know my name. Now, you should feel my power that is close to the Tao. He clenched his fist and punched out with the power of annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever it passed, the void was quickly annihilated. Not good. Feeling this power, the tall Supreme Elder's pupils constricted. He quickly blocked the star in front of him. At the same time, he frantically retreated. With a boom, the power of the star was directly turned into nothingness and disappeared in the void. What kind of power was this? It could actually dissolve my star power. The tall Supreme Elder was stunned. This brat had also comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, and it was very strong. It was very strange. Boss, let's attack together. He looked at the short Supreme Elder. The short Supreme Elder nodded. In the next moment, the two of them stood out. One was the power of the stars, the other was the power of ice. Two powers that were close to the Tao spread in the void, and then attacked Lin Xian. Go to hell for me. This time, they were full of confidence. Sword. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The power of annihilation formed a pitch-black demonic sword that emitted a monstrous light. With a slash of the sword, the power of the stars was destroyed. With another slash, the power of ice also quickly faded away. Buzz. At the same time, a red light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. With a boom, the two Supreme Elders screamed. Their bodies burned fiercely as the flames engulfed them. Damn it! Increase the pressure. The short Supreme Elder screamed crazily and urged the power of ice to suppress the flames. But he realized that he could not do it at all. How was this possible? His power of ice was close to the Tao. What kind of flames could not extinguish? Unless it was a flame that was close to the Tao. Moreover, that power was even more terrifying than his power of ice. Damn it! Who was this brat? They were stunned. Boom! With a loud bang, the tall Supreme Elder self-detonated. He wanted to escape the flames, but he was still unable to do so. Lin Xian's power of fire was close to the law fragment. It was far from what the two Supreme Elders could resist. Therefore, in the endless screams, the two Supreme Elders turned into ashes. Dead? The Wan family head's eyes were about to pop out. The other warriors of the Wan family fainted from shock. Wan Gong was trembling all over. He was once again killed to the point of peeing his pants. Those were two Supreme Elders. They had mastered two powers that were close to the Tao. How powerful! But now? They were easily killed by the other party. Who was this person? He actually provoked such a demon king. Thinking of this, Wan Gong was extremely regretful. The Wan family head's face was also filled with despair. Now, he wished he could kick his son to death. This was an extremely terrifying demon king. It was very likely that the entire Wan family would be destroyed. Chapter 3172. No. The patriarch of the Wan family roared crazily. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he knew that the chances were slim. Experts had dignity. If someone came to the Wan family to behave atrociously, he would definitely destroy their entire family. Therefore, the other party would not spare them either. Just as the Wan family was in despair, the jade pendant on Wan Gang's body suddenly shone. In the next moment, Wan Gong cried out excitedly. Eldest senior brother is nearby. This jade pendant was the communication treasure of the Tiangang sect's core disciples. The eldest senior brother that Wan Gong mentioned was the top disciple of the Tiangang sect, the number one genius, Gao Peng. Therefore, when he sensed the jade pendant's reaction, Wan Gong sent a voice transmission crazily. Eldest senior brother, save me. Someone wants to kill me. Wan Gong was very nervous. He looked at Lin Xian, afraid that Lin Xian would kill him at this time. However, he was stunned because Lin Xian did not kill him at all, nor did he stop him. He seemed to have tacitly approved of this. Damn it, what's going on? Isn't this kid afraid? How is that possible? No matter how strong he is, he can't beat eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is someone who can contend with the Nether King. Is Gao Peng coming? The patriarch of the Wan family and the other warriors of the Wan family regained hope in their eyes. Gao Peng was the #1 genius of the Tiangang sect. How powerful was he? Although he had lost the battle at Tinqiong Peak, it was a glorious defeat. His reputation also swept across the entire Return Cloud planet very quickly. Although Wan Gong was young, only 500 years old, his strength might be even more powerful than the two Grand Elders. Thinking of this, the Wan family members became excited. As expected, not long after, a figure descended from the sky. It was a young man with a tall figure and a strong physique. There was a mysterious aura on his body. He descended on the Wan family like a god-fiend. But after landing, he frowned. The Wan family was too tragic. The entire Wan family was torn apart. There was blood everywhere, and it was still surging in the sky, emitting ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. Eldest senior brother, you're here. Save me. When Wan Gong saw that figure, he immediately shouted excitedly. The head of the Wan family hurried over to greet young Master Gao. Please save my Wan family, young Master Gao. Gao Peng frowned. Who is it? How dare he be so presumptuous? To be honest, Wan Gang's identity was really not ordinary. Speaking of which, he was Gao Peng's junior brother. He was also the closed-door disciple of the Tiangang sect's sect leader. The sect master of the Heavenly Dipper sect was very fond of him. Therefore, as the eldest senior brother, Gao Peng naturally had to take care of him. Seeing Wan Gong nailed to the ground and the Wan clan in ruins, Gao Peng was enraged. Not to mention the Wan clan's identity, just the fact that Wan Gong was a member of the Heavenly Dipper sect was enough for him to not interfere. In the next moment, he turned his head and stared at the figure in front of him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It's you. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Xian's face in the next moment. He was stunned, and the murderous aura that filled the air quickly disappeared. It's you. This time, Gao Peng's voice had changed. What? You want to attack me? Lin Xian said indifferently. I wouldn't dare. Gao Peng hurriedly lowered his head and greeted young Master Lin. What? Seeing this, the head of the Wan family and Wan Gong were all stunned. What's going on? They felt as if they were dreaming. Their hope, Gao Peng, was actually bowing to Lin Xian? How could this be? They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Oh, you know me? Lin Xian smiled faintly. Gao Peng lowered his head even more. Naturally, after the battle at Tinqiong Peak, young Master's name had spread throughout the entire cloud-returning planet. Who didn't know him? To be honest, Gao Peng was a proud and confident person. However, in front of Lin Xian, he couldn't raise his head at all. He had no choice. The scene at Tinqiong Peak was still deeply imprinted in his mind. He probably wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Xian's shadow for the next 1,000 years. Lin Xian was someone who could easily defeat the Nether King. If he wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. How dare Wan Gong and the Wan family provoke such a person? They even wanted to drag him down with them? Thinking of this, Gao Peng was furious. Young Master Gao, the head of the Wan family said softly. Gao Peng shouted coldly, Shut up. The head of the Wan family was shocked. He shuddered and quickly shut up. Wan Gong, who was beside him, said, Eldest senior brother, what's going on? Help me take revenge. He's the murderer. Humph. Gao Peng stood up and directly slapped Wan Gong to the ground. Half of Wan Gang's body was smashed. He fell to the ground with a dumbfounded expression. Eldest senior brother, why did you hit me? Help me take revenge. I'm your junior brother. Shut up. I don't have a junior brother like you. Gao Peng shouted coldly. How dare you offend young Master Lin? It wouldn't be too much even if you died 100 times. Who is he? Who exactly is he? Eldest senior brother, why are you afraid of him? You're a top genius. Wan Gong screamed crazily, but soon, he was slapped again. Gao Peng said coldly, If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Young Master Lin is so powerful. I'm naturally not his opponent, and I don't dare to be his enemy. Gao Peng snorted coldly when he saw the head of the Wan family and Wan Gang's blank faces. They were indeed a small family. They didn't even know who the other party was. If the two of them knew, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Gao Peng said coldly, Do you know about the battle at Tianqiong Peak? The two of them nodded silently. Gao Peng continued. In the battle at Tianqiong Peak, young Master Lin defeated the Nether King and became famous. How dare you offend young Master Lin? Hurry up and kowtow and admit your mistake. What? The head of the Wan family and Wangong were stunned. In the battle at Tianqiong Peak, the other party defeated the Nether King? How could this be? The one who defeated the Nether King was Lin Wudi. Wait, young Master Lin? Lin Wudi? In the next moment, the two of them shuddered. You're Lin Wudi. Now, even if they were stupid, they knew. Thinking of this, their faces were filled with despair. Lin Wudi. They actually offended Lin Wudi. No wonder the other party was so powerful. He killed most of the Wan family's elites with a raise of his hand. No wonder Gao Peng had to be careful when he saw the other party. This was Lin Wudi. He was the supreme being who defeated the Nether King. The Nether King was so terrifying. He appeared for a few days and suppressed the Cloud Return planet's elites until they couldn't breathe. Even Gao Peng was defeated by him. That was such a powerful genius. But he was easily defeated by Lin Wudi. One could imagine how terrifying Lin Wudi was. In the next moment, the two of them hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed non-stop. Lord Lin Wudi, we were wrong. Please spare the Wan family. Yes, 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 I'm not Mount Tai. I deserve to die. Wang Gong also kowtowed non-stop. His head was bleeding. However, he still didn't dare to raise his head. Chapter 3173. Lin Xian said calmly with his hands behind his back. I can spare the rest of the Wan clan, but the two of you will definitely die. Hearing this, the people in the distance heaved a sigh of relief. The head of the Wan clan and Wan Gong trembled, and their eyes were filled with despair. Gao Peng kept his head down, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. Lin Xian waved his hand, and two balls of flames enveloped the two of them, burning them to ashes. Wan Gong and the head of the Wan clan didn't even have the time to scream before they were killed. At this time, Lin Xian said coldly, the Wan clan can be spared from death, but they can't escape punishment. I'll take all your clan's savings. Do you have any objections? In the distance, the warriors of the Wan clan knelt on the ground and said respectfully, no. How could they resist? The fact that Lin Xian didn't kill them was already the greatest kindness to them. As for the resources, they didn't dare to think about it now. Good. Lin Xian nodded. Then, countless golden hands rushed out of his body and took away all the resources and elixirs collected by the Wan clan. Then, Lin Xian flew up and left the Wan clan. After Lin Xian left, Gao Peng heaved a sigh of relief. It was too scary. Facing Lin Xian was like facing the ancestors of the Tiangang sect. Lin Xian was unfathomable, and he couldn't even breathe. But fortunately, this malefic star was finally gone. In the next moment, he also flew up, not even looking at the Wan clan. The remaining people of the Wan clan heaved a sigh of relief. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. However, no one noticed that the endless blood in the ruins of the Wan clan had flowed to the ground, leaving nothing behind. Deep in the ground, a shriveled, mummified figure was wrapped in endless blood. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and a piercing light burst out, piercing through the void. Blood. I need more blood. Not enough. I can feel the screams of my descendants. And the screams. I want revenge. In the next moment, the bodies of those who were still alive in the ruins of the Wan clan suddenly split open and turned into a bloody mist. Then, it sank into the ground. This scene was so sudden that the people of the Wan family didn't even have time to react. They didn't even have time to scream before they were all dead. In the depths of the earth, the shriveled, corpse-like figure let out a devilish laugh. Lin Xian left the Wan family. As he flew, he sent his soul spirit into the black earth and began to organize the spirit medicines he had obtained. To be honest, he had already collected almost all of them. There were still a few left, and he thought that the Qi clan would be able to help him. After treating the Shi family's old ancestor, he should be able to concoct the breakthrough Saint pill. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt a burst of excitement. He wondered how the Qi clan's collection was going. Lin Xian then returned to Tianfang Pavilion. Tianfang Pavilion. Qi Siyu was still waiting. When she heard that Lin Xian had returned, she heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that Lin Xian had left again. After Lin Xian found her, he asked, "How's the Qi clan's collection going?" "Young Master Lin, I was just about to talk to you about this." Qi Siyu said anxiously, "We've already collected 90% of them. There are still some spirit medicines left, and we should be able to complete it in a month's time." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. "I'll go into seclusion first. Call me when it's time." Lin Xian walked into the depths of Tianfang Pavilion and began his seclusion. This time, he didn't comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. Instead, he cultivated directly to raise his cultivation. The Pill Sage's notes didn't only contain the Breakthrough Saint Pill, but also countless other elixirs. Lin Xian found a few that were suitable for him and concocted 10 cauldrons of them. After obtaining the Purple Abyss Cauldron, Lin Xian's success rate and speed in concocting elixirs had increased tremendously. In addition, he had abundant spirit medicines and resources. Hence, concocting elixirs was effortless. Soon, 10 cauldrons of elixirs were concocted. Lin Xian swallowed all the elixirs. Boom! A rumbling power erupted from his body. Lin Xian circulated the longevity incantation and absorbed the elixirs with all his might. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qi Siyu ran into the depths of Tianfang Pavilion excitedly. She sent a voice transmission. "Young Master Lin, it's done. My Qi family has collected all the spirit medicines." After receiving the voice transmission, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The surging power in his body was like the waves of the sea. Then, he retracted it. Peak stage. Lin Xian exhaled and stood up. He had absorbed all the elixirs that he had concocted previously. These elixirs were all ancient spirit medicines. In addition, he had used precious spirit medicines to concoct them. The effect was surprisingly good. It actually allowed him to reach the peak stage of the 9-star realm in one go. Now, Lin Xian was only one step away from reaching the half-step saint realm. However, this step was like a natural chasm that stopped countless prodigies. One had to know that there were many peak stage 9-star powerhouses in the world. However, those who could successfully cross this step and reach the half-step saint realm were few and far in between. It could be said that they were rare existences. After all, a large family like the Wan family could dominate a region with 2 people who had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. If they had another half-step saint, their strength would definitely be even more terrifying. However, it was extremely difficult to become a half-step saint. To become a half-step saint, it was not something that could be solved with time. Some people had even used 2,000 years and still failed to successfully cross that step. Now, Lin Xian was finally facing this step. However, he was very confident. Not to mention that he had already comprehended 2 powers that were close to the Tao, one of which was very close to the precept fragment. In addition, his physical body had reached the half-step saint realm. Coupled with the breakthrough sage pill, his cultivation level could increase to the half-step saint realm. At that time, he would have 1 foot in the precept fragment. As long as he comprehended the precept fragment, he would become a true half-step saint. After that, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering increase. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was incomparably excited. Now that Lin Xian used the power of fire and the great dragon sword soul, he was confident that he could fight a half-step saint. When he became a true half-step saint, how terrifying would his power be? He did not dare to imagine. With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Xian removed the array and walked out. "Young Master Lin, you're finally out." Qi Siyu was waiting anxiously outside. When she saw Lin Xian come out, she was delighted. The next moment, she exclaimed, "Young Master Lin, your aura. What's wrong?" Lin Xian asked. "No, I feel that you're different." Qi Siyu carefully sensed but found that she still could not see the depth of Lin Xian's aura. However, she felt that Lin Xian's aura was more mysterious than before. Could it be that young Master Lin broke through again? Thinking of this possibility, she was extremely surprised and then shook her head. "No way. How long has it been? He can break through again?" She had never heard of such a cultivation speed. Lin Xian said, "Since the collection was completed, let's go." He put his hands behind his back and walked out. Chapter 3174. The Tianfeng Pavilion was a subordinate of the Qi family, so there was a teleportation array inside. Soon, the two arrived at the Qi family. The elders of the Qi family were waiting anxiously. When they saw Lin Xian and Qi Siyu, they surrounded them. Siyu, you're back. Young Master Lin, can we start now? These people were excited. Young Master Lin, how confident are you? To be honest, they weren't 100% confident until now, because Lin Xian was too young. He was so young that they couldn't believe it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was extremely calm. Give me the spiritual medicine. Soon, someone brought them over. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the spiritual herbs floated in the air. He scanned them with his soul and nodded slightly. That's right. These are the spiritual herbs. Now, I'm going to refine the pills. I'll prepare a secret room for young Master Lin. Qi Siyu said. Lin Xian shook his head. There's no need. It's fine here. I'll set up a few arrays. You guys stay far away. No matter what happens, don't disturb me. He's going to refine pills in public? A few people in the crowd exclaimed. Lin Xian turned around and saw Pill King He Tu, Pill King Blackfeather, and Pill King Red Lotus. Other than them, there were many alchemists who came because of Lin Xian's reputation. After all, Lin Xian claimed that he could cure the Qi family's patriarch's injury. It had caused a stir in the alchemy world. Countless alchemists rushed over. They couldn't believe it. They had to see it with their own eyes. Pill King He Tu, Pill King Blackfeather, and Pill King Red Lotus had arrived long ago. When they heard that Lin Xian was going to refine pills in public, they were very excited. This way, they would be able to see the depth of Lin Xian's alchemy skills. The other alchemists were also discussing. This kid was too young. How old was he? How could he cure the Qi family's patriarch? Could he be a liar? Who cares? If he's going to refine pills in public, we'll be able to see it soon. If he doesn't do it well, the Qi family will teach him a lesson. How could he do it well? This young man must be boasting. One had to know that even a half-step alchemy sage could not refine it well, let alone him. The elders of the Qi family frowned when they heard those words. To be honest, they were also very worried. After all, these spiritual herbs were very precious, and their Qi family had paid a high price for them. If they failed, then not only would their old ancestors' injuries not be healed, they would also have wasted so many precious spirit herbs. However, they had no other choice now. They could only place all their hopes on Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care about what those people were thinking. He ordered Qi Siyu to let the surrounding people quickly retreat and make an empty space. Wang. Lin Xian raised his hand and formed a formation that enveloped him. He took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. With a flip of his hand, a purple cauldron appeared in the air. Purple abyss cauldron. The surrounding alchemists all cried out in surprise. Their eyes lit up. Was this a pill cauldron that had been used by a half-step saint? He had actually obtained it. For such a precious cauldron to be in his hands, it was truly a waste of God's gift. Some alchemists were extremely unwilling. However, there were also some top alchemy kings who said coldly, "Waste of God's gift?" That wasn't necessarily true. Don't forget that he too, Danyu, and Red Lotus, the three of them couldn't defeat him. One could imagine that he was definitely an expert. If you want to snatch the cauldron, think about your own fate first. When those words came out, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over everyone, and they all came to their senses. That's right. 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings couldn't do anything to him. They would be cannon fodder if they went up. Of course, there were also some who were unconvinced. Among them, a few Tier 9 Pill Kings snorted. So what if he's strong? We alchemists compete in alchemy skills. Let's see what qualifications this kid has to dare to say that he can cure the Qi family's old ancestor. When those words came out, everyone was puzzled. That's right, what kind of peerless elixir could he refine? At this moment, everyone was nervously watching. He too, Heiyu, and Red Lotus, the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings, held their breaths. Inside the formation, after Lin Xian took out the purple abyss cauldron, he raised his head and looked at the spirit herbs in the air. At the same time, He quickly recalled the refining method of the Suyang Golden Crow elixir. After going through it 10 times in his mind, Lin Xian felt that there was no problem. Then, he started. With a wave of his hand, stalks of spirit herbs entered the cauldron. Then, Lin Xian's 9 sons' divine fire danced in his body and enveloped the cauldron. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and started to refine the elixir. The people around him waited patiently. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. A month had passed. Lin Xian still hadn't finished refining. After all, he was refining a sage-level elixir. It wasn't something that could be completed in a short period of time. However, it was about time for him to finish refining the elixir. Lin Xian opened his eyes and took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, he threw a stalk of spirit herb into the cauldron. Buzz. At this moment, the cauldron trembled slightly. Not good. I'm afraid I'm going to fail. The Tier 9 Pill Kings outside gasped. The other alchemists also sneered. The people from the Qi family were extremely nervous. Lin Xian frowned. He reached out his soul and tried his best to control the cauldron. However, in the end, all the spirit herbs turned into ashes with a loud bang. Did he fail? Lin Xian frowned slightly. He started to review the process. The people from the Qi family outside had ugly expressions. Failed. Damn it. How could it be like this? Qi Siyu's face was also pale. However, at this moment, the Qi family's patriarch said in a low voice, even the best alchemists didn't have 100% success rate. Failing once wasn't a big deal. When the patriarch said that, the people from the Qi family heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, they knew that some elixirs were very difficult to refine. The elixir that cured the Qi family's patriarch was especially precious. It was impossible to have 100% success rate. It was estimated that a 10% success rate would be very high. Therefore, failing the first time didn't mean anything. However, they only collected 3 sets of spirit herbs. This meant that Lin Xian had 2 more chances. Could Lin Xian succeed in 2 tries? They didn't know. Their hearts were all in their mouths. The alchemists around them sneered. There was no way this kid could succeed. The elixirs he refined were too difficult. Moreover, they could tell that these were half-step saint-level elixirs. No matter how powerful this kid was, could he be a half-step pill saint? They all shook their heads and sneered. The 3 Pill Kings, He Tu, He Yu, and Red Lotus frowned. What do you think? Pill King He Yu asked in a low voice. Pill King He Tu frowned. We've never seen his alchemy technique before. It's not from Cloud Return Planet. Where did this kid learn alchemy from? Although we've never seen his technique, it's so complicated that even I can't handle it. Pill King Red Lotus smiled bitterly. He might really be refining half-step saint-level elixirs. Chapter 3175. Although he was a top-grade 9 Pill King, he had no way of refining this kind of pill, because his strength was not up to par. However, this young man in front of him, who was nearly 1,000 years younger than him, could actually start refining the half-saint pill. Although he failed in the end, he maintained it for nearly a month. This meant that the other party's alchemy skills had far surpassed his. Thinking of this, the 3 Pill King's hearts sank. He was really a rising star. No, he was a peerless genius. It turned out that this set of Roman flowers was put in too early. On the other side, Lin Xian finally found the reason for his failure. He took a deep breath again and started refining again. At his level, refining for a month was nothing. He even saw in the pill saint's notes that some pills took hundreds of years to refine. Those pills had spirituality and could fight on their own. For now, Lin Xian could only look at such a mythical pill. Right now, he only needed to refine this pill. The second time, the refining began. Another month had passed, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Because the last time, it failed at this time. They wondered if he would succeed this time. Many pill refiners were paying close attention. The Qi family members were also extremely nervous. Qi Siyu clenched her fists tightly. Su Chun seemed very calm. After all, he had already found the reason for his failure. Therefore, after putting it in this time, there were no abnormalities. Next, it was almost time to wrap it up. After more than a month, the pill had basically taken shape. Lin Xian was going to do the final condensation. However, he could not let his guard down. After all, there were many pill refiners who failed at the last step. Lin Xian followed the experience provided by the pill saint's notes carefully. Finally, another 10 days passed. With a bang, a rumbling sound came from the pill furnace. Following that, countless rays of light spewed out, and a fragrance wafted over. Even through the array formation, everyone felt refreshed. Many people even felt the power in their bodies boiling. Could it be that he had succeeded? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The Chi family members were so excited that they almost fainted. Those pill refiners looked as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible! A few top-grade, 9 pill kings screamed. How could he have succeeded? That was a sage-level pill. Indeed, these alchemists were about to faint from fright. The other party was able to refine a half-saint's pill. Didn't that mean that the other party was a half-step pill saint? Thinking of this, their bodies trembled. Hichu, Heiyu, and Red Lotus, the 3 pill kings, had a change in expression as well. Half-step pill saints were like seniors in their alchemy world. They had to pay their respects when they saw him. Did he succeed? The old ancestor of the Chi clan held onto his walking stick, his body trembling. A smile appeared on his wrinkled old face. Finally, his injuries could be healed. After 300 years, he was finally going to recover. Thinking of this, the Chi family patriarch smiled. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a golden elixir appeared in the void. The golden pill had a mysterious pattern on it that resembled the texture of a tree. From afar, it looked like a golden crow lying on top of it. Success! Lin Xian grabbed the pill in his hand and removed the array formation. In the next moment, he looked at the people of the Chi clan. The other people's eyes were red. They were too excited. They did not expect Lin Xian to succeed. From the discussion of the surrounding pill kings, they already knew that Lin Xian had refined a sage-level pill. He knew how difficult it was to refine it. He estimated that none of the pill kings present could refine it successfully. However, Lin Xian had succeeded. Didn't that mean that the other party was a half-step pill saint? Thinking of this, the people of the Chi clan were shocked. Such a young half-step pill saint was helping them. It seemed that the heavens had opened their eyes. Chi Siyu was also very excited. Young Master Lin, you really succeeded? That's great. She looked at the Chi family patriarch. At this moment, the patriarch threw away his walking stick. His body trembled slightly, and his turbid eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. It was like a divine lamp that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Young Master Lin, are you really done? The Chi family patriarch seemed to be in disbelief. He wanted to confirm it again. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, I'm done. He threw the pill in his hand to the patriarch. Swallow it. This pill can heal your injuries that have lasted for 300 years. The Chi family patriarch's hands trembled when he received it. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a low voice, I'm going into seclusion. Activate the array and don't let anyone disturb me. Whoosh! He turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the Chi clan. The Chi family patriarch's elders moved quickly. One array after another lit up, especially the depths of the Chi clan, which was surrounded by dozens of large arrays. Obviously, they would not allow any accidents to happen to the Chi family patriarch. The area around Lin Xian and the others was also enveloped by the formation. The Chi family patriarch looked at Lin Xian excitedly. They hurried over. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your help. If the patriarch's injuries can really be healed, the Chi family will definitely thank you. Lin Xian nodded. There was a reason why he helped the Chi family patriarch. It was because he needed the Chi family to help him collect the remaining spiritual herbs. However, it was not the time yet. When the Chi family patriarch walked out again and recovered from his injuries, he would make another request. But now, he looked at the surrounding pill kings. The surrounding pill kings felt their scalps go numb. Previously, they were still mocking the other party, thinking that he was too young and would not succeed. However, they did not expect that the other party would really succeed. However, there were also some people who were stubborn. It was just that he had succeeded. He could not be sure that the Chi family patriarch's injuries could be healed. However, The surrounding people hurriedly left when they heard that, afraid that they would be implicated. Some people even sneered, "Idiot! That's a half-step pill saint. How dare you be so arrogant?" Sure enough, the people who mocked him broke out in cold sweat. That's right, that's a half-step pill saint. Even if he could not be healed. So what? Would they dare to offend him? Thinking of this, their intestines turned green with regret. With a plop, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed non-stop. Most of the surrounding pill masters walked up respectfully and bowed to Lin Xian. "Greetings, senior." They had no choice. Although they had lived for 1 or 2,000 years, and some had even lived for close to 3,000 years, they were all old monsters. However, in terms of pill Dao, they were far behind Lin Xian. Therefore, even if Lin Xian was very young, they still had to address him as senior and bow to him. Lin Xian naturally knew these rules, so he gladly accepted them. Whether it was martial Dao, pill Dao, or other things, strength was the most important. Age was simply ignored. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the surrounding pill masters and finally landed on the 3 people in the distance. Chapter 3176. Hearing this, he too, He Yu, and Hong Lian, the 3 ninth-grade pill kings, let out a wry smile and hurried over. They said respectfully. They were convinced, sincerely convinced. "Young master is far better than us in alchemy. We have already prepared the things that we promised you. Please accept them." As they spoke, the 3 of them took out the 3 spiritual herbs that they had prepared. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile when he saw the 3 spirit herbs. He kept them and nodded slightly. Seeing that Lin Xian had no intention of blaming them, he too and the other 2 pill kings heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although they had fought with the other party previously, they were not too arrogant. Instead, they had made an agreement today. If they had used their seniority to fight against the other party with their status and strength as pill kings, they would have died. They would have gone to hell. Next, they just had to wait patiently. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. The others also waited quietly. Just like that, 15 days passed. In the depths of the Qi family, there was a sudden burst of energy, like a flash flood, sweeping in all directions. A long roar turned into a thunderclap, piercing through the void. Buzz. A figure rose into the sky, like a demon god, standing in the void. The aura that he exuded was filled with mysterious law runes, making it hard for people to breathe. This was a law fragment. Heavens, the Qi family's patriarch. The Qi family's patriarch's strength had recovered. The alchemists were shocked. The Qi family's elders were overjoyed. They knelt on the ground, cheering loudly. "Congratulations to the patriarch. Congratulations to the patriarch." Ha 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 ha. The Qi family's patriarch looked up to the sky and laughed. He was too happy. It had been 300 years, and his vitality was almost depleted. In another 10 years, he would have died. But now, he had completely recovered. Not only that, he was confident that he could live for a few thousand years. To him, this was a huge surprise. Finally, he had regained control of that power. The Qi family's patriarch walked forward. He did not remove the law fragment on his body. Instead, he walked in front of everyone like a god. The supreme martial artists trembled, and the alchemists held their breaths. They felt like their scalps were about to explode. Qi Siyu was also kneeling on the ground. The only one left standing was Lin Xian. He clasped his hands behind his back, and a mysterious light flowed around his body, blocking the pressure of the nomological fragment. The Qi family ancestor was stunned. He didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to block the law fragment. "Old Master Qi, how do you feel? Has he fully recovered?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. Lin Xian did not care about the law fragments released by the other party. His fleshly body was already at the half-step saint level, so the law fragments were still unable to pose a threat to him, unless it was a true law. Moreover, he wasn't afraid that the other party would go back on his word. If he could cure the other party, he could also take the other party's life. Seeing how calm Lin Xian was, the Qi family's ancestor was shocked. To be honest, from the beginning until now, he still couldn't see through the young man before him. This young man was too mysterious. Perhaps the other party had a shocking background. The old ancestor of the Qi clan kept the law fragment and smiled. He had completely recovered, thanks to Lin Fan's help. Lin Fan, if you have any requests, the Qi family will definitely be able to fulfill them. All right, I won't stand on ceremony then. Lin Xian raised his hand and threw out a jade slip to the Qi family's ancestor. The Qi family's ancestor looked at it and nodded. No problem. The Qi family can help you collect these spiritual herbs. Give me a month's time. With that, the Qi family's ancestor handed the jade slip to the elder beside him. Collect these spiritual herbs within a month's time. After the elder took the jade slip, he probed it with his soul spirit and gasped. Although there weren't many spiritual herbs, they were extremely precious. Its value was comparable to the Crimson Sun Golden Crow pill from before. However, they didn't have any objections. Firstly, the ancestors' orders were unquestionable. Secondly, Lin Xian had cured their ancestors' injuries. No matter what price they had to pay, they were willing to do it. You don't have to worry about the spiritual herbs. Lin Fan, why don't you have a drink with me? The Qi family's ancestor smiled. All right, I'll do as you say. Lin Xian and the Qi family's ancestor walked into the distance side by side. The alchemists outside were extremely shocked. Some of the top pill kings looked at the figure in the distance with envy. At the same time, they decided to wait here. 5 days later, Lin Xian came out from the depths of the Qi family. Seeing that He Tu, He Yu, Red Lotus, and the other pill kings were still there, he was very confused. Is there anything else? Red Lotus, He Tu, and He Yu, the 3 pill kings, knelt on the ground respectfully. When the other elixir kings saw this scene, they also knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. They respectfully said, "Senior, please advise us." They had no choice. They had been in the 9th grade pill king realm for a long time. Some had been in it for hundreds of years, while others had been in it for thousands of years. However, they still couldn't take that step. They couldn't even improve. If they couldn't improve, it would be worse than killing them. Therefore, these people were in despair. When they saw that Lin Xian had such attainments in alchemy at such a young age, they naturally looked forward to it. Therefore, they hoped that Lin Xian would be able to teach them a thing or two. Lin Xian nodded slightly. All right, since I have nothing to do, I'll teach you for 2 days. You only have 2 days. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Senior. He Tu and the other top pill kings were overjoyed. They hurriedly asked all the questions that had been bothering them for hundreds and thousands of years. Lin Xian answered calmly. Originally, his alchemy attainments were very strong, not weaker than these 9th grade pill kings. In addition, he had studied the pill saint's notes, causing his alchemy attainments to improve by leaps and bounds. Now, he had already reached the half-step pill king realm. Therefore, guiding these 9th grade pill kings was not difficult. 2 days passed very quickly. These 9th grade pill kings were reluctant to leave. In these 2 days, listening to Lin Xian's answers was equivalent to 500 years of hard work. Listening to a gentleman's words was better than reading 100 years of books. Then, these pill kings left. However, Qi Siyu came. She accompanied Lin Xian to the nearby mountains, rivers, and scenic spots to play. Just like that, a month passed. The spiritual herbs that Lin Xian needed were also all completed by the mobile phone. When Qi Siyu handed a storage ring to Lin Xian's calm heart also became excited. Until now, all the herbs he needed had been gathered. He could finally start refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill. The Saint Breakthrough Pill was also a half-step Saint Pill. It was not easy to refine. He needed to go into seclusion for a while. However, after refining the Qiang Golden Crow Pill, Lin Xian also had some experience in refining a half-step Saint Pill. After bidding farewell to Qi Siyu, Lin Xian left the Qi family. He rose into the air and flew into the distance. He wanted to find a place with rich spiritual veins to refine pills in seclusion. Chapter 3177. This wasn't the first time he felt this way. He had felt it when Qi Siyu accompanied him on a tour. However, he couldn't find it when he searched. Now, he felt it again. With a cold snort, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and scanned his surroundings. His powerful soul power covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles, but he still couldn't find anything. Buzz. Lin Xian flew again, this time at a faster speed. After 3 days, he stopped again. In these 3 days, he felt someone peeping at him twice. Especially on the 3rd day, the other party seemed to be more and more unscrupulous. Who's sneaking around? Get out here. Lin Xian roared and turned into 9 heavenly lightning, descending in all directions. Haha, little kid. I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. You even found out. An old voice sounded. The void shattered and a figure walked out. This person was too strange. He was skinny like a mummy. His clothes were tattered, and there were clods of dirt on it. It looked like he had crawled out from an ancient tomb. Lin Xian's pupil shrank when he saw the other party. What a terrifying aura. This person's aura was much stronger than Gao Peng and the Nether King. It was similar to the aura of the Qi family patriarch. Half-step sage. This was a half-step sage. A half-step sage was hiding his head and showing his tail? You're a disgrace to the half-step sage. Lin Xian sneered. Little kid, you know I'm a half-step sage? Why aren't you kneeling and kowtowing to welcome me? The mummified old man revealed a sinister smile. Fragments of precepts rushed out from his body and surrounded him, making him look like a god. Just you? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. You followed me a few times before, but you didn't dare to come out when I was in the Qi family. Even the Qi family patriarch was afraid of you. What right do you have to threaten me? Lin Xian's guess was right. This mummified old man had followed him before. However, he was in the Qi family's sphere of influence. On the other hand, the Qi family had the Qi family's patriarch, a half-step saint. Therefore, it was inconvenient for this mummy-like figure to make a move. Brat, at that time, I just didn't want to fight with that old ghost from the Qi clan. Do you really think that I'm afraid of him? As for you, you dare to insult a half-saint? You can die now. As he spoke, a huge palm descended from the sky with a terrifying aura. Wong. The palm fell and pierced through the void. Lin Xian dodged and went to another space. Old man, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian's sword qi became more and more piercingly cold. Tens of thousands of streams of sword qi were released, causing the entire sky to tremble. How dare a half-saint who is almost at the end of his life be so arrogant in front of me? I'll kill you today. At this point, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. The withered half-saint's face also darkened. Since you dared to behave atrociously at the Wan clan and even killed the experts of the Wan clan, I'll skin you alive today. You're from the Wan clan. This time, Lin Xian was stunned. He had just returned from the Wan clan. He didn't expect the Wan clan to have a half-saint expert. It seemed that the half-saint was in seclusion before this. Moreover, the half-saint didn't have much vitality left. It seemed that the half-saint was an ordinary existence. Did the remaining members of the Wan clan wake you up? Lin Xian frowned. He had spared some of the Wan clan's members. He didn't expect them to be so reckless. They even dared to awaken the half-saint of the Wan clan to kill him? It seemed that there was no need for the Wan clan to remain in this world. There's no need to go to the Wan clan to find them. I'm the only one left in the Wan clan. They've all been absorbed by me. The patriarch of the Wan clan was like a demon. His killing intent was monstrous. Indeed, the remaining members of the Wan clan had all turned into blood mist and were absorbed by him. With me here, I can find one Wan clan, 2 Wan clans, or even countless Wan clans. The patriarch of the Wan clan was very confident. He was a half-saint. With him around, it would be very easy to rebuild a clan. I can feel that your body has powerful blood qi and exuberant vitality. Now it's mine. The patriarch of the Wan clan rushed out. Obviously, his target was Lin Xian. To be precise, it was Lin Xian's body. Boom. The patriarch of the Wan clan charged out like a god of death. Lin Xian let out a long roar. The starry sky trembled. Countless sword qi accompanied by flames descended from the sky. In an instant, Lin Xian activated the power of fire. It was useless. The patriarch of the Wan clan laughed loudly. The clouds in the sky churned. forming a cloud hand that carried the law fragments. The terrifying energy was like a vast ocean. With a slap, all the sword chi in the sky were shattered. A mere power that was close to the Tao was nothing in front of him. Cloud Cave. The patriarch of the Wan clan snorted coldly. The cloud law fragment danced, forming an inexplicable killing intent that instantly blasted onto Lin Xian's body, sending Lin Xian flying. Boom! Lin Xian was sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, crashing into the mountains and rivers below. But soon, he flew up. His body shone brightly like the sun. A half-step sage? That's all there is to it. He's not injured? This time, the patriarch of the Wan clan was stunned. Your body has already reached the half-step sage realm? Haha, I didn't misjudge you. I must obtain your body. He was too excited. He didn't expect the other party to have the body of a half-step sage. However, from the looks of it, the other party hadn't comprehended the law fragments yet. He could easily kill such a person. Little kid, I don't have time to waste with you, so you can die now. Cloud Fiend. Soul Destruction. The Cloud Law fragment descended and wrapped around Lin Xian. At the half-step sage realm, he could easily pass through the physical body and use the law to kill the other party's soul. The Cloud Law? It's just a fragment. It can't do anything to me. Lin Xian let out a long roar. The dragon sword soul in his body let out a loud dragon roar. Then, it fused with the power of fire. Originally, Lin Xian's power of fire was very close to the law fragment. Now, with the power of the dragon sword soul, its power increased by several times. After all, the dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, at this moment, the power of fire rose infinitely and blocked the cloud law fragment. Boom! The two collided, producing tens of thousands of thunderous sounds. The entire sky was destroyed, turning into a zone of destruction. It's useless. You can't block it. The patriarch of the Wan clan walked forward. He wanted to collect Lin Xian's body, but when he got close, the half-step sage of the Wan clan was stunned. Because he realized that Lin Xian wasn't dead. Instead, the aura on his body was becoming more and more terrifying. Impossible. Damn it. How can you block the law fragment? You're clearly only close to the Tao. The patriarch of the Wan clan's expression changed for the first time. Chapter 3178. However, the other party had blocked it. How was that possible? What kind of treasure did he have? Was it a half-saint artifact or a saint artifact? No, a mere half-saint artifact couldn't do anything to a true half-saint unless it was a saint artifact. Kid, it seems like you have a secret in your body. The Wan family's patriarch could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Lin Xian's body. It caused the surrounding power of fire to rise infinitely. Although it wasn't a law fragment, its power was no different from a law fragment. I've said it before, a half-saint at the end of his life is no threat to me. Lin Xian walked over like a god of war. His eyes shone with a cold light. He waved his finger, and countless sword chi interweaved with the power of fire. It quickly formed a flaming lotus and charged forward. Stupid ant, how dare you look down on me? The Wan family's patriarch was also angry. He emitted an extremely terrifying aura. His tattered Taoist robe also trembled rapidly. He was like a ghost, rushing forward quickly. The law of clouds brought with it a powerful force. He slapped out with his palm and collided with the flaming sword. The two exploded with shocking light. At that moment, Lin Xian used the Annihilation Sword Lotus. A black lotus flew out with the power of annihilation. Together with the dragon sword soul, its power doubled. Boom! This time, it directly hit the Wan family's patriarch and sent him flying. Damn it! Two powers that were close to the Tao. The Wan family's patriarch flew back from hundreds of thousands of miles away. His body was trembling with anger. He was a half-saint, but he was sent flying by a junior. If word got out, how was he going to survive? Kid, you've completely angered me. The Wan family's patriarch roared. His originally withered body suddenly expanded. His withered cheeks and gray hair also rapidly changed. Soon, he turned into a middle-aged man with a heroic bearing. cloud-pushing palm. With a loud shout, heaven and earth trembled. The clouds turned into a huge palm that covered a radius of millions of miles and descended from the sky. After transforming, not only did the Wan family's patriarch become younger, but his power was also more terrifying than before. The law fragment carried a shocking power and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and his blood and qi almost froze. He moved quickly. However, this palm covered an area of several million miles. It was simply too vast, and he couldn't leave it in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only let out an angry roar and push his divine body to the extreme. At the same time, the great dragon sword spirit combined with the power of fire to form the Nine Suns' divine fist and sword into the sky. Boom! The mountains and rivers below shattered the void, turning into a pitch-black space that devoured everything within a radius of a few million li. Moreover, it did not disappear for a long time. He should be dead this time, right? The patriarch of the Wan family slowly descended from the sky. However, he was stunned once again. A touch of coldness appeared on his face, and a deep shock appeared in his eyes. He wasn't dead. He saw a figure below. His qi and blood were like dragons. His body shone with boundless light, like a sun. He stood there, suppressing the heaven and earth. Old fellow, I've said it before. A half-saint like you is unable to do anything to me. Lin Xian's body shone with boundless light. The sword qi around him formed a powerful domain that enveloped him and blocked this astonishing attack. Buzz! With a roar, he waved his fist and struck out with the Nine Suns' divine fist. At this moment, Lin Xian did not hold back. The power of the Nine Suns' divine body, the power of the great dragon sword spirit, and the power of fire all combined. The Nine Suns' divine fist struck out consecutively. It was as if 18 suns were spinning in the sky. It was fighting against the opponent's ethereal cloud law fragments. Lin Xian's power was as strong as Yang, while the power of the Wan family's patriarch was incomparably ethereal. When the two collided, it was as if the world of yin and yang was torn apart in the sky. The great void of millions of li had just recovered when it collapsed again. It was too terrifying. Who was it? The kings of the distant cities all lay on the ground when they felt this astonishing power. This was the power of laws. Was it a saint? No, it should be a half-saint. Two half-saints were fighting. Heavens, who was it? Everyone was shocked. However, they could not resist this power at all, let alone investigate. Lin Xian and the Wan family's patriarch fought from the sky to the ground. Everywhere they went, everything turned into ashes. The two of them fought for 3 days and 3 nights, but there was no winner. Lin Xian's qi and blood were like dragons. Although he was not a true half-saint, his strength was not weaker than a half-saint. The Wan family's patriarch was so angry that he vomited blood. What was going on? He could not do anything to the other party. Could it be that his qi and blood were not enough? The Wan family's patriarch's face was cold. He was indeed at the end of his rope. He was able to revive this time because he had absorbed the blood of countless descendants of the Wan family. However, it seemed that the blood he had absorbed was not enough. Otherwise, how could he not defeat the other party? Therefore, they wanted to retreat. On the other side, Lin Xian let out a long roar and became one with his sword. The great dragon sword spirit completely enveloped him and turned into a dragon shadow. It carried 2 types of power that were close to the Tao and kept burning. In an instant, he pierced through the void and directly crashed into the Wan family's patriarch. With a bang, the Wan family's patriarch was torn into pieces. The Wan family's patriarch screamed and retreated into the distance. His expression was extremely ugly. He was injured. His body was actually shattered by the other party. He could not accept it. He pulled out a long spear and charged out again. The long spear waved, carrying the nomological fragments. It was incomparably ethereal as it pierced through the 9 yang divine body. The divine body was extremely terrifying. Although it was pierced by the long spear, it did not shatter. Instead, it clamped the divine spear formed by the nomological fragments. At the same time, the dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand, coupled with the 2 types of power that were close to the Tao, split the Wan family's patriarch in half. The Wan family's patriarch was scared out of his wits and hurriedly fled. If this continued, he would be the one to lose in the end. After all, the other party's vitality was vigorous and his chi and blood were monstrous. Although he looked powerful, the chi and blood in his body had long withered. Whoosh! He was so frightened that he soared into the sky. Brat, just you wait. I will definitely not let you off. The Wan family's patriarch escaped. He wanted to slaughter millions of living beings to recover his chi and blood. Then, he would kill the other party and seize Lin Xian's body. Seeing the Wan family's patriarch escape, Lin Xian did not stop him. Firstly, he was also injured now. Secondly, he had more important things to do, which was to refine the Breaking Saint pill. As long as he finished refining the Breaking Saint pill and entered the Half-Saint realm, killing the other party would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Fine, I'll let you live for another 2 days. Lin Xian turned around and left. After Lin Xian and the Wan family's patriarch left, countless figures descended from the distance. They looked at the ground that had been destroyed beyond recognition and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the power of the nomological fragments. This was the blood of half a lifetime. They looked at the scene and their bodies trembled. Buzz. Chapter 3179. An old man descended from the sky with a beautiful woman beside him. It was Chi Siu and the old man from the Chi family. The Chi family was not far from here, so the battle here finally caught the attention of the Chi family patriarch. Patriarch, are half-saints fighting? Chi Siu, who was beside him, asked curiously. The Chi family patriarch sensed the power of the nomological fragments and the half-saint blood in the sky and nodded. Yes, it was indeed a half-saint. However, he did not know which half-saint it was. There was an aura that was familiar. He sensed the remaining sword chi in the sky and immediately narrowed his eyes. Could it be? A figure appeared in his mind. It was a young figure. It was because of this person that he was able to recover. But it should not be. He did not believe that this person had such strength. Could he really fight with a half-saint? When you go back, find out where young Master Lin went. Yes, Patriarch. Chi Siu was very puzzled, but she still respectfully agreed. On the other side, Lin Xian left. He chose a very secluded place and sank into the ground below. Then, he set up countless arrays. With these arrays, even a half-saint would not be able to detect his tracks. In the next moment, he summoned the Black Earth and went inside. After all, he could not be disturbed when refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill. Lin Xian spent a month to recover his body and reach the peak. Then, he began to recall the process of refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill. Whoosh! He began to refine the pill. With the experience of refining the Half-Saint Breakthrough Pill, Lin Xian was much more proficient this time. But even so, he still failed twice and succeeded on the third try. Then, he swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, many things had happened. After the battle on Tianqiong Peak, Lin Wudi became famous. There was also a storm in the alchemy world. A young half-step alchemy saint cured the Qi family patriarch, shocking the continent. There were also changes in the Qi family. The Qi family patriarch recovered from his injuries 300 years ago and returned to the Jianghu. The Qi family's power increased greatly. They conquered the east and west, and their territory expanded several times. For a time, they were in the limelight. But at the same time, Cloud-returning planet had another matter that made people's hair stand on end. A remote city was destroyed in one night. The tens of millions of cultivators in the city were massacred. Not even their corpses remained. A total of 77 cities were turned into ghost cities. Countless experts were annihilated. The area where the 77 cities were located also became a ghost region, and no one dared to step into it. This was because anyone who entered would immediately turn into a bloody mist and be absorbed by the mysterious existence. For a moment, everyone was terrified. That place had also become a forbidden area. Even if someone at the consummate level of 9 stars entered, they would instantly shatter, unable to escape. Did you know? It was rumored that there was a demon living there, and its strength was extremely terrifying. King-level cultivators would definitely die if they entered. Damn it, how could such a demon appear? He had heard that the 77 cities were quite good and had countless resources. There were even a few top-grade spirit veins in them. They wouldn't be given away just like that, right? Just wait and see. Those people from the big families will definitely not let this matter rest. Sure enough, there were people who went to attack the areas where the 77 cities were located. But soon, the news came. The 6 big families had joined forces, but they were completely annihilated. No, there was still one person who came out alive. He was a grand elder who had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. However, at this moment, his entire body was shattered, and he was on the verge of death. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He only said 2 words when he came out and fell to the ground dead. A half-step sage. Everyone's scalps went numb. A half-step sage. There was actually a demon-like half-step sage inside. Once the news spread, it swept through the entire continent. Those big families also fell silent. What a joke. They did not dare to provoke a half-step sage. However, they didn't dare to do so, but some of the top families and sects sent their experts. Next, ghosts wailed and wolves howled in that area. Gloomy winds blew, and light shot into the sky as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone within tens of millions of kilometers saw it. Everyone knew that it was a battle between half-step sages. The light lasted for 10 days and 10 nights before finally disappearing. No one knew what the outcome was, but everyone only knew that they still could not enter that area. They would die if they entered. It's over. Even a half-step sage can't do anything to the demon inside. What should we do? However, following that, the situation also changed a little. It was just that the ghost realm formed by the 77 cities was no longer so terrifying. Some powerful people could enter. It was just that they did not dare to enter the innermost area. At the same time, some top geniuses from outside the realm came. They heard of this strange place, so they decided to investigate it. These top geniuses from Cloud Return Planet were naturally unwilling to fall behind and entered one after another. Firstly, they could not lose to the geniuses from outside the realm. Secondly, they also wanted to go in and train. After all, from the current intelligence, as long as they did not enter the innermost area, there should not be any danger to their lives. After all, many of those who hurried over were people who had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. For a time, this ghost realm became the focus of everyone's attention. There was a barren mountain endlessly far away from this ghost realm. The spiritual energy here was very sparse. It could be said that there were not even many demonic beasts here. Martial artists would even less come here. However, at this moment, the barren mountain shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. Huge cracks began to spread in all directions. Eventually, the entire barren mountain was completely torn apart. Following that, a figure appeared. This was a handsome youth dressed in red robes, sitting there cross-legged. At this moment, there were mysterious runes flowing on his body like patches of flames. But that aura was much more terrifying than the flames. Above his head, a large crack opened, forming a black vortex. Endless energy surged into his body wildly. If a king saw this scene, he would definitely be scared silly. If a 9-star great perfection was poured in by this energy, he would probably directly explode and die. But the youth below did not feel anything. It was like an abyss black hole, mercilessly absorbing. This scene lasted for a month before it was completed. Buzz. The youth opened his eyes. 2 piercing beams of light pierced through the void. In the next instant, a surge of terrifying power surged out of his body. This power was much more terrifying than a king's, reaching an inconceivable level. Was this the cultivation of a half-sage? The red-robed youth was none other than Lin Xian. He had successfully refined the Saint Breakthrough Pill and swallowed it. After endless cultivation, he finally completely absorbed the Saint Breakthrough Pill, causing the phenomenon just now. His cultivation had also reached the half-sage level. Whoosh! Too powerful. Lin Xian's current strength was much stronger than before. Chapter 3180. Sure enough, not long after, the black vortex in the sky disappeared. Endless thunderclouds condensed and formed. These thunder and lightning seemed to have descended from the starry sky beyond the sky. Very terrifying. With a bang, a bolt of thunder and lightning descended from the sky. Lightning punishment. Carrying the destructive aura of thunder and possessing the power of laws, it finally came. Lin Xian took a deep breath. After making it through this lightning tribulation, he should be able to condense true law fragments. Buzz. He was not afraid. Instead, he directly rushed up. Bang. The entire place was drowned, as if it was the end of the world. Fortunately, this place was deserted. Otherwise, they would definitely be scared silly. But even if there were few people, this destructive aura and power still attracted the attention of some martial artists. It was just that this thunder and lightning power was too terrifying. They did not dare to approach at all. A few bold ones were struck flying by the thunder before they even approached. Lightning tribulation. Someone was transcending tribulation. Everyone was terrified. It wouldn't be some genius powerhouse, right? Many people looked at the space ahead enveloped by thunder and lightning, bewildered and uncertain. But no matter how they guessed, they could not guess who it was. Furthermore, this power was too terrifying, right? Even separated by tens of millions of miles, they still felt a chill run down their spines. So terrifying. It had already lasted for a month, and this lightning tribulation actually had not disappeared yet. Just who was transcending tribulation? Could he have already been struck into ashes? Those young martial artists were puzzled. However, those older generation figures shook their heads and sighed. Impossible. The person was going to die, and the lightning tribulation would have long disappeared. The current situation indicated that the person inside was still transcending tribulation. But just which major figure was it? This thunder and lightning's destructive aura exceeded this old man's several hundred years of cognition. Could it be an immortal manifesting? Many people exclaimed. There were rumors in this world that there were immortals. Perhaps an immortal had descended on Cloud Return Planet. The moment these words came out, many people directly knelt on the ground to worship. A month later, the signs of the lightning tribulation weakened. Another half a month later, it finally disappeared. It was just that everyone still did not dare to go forward, because just that remnant aura was enough to kill them. Even those at the grand completion of 9 stars did not dare to go forward. However, the horror of this place did not deter these people. Instead, more and more martial artists gathered and knelt here. But on this day, they were all stunned. That was because they saw a figure walking out from the front. It was a young figure. Holy shit! Who was this kid? How dare he go in? Was he not afraid of being killed? Impossible. The residual power of the thunder was so terrifying. How could he be unscathed? These people were stunned. The older generation figures were bewildered. That wasn't right. They had never seen anyone enter before. Who was this person? Could it be that he had walked out from inside? Could it be that he was the one undergoing the tribulation? Impossible. How could such a terrifying lightning tribulation be caused by an old monster that had lived for thousands of years? How could it be caused by a young man? These older generation experts couldn't understand. The person who walked out was Lin Xian. After going through the thunder tribulation, he had finally transformed the power of fire into fragments of the law of fire. He was now a genuine sage to be. Before reaching the half-saint realm, he could already contend with a half-saint. Now, Lin Xian was confident that he could kill the patriarch of the Wan family with one punch. How could there be so many people? After coming out, Lin Xian looked around at the warriors who were kneeling and bowing. He frowned slightly. Kid, how did you get in? Yes, why are you unscathed? Tell me your secret. Many people surrounded him with ferocious expressions. In their opinion, he must have a treasure on him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes darkened, and a terrifying aura surged out. He was now a half-step saint. The aura he released was naturally the aura of half a lifetime. Suddenly, all the warriors were pressed to the ground by the aura, trembling. The few people who had spoken arrogantly earlier were so scared that they fainted. Senior, please spare us, everyone exclaimed. The older generation figures were also trembling. In their opinion, this was not a young man. He was definitely an extremely terrifying old monster. Lin Xian withdrew the aura of a half-step saint and asked indifferently, "What happened recently?" "Senior, in the past 2 years, the Qi family had become very powerful. They were several times stronger than before. It was said that the Qi family's patriarch had recovered from his injuries." An old man hurriedly said. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he nodded. This matter was within his expectations. He asked, "Is there anything else?" "Also, recently, many geniuses from outside the domain have arrived on Guiyuan planet. Many of them have comprehended power that is close to the Tao." Oh, it seemed that more and more geniuses from outside the domain had arrived. The old man continued. These geniuses from outside the domain and the local geniuses of Guiyun planet have all entered the ghost realm. What is the ghost realm? Lin Xian asked. He had never heard of the ghost realm before. Senior, this ghost realm was formed in the past 2 years. A year or two ago, the warriors in the 77 cities mysteriously disappeared. The place where the 77 cities were locked formed the ghost realm. Anyone who entered would be turned into ashes. Rumor had it that there was a half-step saint inside. Inside, there was a monstrous bloody light and an extremely strong bloody aura. Later, a half-step saint entered and fought. However, he had no choice but to retreat in the end. However, the demon half-step saints in the movies were not as arrogant as before. They could enter some places. However, they were still unable to enter the core area. Those geniuses from outside the domain had gone to this ghost realm. Ghost realm? Blood? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He thought of the half-step saint from the Wan family. Moreover, he guessed that it was most likely the doing of this half-step saint from the Wan family. What a reckless thing. He was about to die, yet he still caused so much slaughter. Lin Xian asked in a low voice. Where was the ghost realm? Fly west from here. The place where the bloody light covered thousands of miles was the ghost realm. The old man said. It seemed that it was time to understand. Lin Xian soared into the sky. Previously, when he fought with the Wan family's patriarch, both sides were injured. At that time, he did not chase after the other party in order to break through. He did not expect that the other party would use such cruel methods to recover his strength. Now that he had broken through to become a true half-step saint, he naturally could not let the other party go. Inside the ghost realm, the bloody light overflowed into the sky and the ghost chi was awe-inspiring. On the other hand, it was a peaceful scene outside. This huge contrast made people fearful. However, at the same time, it also attracted countless warriors to come and search for treasures. After all, there were countless experts in each of the 77 cities. After they died, they left behind a large number of cultivation techniques and treasures. It could be said that there were 77 treasure vaults. Therefore, even though they knew the danger, their greed made these people move forward without caring about anything else. Of course, those who were weaker could only search outside. Even 9-star kings did not dare to get too close. They could only search in the outermost cities. Only those who had comprehended the Tao would dare to move forward. Chapter 3181. That should be the ghost realm, right? That figure was Lin Xian. He came to the vicinity of the ghost realm with flickering eyes. Sure enough, the surrounding blood chi was surging, and ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. Obviously, countless creatures had been killed, and their resentment was monstrous. Not only that, but he also sensed a familiar aura from it. The Cloud Law Fragment. It was indeed the half-step sage of the Wan family. It seemed that the half-step sage of the Wan family should be cultivating in seclusion. Buzz. Lin Xian walked directly inside. His speed was very fast. He turned into a long rainbow and flew quickly into the distance. The people on both sides of the road were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Who was that kid? How dare he fly so fast? Did he want to die? It seemed that he was a reckless guy. There was a monstrous murderous aura inside, as well as some vengeful spirits and blood demons. Even a perfected 9-star cultivator would not barge in like that. How dare a kid like him do that? Just wait and see. He would definitely die within 3 seconds. However, these people were soon dumbfounded and almost knelt on the ground. That was because they realized that the other party was completely fine. The surrounding blood demons and vengeful spirits were directly torn apart by the other party. Wherever the other party passed, nothing dared to approach. He turned out to be a super expert, a top-notch genius. He must be a top-notch genius. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. Oh God, did another top-notch genius enter? It was going to be lively inside. These people were no longer looking down on him. Instead, they were amazed. Lin Xian's speed was so fast that there were not many people wherever he passed. Generally, those who were weak would not be able to enter, but suddenly, he made a sound and realized that there were people in front of him. It seemed that those people should be the top geniuses or peerless powerhouses. There were many people in front of him, but they did not move. Instead, they were confronting something. Lin Xian's arrival also attracted the attention of these people. One by one, the figures turned around. When they saw Lin Xian, they were extremely surprised. What a young person! Who was that person? They discussed. Lin Xian also looked over. His gaze stopped on those people for a second. Then he no longer paid attention to them and looked ahead. No wonder those people stopped. It turned out that there were many blood demons and vengeful spirits in front of them. It seemed that the half-step sage of the Wan family had not only killed countless powerhouses, but also turned them into blood demons to protect him. He could see that the 77 cities in the ghost realm had formed a 10,000 ghost formation. Another person who didn't know the difference between life and death had come. A blood demon in front of him. He was dressed in blood-red armor and was 5 meters tall. He looked like a demon king. When he spoke, the surrounding space trembled. There was a rune between his eyebrows that emitted a mysterious aura. This was a rune left behind by the Wan family's old ancestor. It caused the blood demon's aura to be no weaker than the peak experts around him. After Lin Xian landed, he frowned. Although the blood demons and vengeful spirits ahead were terrifying, with so many top-notch experts here, would they not be able to defeat them? So he asked, "Why? Are you afraid to make a move? Brat, what do you know? How dare you look down on us?" There was an extremely terrifying formation here, and it was set up by a half-step sage. It could be said that it was the laws of heaven and earth. Under the laws, they could not attack in groups. They could only fight one-on-one. Do you think we won't attack you? Those top prodigies rolled their eyes, as if mocking Lin Xian's ignorance. They did not know that Lin Xian had already seen through it. It was 1,000 ghost formation. Lin Xian continued, "One-on-one? So what? If you can't even defeat a mere blood demon, you'd better make way for me. This place is not suitable for you. It's too dangerous for you. Hurry up and go back." Lin Xian waved his hand and walked forward. "Damn kid, you're courting death. How dare you? Get lost." Those top prodigies were instantly enraged. Many of them were top prodigies who had rushed over from outside the realm. They had all-comprehended power that was close to the Tao. Wherever they went, they were admired by tens of thousands of people. But now, they were being looked down upon? How could they endure this? Immediately, a terrifying power surged out and filled the sky. However, Lin Xian did not fear this. He crossed his hands behind his back, not caring at all. The several top prodigies in front coldly snorted. "Boy, if it weren't for the rules of this array formation, then you wouldn't have been able to withstand our pressure. You actually dare to tell me to get lost? I think you should screw off first." A man walked out. This man was tall, and his body exuded a blood-infernal aura. He was also extremely tyrannical. There was a good show to watch. No one thought that Madman would actually attack. That boy was absolutely dead. Madman was extremely terrifying. He came from blood-refining planet and was said to have worshipped a half-step sage as his master. Moreover, what he cultivated was the blood-infernal Tao. His aura matched the surrounding aura. Here, not only would he not be suppressed, he could even increase his strength. That boy could have provoked anyone, but he had to provoke a ruthless master like Madman. It was likely that he would die without a corpse remaining. The surrounding prodigies sneered, all of them looking on as if they were watching a play. Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him, his eyes flashing. He came from blood-refining planet? And he also worshipped a half-step sage as his master? This reminded him of not too long ago when he had casually killed a little ant. In the next moment, Lin Xian lightly asked, "What is your relationship with Lone Wolf?" "Lone Wolf? That is my junior apprentice brother. How do you know him?" Xueman frowned. Lone Wolf had already left Blood Refining Planet for a long time. He had said that he wanted to come to Cloud Planet to take revenge. However, several years had passed, and there had been no news of Lone Wolf. This caused Xueman to feel that something was wrong. Now that he heard this from Xueman's mouth, he was immediately enraged. "It seems that you know something about my junior apprentice brother. Be a good boy and tell me. I can give you a quick and painless death. He was already killed by me because he provoked me, just like you are now. So if you want to live, then kneel down, kowtow, and get the hell out of Cloud Planet. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as his." Lin Xian was now a true half-step sage. How could he allow someone close to the Tao to provoke him? "You are courting death. If you want to kill me, then go to hell first." Xueman gave a loud shout, and an endless blood-red light bloomed from his body. In the next moment, he instantly turned into a monstrous demon king. A blood-red spear appeared in his hands, the Tao of Slaughter. As this spear thrust out, the entire space trembled. The surrounding sea of blood began to surge towards him. It was over. That boy had really died. Here, Xueman's combat strength was far greater than in the outside world. Not only did he comprehend the Tao of Slaughter, but he had also comprehended the power of slaughter. Xueman was absolutely a killing god. This was just a trivial power that bordered on the Tao. Lin Xian shook his head and punched out. Chapter 3182. With a bang, all of the blood-red light was completely shattered. Not only that, but the crimson spear was also shattered into pieces. What? How could this boy be so strong? The surrounding proud children of heaven's faces all paled. Xueman's pupils shrank. This was bad. He had to hurry and retreat. But it was already too late. Lin Xian's palm stretched out. It was like a five-fingered mountain, firmly locking him in place. "Stop. You cannot kill me. I am Ancestor Xue Pao's disciple. My master is a half-saint. If you kill me, my master will never let you go." "Ancestor Xue Pao? A half-saint? Humph. If he dares to come find me, then I'll kill him too." Lin Xian didn't care. "Damn." Xueman screamed like a madman. He galvanized his strength that was close to the Tao to resist. But he discovered that he simply couldn't resist. Lin Xian had completely surpassed him. He couldn't even block a single move. He knew that he had offended someone that he couldn't afford to provoke. In the next moment, with a thud, he fell to his knees. "I was wrong. Please forgive me." The surrounding top proud children of heaven's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was Xueman. Amongst them, he was an extremely powerful existence. But now, such a person was actually kneeling and begging for mercy? Now he knew how to kneel and beg for mercy? Too late. I gave you a chance, but now I won't. A half-saint had the dignity of a half-saint. Not just anyone could provoke them. As Lin Xian spoke, he didn't show any mercy. With a loud bang, Xueman was turned into a bloody mist. Xueman's body instantly exploded, but his soul managed to escape. Not just that, but his soul held a blood-red jade pendant. The jade pendant emitted a monstrous aura of a half-saint. Then, a hazy figure appeared. It was an old man in a blood-red robe. His body emitted a monstrous slaughter aura, extremely terrifying. A half-saint phantom. Many proud children of heaven cried out in alarm. They felt their blood freeze. Obviously, this was a half-saint phantom that had been left in Xueman's body to save his life in a moment of crisis. Wang. As this half-saint phantom appeared, it stared at Lin Xian. "Who dares to harm my disciple? Kneel and accept your death." He stretched out a monstrous blood-red hand and viciously slapped towards Lin Xian. "You want to fight me with a mere phantom of a half-saint?" Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a wisp of sharp, flaming sword light appeared at the tip of his finger as he slashed forward. Pooh! The blood-red half-saint phantom was slashed into two, and then it was incinerated by monstrous flames and transformed into ash. "Impossible! How could you possibly destroy my master's illusion? Shui Man's soul was stunned in the air. His final life-saving method had been destroyed, and it had been easily broken by this opponent. Who was this person? With a swoosh, his soul was destroyed by the sword. Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. Instantly, the surrounding geniuses began to tremble, and many of their faces turned pale. They were done for. They had provoked a god of death. This was a truly terrifying expert. So sorry, we failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us, young master. A few of the older generation experts hurriedly apologized. They had lived for countless years and knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Now they naturally had to beg for mercy. As the geniuses from other realms heard this, their bodies shook. They quickly said, "Sorry, young master, please spare our lives." As they said this, they didn't dare to believe it. How proud were they? But now they had no choice but to bow their heads. "I'll spare your lives this time," Lin Xian coldly snorted. Then, he looked ahead at the blood demons and resentful spirits. In the next moment, he walked forwards. The tall blood demon issued a fierce roar. "Boy, you're courting death." A saber slashed down. It was like a river of blood, causing the entire vault of heaven to split open. However, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. As the saber slashed down on his body, it emitted a heaven-shaking sound. Even so, he wasn't injured at all. Whoosh! He arrived in front of the blood demon, his aura capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. Horrifying flames appeared on his body, as if they would burn the entire world. The blood demon in front of him emitted a miserable cry before it turned into a pool of blood. The surrounding resentful spirits were also affected. They screamed as if they had gone crazy. They had no choice. They were originally Yin creatures, and they were most afraid of the power of Yang. Lin Xian's 9 Yang divine body was extremely terrifying. In addition, he now had a fragment of the law of fire. The power of Yang was definitely not something that the blood demons and resentful spirits could resist. Who exactly are you? The resentful spirits screamed as if they had gone crazy. They were the souls of the people who had died in the 77 cities. They had been refined by the Wan family's patriarch using a secret technique and retained their intelligence when they were alive. At this moment, they were screaming as if they had gone crazy. They had never seen such a terrifying person. "I'm Lin Wudi. Tell the Wan family's patriarch to come out." Lin Wudi. Hearing this, many of the surrounding people's bodies trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. He was actually Lin Wudi. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear. The geniuses from other realms were puzzled. Who exactly was he? He was an extremely terrifying top genius who had defeated the Nether King in the battle at Tinqiong Peak. The Nether King. The geniuses from other realms were shocked. The Nether King was also a top genius in the Outer Realms. He was even stronger than them. They did not expect him to be defeated by the other party. However, some people frowned. That was not right. Even if he defeated the Nether King, he could not fight against a half-sage. Where did he get his confidence from? The native powerhouses of Cloud Return Planet were also very puzzled. Could it be that the other party had called their master this time? In their opinion, for Lin Xian to possess such strength, there must be a terrifying family, clan, or holy land behind him. Perhaps this time, it was the Grand Elder or Patriarch of his family's sacred ground who had made a move. "You want to see my master? You'll have to get through me first. I don't care if you're Lin Wudi or Zhang Wudi. Go to hell today." A terrifying roar came from ahead. Then, the ground trembled and the void shattered. A terrifying figure walked out. This figure was extremely ferocious. His entire body was formed by resentful spirits. It seemed that he had used millions of resentful spirits. Every head was extremely ferocious and twisted. On the outside, there was a blood-red armor made from endless blood that firmly imprisoned these resentful spirits. On the armor, there were mysterious runes that flickered with a demonic power. The surrounding top geniuses swallowed their saliva. How terrifying. Fortunately, they did not act rashly just now. This new monster was too terrifying. He had far surpassed them and was close to a half-sage. Would this brat be able to withstand it? For a moment, their gazes turned to Lin Xian. Boom! The monster in front of them roared loudly. Endless resentment surged into the sky, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. He struck out with his palm, and monstrous waves of blood erupted with incomparable killing intent. I have a sword that can cut through the 9 heavens. Chapter 3183. In the next moment, endless flames danced on his body, condensing into a flaming long sword in his hand, emitting a brilliant light. This is? The expressions of the surrounding prodigies all changed. The pupils of those older generation figures also constricted abruptly. What a terrifying flame aura! Retreat quickly. They quickly retreated and watched from afar. The monsters and wraiths in front all trembled uneasily, letting out frenzied roars. The surrounding 1,000 ghost formation also seemed to be enraged, operating crazily. For a time, the front was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, like demons from hell. Kill. Terrifying monsters, countless blood demons, and wraiths that filled the sky all charged over crazily. The flaming longsword in Lin Xian's hand also slashed down. At this moment, Lin Xian became incomparably terrifying, like a sword god. The long sword in his hand bloomed with resplendent light as it slashed down. The void shattered, and all the wraiths and monsters were reduced to ashes. The entire 1,000 ghost formation was split open by a sword. A crack appeared in the ground, spreading into the distance. This sword split the entire ghost domain apart. Behind, those outer realm prodigies were almost fainted from fright. Damn it! Who the hell was this person? How could there be such a terrifying monster on Cloud Return Planet? If they knew, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. Those powerhouses on Cloud Return Planet were also terrified. They racked their brains but could not figure out which family or sacred ground the other party was from. Outside, those martial artists who were still wandering around the ghost domain also screamed. They discovered that the ghost domain in front of them suddenly split into 2 halves from the middle. Endless flames shot into the sky. The ghost domain was split open. Someone screamed, and everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Impossible, right? They had deeply experienced how terrifying the ghost domain was during this period of time. Even a half-sage could not do anything to it. But now, it was actually split open. Who the hell was it? Could it be that a saint made a move? Inside the ghost domain, Lin Xian split open the 1,000 ghost formation with a sword. Then, his gaze was like a magic lamp, looking ahead. Old ghost of the Wan family, still not coming out? Do you want me to personally drag you out? Damn it! Who is it? How dare you disturb my cultivation? A terrifying sound rang out as the void continued to shatter. The surrounding elite sky prides were coughing up mouthfuls of blood as well. The might of a half-step saint. Not good. Retreat quickly. They retreated frantically as if they had seen a ghost. Although they were geniuses from outside the realm and local powerhouses, they had only comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. Compared to a half-saint, he was still far from it. Therefore, they were completely unable to contend against a half-saint. No matter how many people there were, it was useless even if they attacked together. They could only keep retreating. However, Lin Xian did not retreat. Instead, he walked forward. With every step he took, a flame would rise from his feet. In the end, the flames in the sky burned all of the ghost chi. What a pretentious prick. You were already at the end of your tether, but in order to increase your strength, you didn't hesitate to slaughter millions of living beings. You truly deserve to die. I let you escape last time, but I won't let you escape this time, Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing the last sentence, the surrounding sky pride's eyes almost popped out. What? He escaped last time? Could it be that this kid had already fought with a half-step saint before? Heavens! They were about to faint from fright. In the depths of the ghost realm, the Wan family's patriarch screamed as if someone had stepped on his tail. Damn kid, it's you? With a boom, he broke through countless voids and appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the Wan family's patriarch had turned into a middle-aged man. His muscles were bulging, and his blood was monstrous. It was obvious that the blood of millions of powerhouses had allowed him to recover. The Wan family's patriarch was surrounded by a sea of blood that turned into armor and enveloped him. A blood-red long sword appeared in his hand as he stepped into the air step by step. Kid, it's really you. Don't worry, this time, I will definitely send you to the 18th level of hell. The current me is no longer at the end of my tether. I have recovered to my peak. As he roared, the void within millions of miles shattered, and the entire world turned into a blood-red sea. In the sky, blood-red clouds appeared and shrouded everyone. This is my world. I am the ruler of this entire world. A king could use a domain, while a saint could use a world. In this world, a saint's laws were the ruler. Although a half-step saint was unable to form their own world, they still far surpassed a domain. What the other party said was right. In this cloud-like space, the Wan family's patriarch was the ruler. The surrounding martial artists were so scared that they shivered. They knelt on the ground, shivering. Even the proud children of heaven from outside the realm were filled with despair. They could feel law fragments dancing between the heavens and earth. They simply couldn't resist. It was over. They might really die here. They were filled with incomparable regret. However, some people said, no, we still have a glimmer of hope. That is the person in front of us, Lin Wudi. Yes, he was Lin Wudi. He had defeated the Deep King and killed Shui-Man. Perhaps he had a way to deal with the Wan family's patriarch. What a joke. He was only from the younger generation. At most, he had comprehended a strength that neared the Tao. How could he possibly contend with a half-step saint? Do you know what the power of a law fragment is? Some people shook their heads, their faces filled with despair. They weren't optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. In front of them, Lin Xian looked up at the sky, at the blood energy that overflowed with blood. He sneered. Had he recovered to his peak? So what? His opponent's strength had risen, but so had he. Now, he had become a true half-step saint. He even had the confidence to contend with a saint, much less his opponent. Ha ha ha. Boy, you are too arrogant. I admit that you are strong. Although you are only a perfect king and have comprehended a strength that nears the Tao, you are still able to contend with me. But that is only the weakest me. 2 years ago, I had just awakened and my strength was very weak. But now, I have already reached the peak. Compared to before, my strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. With a single hand, I can slap you to death. Don't worry. Once I grab your soul, I will let you experience 100 reincarnations. And your mortal body will be mine. The Wan family's patriarch had recovered to his peak. His killing intent soared to the heavens, unstoppable. It was as if he could control everything. With a boom, as his voice fell, an incomparably ethereal blood-red palm pressed down from the sky. On the palm, accompanied by the law of clouds fragment, it was as if the real heavens were descending, making it impossible to stop. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the palm landed, all the cultivators within 1,000,000 miles were sent flying. Regardless of whether it was the older generation experts or the geniuses from the outer realm, they were all sent flying. They couldn't withstand it at all. Their bodies were shattered, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Only after retreating a few million miles did they heave a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. Was this the power of a half-step saint? With just a casual strike, the storm was enough to seriously injure them. If they were hit head-on, they probably wouldn't survive even if they had 100 lives. It's over. That Lin Wudi is probably dead. Chapter 3184. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Interesting. Today, I'll use you as a test. Endless flames erupted from his body. Each one of them jumped around like a fire dragon, roaring non-stop. There was an extremely terrifying aura on it. With a boom, he punched out with the 9 suns' divine fist. It was like a golden crow rampaging in the sky. The two collided in the sky, shattering the void for millions of miles. Everyone was sent flying again. There was chaos in front of them, as if the end of the world had happened. Amidst countless terrified screams, the blood-red hand quickly shattered. A golden fist shot into the sky, illuminating millions of miles of mountains and rivers. As for the Wan family's patriarch, he was sent flying like a kite. Blood splattered in the sky. This was the blood of a half-step sage. It easily pierced through everything, causing the ground to sink and endless black holes to appear. Lin Xian's body bloomed with flames. He was like a god of war. He charged forward forcefully, and his cold voice resounded throughout the world. Who said that you're the only half-step sage? Millions of miles away, countless geniuses raised their heads and stared at this scene, dumbfounded. This scene was deeply imprinted in their minds. Even after 1,000 years, they could still remember it clearly. Finally, someone broke the silence. A scream rang out. The half-step sage was sent flying. Heavens, how did he do it? What did he say? Who said that you're the only half-step sage? Could it be that he's also a half-step sage? No way. How could he be a half-step sage at such a young age? He's Lin Wudi. Wasn't he someone who was close to the Tao? How did he become a half-step sage now? Screams rang out crazily. They weren't familiar with Lin Xian. In fact, they might not even recognize him if they met him face to face. However, they had heard of Lin Wudi's name. Previously, Lin Wudi had defeated the Nether King, and his name had shaken the entire cloud-returning planet. However, Lin Wudi was only a genius who was close to the Tao at that time. Now, he had become a half-step sage. The speed of his advancement was too fast. If news of this spread, it would probably scare a group of Grand Elders to death. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. In the distance, a figure soared into the sky, roaring madly. His body was covered in blood light, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was the Wan clan's ancestor. He was injured. He was actually injured by a young man's punch. Impossible. Damn it, how is this possible? 2 years ago, he had fought with the other party and was injured by the other party at that time. However, at that time, he had just woken up and was like a lamp without oil, so he couldn't use his strength at all. Now, he had already recovered to his peak. However, the outcome was still the same. In fact, the situation was even worse than back then. He was actually injured by a single punch. He couldn't believe that the other party's strength had increased even more than his. How was this possible? No, that's impossible. I don't believe it. How could you possibly be a half-saint? It had only been 2 years since they last met, and he had already become a half-saint? Even the patriarch of the Wan clan had never seen such a cultivation speed before. He guessed that Su Chun must have swallowed some medicinal pills to forcefully increase his cultivation. Such a person couldn't be compared to a true half-saint. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of mist. Whoosh! The cloud of mist continued to expand, enveloping the entire world. Countless figures of the Wan clan's patriarch appeared in all directions. Each of them was incomparably real. They carried the power of the precept fragments. The people who were watching the battle from afar were terrified. What kind of divine ability was this? How could he create so many clones? Furthermore, each of them was carrying fragments. Which one was the real one? They couldn't see clearly at all. Haha, kid. Go to hell now. Countless clones moved together in the sky and on the ground, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A golden light appeared in his eyes and swept in all directions. However, in the next moment, he was slightly stunned. He couldn't see through it for a while? So what? No matter how much the other party's secret technique was, it was useless. 9 Yang Divine Sword. Illuminate mountains and rivers. With a long roar, boundless flames formed a divine sword in Lin Xian's hand. The long sword swept across, illuminating millions of miles of mountains and rivers. At this moment, every space between heaven and earth was filled with flaming sword chi. Countless half-step sage clones were enveloped by all the sword chi. In the next moment, these clones were completely pierced through. None of them escaped. With a bang, a figure was sent flying. It was the Wan family's patriarch's true body. His face was filled with shock. Damn it, how was this possible? His divine ability had been destroyed by the other party's sword chi again. This was too powerful. With a slash of the sword, there was no way to hide within 1,000,000 miles. Cloud Spear. The Wan family's patriarch roared. A cloud spear appeared in his hand and directly pierced out. Buzz. The cloud spear disappeared without a trace. Kid, the cloud is ethereal and traceless. Let's see how you block it. Indeed, the Wan family's patriarch's cloud law was so ethereal. Not only was his speed extremely fast and his movement technique was strange, but his attacks were also extremely strange. Buzz. On Lin Xian's left, the void shattered and a long spear pierced over. Bang! It sent Lin Xian flying. It hit. Countless people exclaimed. The Wan family's patriarch's lips curled into a smile. Hee hee, kid. I knew it. You can't block my technique. Before he could finish his words, his body began to tremble because he realized that Lin Xian had returned once again without any injuries on his body. How was this possible? It couldn't pierce through? How could your physique be so strong? The Wan family's patriarch was stunned. So what if the other party had the body of a half-step sage? How could he not shatter the other party's attack? Lin Xian sneered. Sorry, you didn't hit at all. Indeed, the moment the long spear was about to pierce him, he directly sent it flying with his sword. Since I've taken so many of your attacks, then you should take one of mine. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. He stared at the other party. In the next moment, he waved the light sword in his hand, and it turned into a golden river of flames that surged out. The terrifying heat wave could melt everything in the world. The sword was like a fire dragon, roaring incomparably. Everyone was shocked. That was because Lin Xian's sword strike was simply too terrifying. The Wan family's patriarch's body went numb. He felt that he couldn't resist. In the next moment, he used the Cloud Law fragment to the extreme and dodged quickly. The Cloud Law disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the Wan family's patriarch merged into the void and disappeared. It's over. That kid might not be able to catch me. Yes, the Cloud Law was too strange. Moreover, if a half-step sage wanted to escape, it was impossible to stop him. The people in the distance sighed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to escape? Do you think you can escape? The great dragon sword spirit roared, and the power of his sword chi erupted once again. Chapter 3185. With a loud boom, the sword slashed through the void. A figure flew out. The Wan family's ancestor was stunned in mid-air, unable to believe what had happened. His body slowly split into two halves. Then, his blood turned into a sea of blood, roaring in the air. What? The Wan family's ancestor was split in half. How was this possible? How did he do it? The Wan family's ancestor had already turned into a cloud of mist and could not be attacked at all. How did he kill him? Were these people crazy? To be honest, even the Wan family's ancestor did not know how he was injured. He did not know that Lin Xian's dragon sword soul could destroy everything. It could even cut through the void, let alone a cloud of mist. I told you, I won't let you go this time. So, you can go to hell. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm. In the void, a pair of golden eyes appeared. Countless runes flashed, and together with the law of fire, it burned the ancestor's soul. The Wan family's ancestor was disdainful before, but now he let out a miserable cry. The other party had such a mysterious and terrifying eye technique. He had miscalculated. No. The Wan family's ancestor screamed crazily and spat out countless black mist, surrounding him. The black mist was incomparably cold. Could it be formed by the souls of millions of powerhouses? He did not expect the Wan family's ancestor to be so vicious. Some of the older generation experts in the distance exclaimed, "Don't be enveloped by this dark cloud. It specializes in hurting souls." Indeed, after being enveloped by the dark cloud, the Wan family's ancestor's soul actually survived. Even Lin Xian was shocked by this. It seemed that a half-sage was indeed strong. If he did not have a special ability, it would be difficult to kill him. However, this could not do anything to Lin Xian. No matter how strong the other party was, no matter how many treasures he had, he could send him to hell. Buzz. In Lin Xian's eyes, the Tianji divine eye exploded again. At the same time, the dragon sword soul also entered this mysterious eye. With a boom, the power of the Tianji divine eye multiplied. Instantly, the dark cloud was mercilessly torn apart and burned fiercely, turning into nothingness. Impossible. How could you possibly break through my dark clouds? The Wan family's old ancestor screamed like a madman. He really couldn't understand how Lin Xian's battle prowess could still increase. This was beyond his imagination. In the next moment, the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart. The soul of the Wan family old ancestor wanted to escape, but in the end, it was burned to ashes. With a boom, his corpse fell from the sky, shattering the mountains and rivers within 1,000,000 miles. The void couldn't bear the body and blood of a half-saint. Dead? The surrounding people were all stunned. They realized that even after a long time, the Wan clan's old ancestor was still unable to revive. This meant that the other party had been completely killed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A dignified sage-to-be had actually died? Oh heavens! How could this be? This was truly too shocking to them. After all, a half-saint was someone who had one foot in the saint realm. That kind of person was about to transcend heaven and earth. Even if he encountered a strong enemy and couldn't defeat them, escaping wouldn't be a problem. But now, a half-saint had died in front of them. Lin Xian took the Wan clan's old ancestor's storage ring, then turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. The surrounding people's scalps went numb. They knew that a huge earthquake and a huge storm had occurred again. The death of a half-saint was definitely an endless storm. As expected, the news spread at the speed of light. Soon, the entire cloud-returning planet knew about it. A half-saint had fallen. Moreover, it was killed by a young genius. Lin Wudi? Did you say that Lin Wudi had already become a half-saint? How could this be? When they learned that it was Lin Wudi who had killed the half-saint, they all went crazy. Previously, when Lin Wudi and the Nether King fought on Heaven's Peak, he was only a young person who had comprehended the power of the Tao. Only 1 or 2 years had passed, and he had already become a half-saint? How was this possible? How did the Tao do it? These people were all crazy. The older generation figures were also stunned. One had to know that many of the older generation powerhouses had been stuck in the 9-star Grand Garden for 1 or 2,000 years. However, they had never been able to take that step. But now, there was a young man who could take that step in 1 or 2 years. They could not believe it at all. Even the most monstrous genius could not do it. There must be a secret. Damn it, that kid must have a secret. He might have a way to become a half-saint. In an instant, countless people were shocked. Countless large sects and large family clans were burning with passion as they searched for Lin Wudi. However, they had lost track of Lin Wudi. If a half-saint wanted to hide, they would not be able to find him at all. The Qi clan. The Qi clan's old ancestor was shocked. He did not personally go to the demonic realm. However, when he received the news, he personally went to the scene. When he returned, his mood was extremely solemn. That was because he sensed a familiar aura at the scene of the battle. He thought of that person again. However, he could not believe that the other party had already become a half-saint. The other party had become a half-saint at such a young age. His future achievements were limitless. He was a genius who had the potential to become a great emperor. Thinking of this, the Qi clan's old ancestor took a deep breath. At the same time, he asked, "Siyu, have you found any news about young Master Lin?" Qi Siyu shook her head. She could not find anything. Forget it, there was no need to investigate. The old ancestor shook his head. If the other party was really a half-saint, they would not be able to find anything. In an instant, everyone was talking about Lin Wudi. At the same time, a tsunami occurred on Blood Refining Planet. An endless sea of blood surged and the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The martial artists on Blood Refining Planet felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! Had Patriarch Xuepao gone mad? What was going on? Wasn't he in seclusion? It was said that he would not wake up for 1 or 200 years. Why had he come out in just a few years? The crowd didn't know. They only saw a blood-red figure rushing into the clouds, arriving above the 9 heavens, letting out endless roars. Lin Wudi, how dare you kill 2 of my disciples and destroy my soul fragment? I will tear you to pieces. Patriarch Shui Pao roared at the sky. He could not tolerate it, so he decided to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue cultivating in seclusion. Cloud returning planet, right? All right, I'll go there personally and kill you. After Lin Xian killed the Wan family's old ancestor, he took his storage ring and left. He came to an uninhabited mountain range, set up an array, and entered. Then, Lin Xian began to search through the Wan family's old ancestor's storage ring. Let me see the collection of a half-saint. What do you think? Lin Xian's soul entered. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. He had to admit that the collection of a half-martial ancestor was too rich. Chapter 3186. Lin Xian took a look at those pills. They were all needed by the half-step sage realm. He could use them. He could also use those spirit herbs for cultivation. What about those martial arts cultivation methods? Lin Xian took a cursory glance. He did not care about these. What he cared about now was the comprehension of the Great Tao. Sure enough, the Wan family's patriarch had the comprehension of the Great Tao. There was a stone tablet with the comprehension of the law of clouds carved on it. Although it was not words and only an aura, Lin Xian could feel it, and he could clearly sense it. Next, Lin Xian sensed the law of clouds. Clouds were formless, shadowless, and traceless. They were very similar to wind, so Lin Xian's comprehension of the law of clouds increased his movement speed again. Not only that, but his comprehension of the law of fire and the power of annihilation also increased. Combined with the plenilune seed and the Great Tao comprehension scripture, Lin Xian's comprehension of the Great Tao deepened. 3 months later, after Lin Xian came out, he received news that blood-refining planet's patriarch Shui Pao was coming to cloud-returning planet to kill him. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly spread the word that he did not need to come. A month later, blood-refining planet would personally take the dog's head. Lin Xian's words were executed. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy automatically condensed, forming a decree that did not dissipate for a long time in the clouds. All the warriors in all directions saw it. They looked up and saw the decree left in the sky. They were extremely shocked. Lin Wudi and Patriarch Shui Pao were going to fight. This was big news. In an instant, the news spread throughout the world. Soon, everyone on Cloud Return Planet knew about it. No one expected Lin Wudi to be so arrogant and take the initiative to kill his way to their door. This news spread to Blood Refining Planet through the ancient path of the stars. Patriarch Shui Pao was so angry that he vomited blood. This damn brat was too much. Since you dare to come, I'll make sure you don't return. A month later, on the Great Blood Plains, we will fight to the death. Patriarch Shui Pao replied domineeringly. The warriors on Cloud Returning Planet and Blood Refining Planet were all boiling with excitement. 2 half-sages were going to fight to the death. This was definitely a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Countless people were preparing to head to the Scarlet Plains to watch the battle. After all, they absolutely couldn't miss such a battle. One by one, the Grand Elders and sect leaders of the major clans and Holy Lands made their way to Huang Xiaolong. Even the half-saints were alarmed by it. Ancestor Shui Pao had been famous for a long time, and he was extremely powerful. He was well known throughout the blood-refining planet, and he was an extremely terrifying existence. He wondered if this Lin Wudi would be able to defeat him. It was said that Lin Wudi had killed the old ancestor of the Wan clan. He would definitely be able to defeat old ancestor Shui Pao. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. That might not be the case. The Wan family's patriarch was already at the end of his rope. Although he had used a secret technique to forcefully raise his qi and blood, it was still too weak. However, Patriarch Shui Pao was different. He was at his peak, and his strength was far from what Patriarch Wan could compare to. The supreme elders and sect leaders quickly analyzed the situation. Soon, a half-saint released the news that 500 years ago, Patriarch Shui Pao had made a name for himself. At that time, 2 half-saints had died in his hands, and he had suppressed the other 2 half-saints to the point that they didn't dare to come out of seclusion. One could only imagine how powerful Patriarch Shui Pao was. When the news came out, everyone was in an uproar. Patriarch Xue Pao was actually so powerful. They were all half-saints, but the difference in strength between them was extremely huge. It was obvious that Patriarch Xue Pao was a very powerful half-saint. This time, Lin Wudi was really careless. The blood-refining planet was extremely lively at this moment. The battle between Lin Wudi and Patriarch Xue Pao had caused a huge commotion, causing the surrounding star realms and extraterritorial geniuses to rush over. In the sky, a stalwart man wearing a yellow robe embroidered with a giant dragon descended. He had the aura of a king. So terrifying. Who was that? That was the extraterritorial genius, Jun Wuya. He had comprehended the path of kings. Didn't they see that many of the geniuses around him had submitted to him? What? How could he be so terrifying? Jun Wuya's gaze was calm. There were many geniuses following him. Some of them were willing to submit to him. The other portion had been subdued by his powerful sovereign king's will when he fought with them. In short, Jun Wuya's arrival caused a huge commotion. Countless people looked over in his direction. "You're really here." A voice sounded. Jun Wuya turned his head and looked over. His eyes were emitting a piercing light. "It's you." It was a gentle and beautiful woman. She was Yu Linglong from the outstanding scholar residence. At this moment, Yu Linglong was even more beautiful than before. Moreover, there was a special aura around her that made the hearts of countless young geniuses flutter. "It seems like you're also here for the half-saint battle," Yu Linglong said softly. Jun Wuya nodded. "That's right. It was rare to see a half-life battle. Moreover, it was said that one of them was a very young genius. I can't imagine what kind of genius could enter the half-saint realm at such a young age. Yes, I'm afraid even the North Demon can't do it." "That's right. I don't think that Lin Xian can defeat the North Demon either." It seemed like there were many geniuses on the ancient path of the stars. While the two of them were talking, another figure appeared. "Long time no see, the two of you." As soon as this person appeared, he brought with him a monstrous demonic aura. The surrounding people were so frightened that they quickly retreated. "It's so scary. The Demon King is here? It's close to the power of Tao." The demonic aura was familiar. Jun Wuya and Yu Linglong were stunned. Then, they turned their heads to look. Heimo. They recognized that the person was Heimo from the outstanding scholar residence. However, the current black demon was much stronger than he had been before. He was emitting a piercing aura. It was obvious that he had successfully comprehended the power of Tao. After Heimo arrived, he was in high spirits. He looked at Jun Wuya and Yu Linglong with a strong battle intent in his eyes. However, he didn't fight. Instead, he asked, "Are the two of you the only ones here? Where are the others? Is Lin Xian here?" When they were at the outstanding scholar residence, Heimo didn't take Lin Xian seriously. However, in the final ranking battle, Lin Xian soared and defeated the North Demon, becoming the #1 in the outstanding scholar residence. At that time, Heimo didn't even comprehend the power of Tao. The gap between them was simply too great. This made Heimo feel despair. Later, Heimo left the outstanding scholar residence and went to the fallen abyss. He painstakingly cultivated there, risking his life in the face of death, and finally comprehended the power of the devil. Now, he was also one of the top experts who had comprehended the power of Tao. In his opinion, his Tao of Demon was absolutely terrifying. He was confident that he could fight Lin Xian. He might even be able to defeat him. Jun Wuya and Yu Linglong frowned. How dare Heimo talk to them like that? One had to know that Heimo was very respectful in front of them. However, soon, the two of them snorted. Chapter 3187. Yu Linglong said in a sweet voice. Lin Xian hadn't come yet, and the North Demon hadn't come either. Who knew where Han Fei had gone? So far, it should be just the few of us. But don't worry. As long as they are in the nearby planets, they will come. After all, a battle between half-saints was rare. Okay, I will wait for him here. Heimo roared, his eyes filled with arrogance. After meeting Lin Xian, he would defeat him with his own hands. More and more people came to the Great Crimson Plains. Many geniuses and experts from the outer regions arrived. The local martial artists of the blood refining planet had arrived early. All of them were discussing intensely. Tell me, what kind of person is Lin Wudi? Yes, he is too bold. How dare he challenge Patriarch Xuepao? Patriarch Xuepao had been a half-saint for hundreds of years. He was a veteran half-saint and was very powerful. Lin Wudi is said to be a young man. I don't know what kind of luck he had to become a half-saint. He is very powerful among the younger generation, but compared to a veteran half-saint, he is nothing. I don't know. I heard that he is from the cloud-returning planet. I heard from the people of the cloud-returning planet that Lin Wudi is not simple. He defeated the Nether King and then killed a half-saint. It seems that he killed both of Patriarch Xuepao's disciples. What? Lin Wudi is so powerful. He is too arrogant. He dares to touch Patriarch Xuepao's people? At this moment, a genius from the cloud-returning planet walked over. He heard the discussion and said calmly, I don't think Lin Wudi will win. From what I know, the Wan family patriarch he killed was a half-saint at the end of his life. Although he used a secret technique to increase his qi and blood, he was not at his peak. Moreover, the patriarch of the Wan family was only at an ordinary level among the half-saints. That was why he was killed by Lin Wudi. However, Patriarch Xuepao is different. As far as I know, Patriarch Xuepao is at his peak and unfathomable. That Lin Wudi probably didn't even have a 10% chance of winning. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. He did not expect that Return Cloud Planet's powerhouses would actually bring such news. In an instant, it engulfed the entire Great Scarlet Plains. Was there no chance of winning? Yu Linglong frowned slightly. Hey Mo, who was beside her, sneered. How could a young man defeat an older half-saint? The law's comprehensions that both sides grasped were different. Yes, I have stayed on the blood refining planet for a long time. Patriarch Xuepao is infamous throughout the entire blood refining planet. A flirtatious voice sounded. They turned around and saw Shui Jiyu walking over. At this moment, Shui Jiyu had also comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. You're all here. On the other side, Han Fei also came over. Surprisingly, Huang Fu Beitian was with him. Looks like these people from our prodigy warrior manor are basically all gathered together. Only the Northern Monster and Lin Xian were left. I know a little about the Northern Monster. He seems to have completely left this star field and gone to another star world. I don't think he will come, Han Fei said in a deep voice. As for Lin Xian, I don't know. He seems to be the last to leave. I don't know where he is now. That kid is too arrogant. Perhaps he has died outside. Hayamo sneered. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a suppressive force between heaven and earth, causing the surrounding people to tremble and their blood to freeze. Damn it, what's going on? A half-saint is here. A half-saint is here? Where is he? When this news came out, everyone was shocked. It did not appear, so it should be hiding its aura. However, there was still a trace of half-saint's aura. It was likely that more than one half-saint had come to watch this battle. On the Great Scarlet Plains, a few figures descended. One of them was an old man with a red face and a majestic gait. Beside him was a beautiful woman. It was the Qi family's patriarch and Qi Siyu. Behind them were two elders of the Qi family and the top geniuses. The sect master of the Big Dipper sect and the Grand Elder had also come. At the same time, Gao Peng had also come. On the other side, a figure with a pitch-black body like a demon king descended forcefully, causing countless people to exclaim. His aura was very similar to He Mo's, but upon closer inspection, it was different. The Nether King was here. Countless people exclaimed. The Nether King was very famous in the starry sky. Even on the blood-refining planet, he was somewhat famous. At this moment, his arrival immediately caused a commotion. In an instant, many people surrounded him. I heard that you fought with Lin Wudi and lost to him. Is that true? Was Lin Wudi really just a person who had comprehended something close to the Tao at that time? Then 2 years later, how did he become a half-saint? Exclamations of surprise and doubt sounded. Yu Ming shouted coldly, "Get lost!" A pitch-black moon appeared on his body, crushing the entire void. Its powerful aura made everyone's scalp go numb. They quickly retreated, no longer daring to be arrogant. Previously, They had been too excited to the point that they had forgotten that this was a terrifying powerhouse. There were a few people beside the Nether King. One of them was wearing a black robe embroidered with a few shining stars. His name was Seven Lights, and he came from the same world as the Nether King. However, he was even stronger than the Nether King. At this moment, Seven Lights looked at the Nether King and frowned slightly. Are you sure that the Lin Wudi who fought with Patriarch Xuepao is the young man who defeated you? The Nether King shook his head. I'm not sure, but it should be good. After all, there were not many people who dared to use such an arrogant name. Indeed, this Lin Wudi was really arrogant. The ancient path of the stars was so deep, and there were so many geniuses in the universe. Who dared to call himself invincible? This Lin Wudi was too arrogant. Seven Lights shook his head slightly. Let's see. If it's that person, then I admit defeat. If it's not that person, then I'll accompany you to Cloud Planet. I'd like to see just how powerful the person who defeated you is. How dare he call himself invincible? At this point, Seven Lights' eyes exploded with a cold light. Forefather, is Lin Wudi really young Master Lin? On the other side, Chi Siyu asked in a low voice. Until now, she still didn't believe it. If I'm not wrong, it should be him, because I felt young Master Lin's aura from the ghost realm. However, I'm only 70% sure. Chi Siyu was stunned. She didn't expect that young Master Lin who helped the Chi family was a half-saint. Forefather, does that young Master Lin have a chance of winning? Can he defeat Patriarch Xuepao? It's very difficult. The Chi family's forefather sighed. Chapter 3188. Hearing this, Chi Siyu exclaimed. She really did not know about this. The patriarch of the Chi family continued. At that time, I exchanged 900 blows with Xuepao and lost. At that time, I was at the peak of my power. What? Patriarch, you lost to Xuepao? Chi Siyu was shocked. The patriarch of the Chi family was so powerful that he was like a god in her heart. However, such a person was defeated by Patriarch Xuepao? She could imagine how terrifying Patriarch Xuepao was. If Lin Xian were to fight with such a person, his chances of winning would be very slim. The patriarch of the Chi family sighed. It was normal for a young man to show off his abilities. He probably had to suffer a little before he could put away his pride. But don't worry. If he was really a sage to be, even if he was defeated, it should not be a problem for him to escape. Chi Siyu heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that his life would not be in danger. The patriarch of the Chi family looked serious because he still could not believe that Lin Wudi was Lin Xian. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Patriarch Xuepao had arrived. Everyone raised their heads to look. The sky in the distance suddenly turned red, like a sea of blood that kept surging. In the sea of blood, a figure flew quickly and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Buzz. The monstrous smell of blood and boundless pressure surged in the sky like hundreds of thousands of bloody mountains. Everyone trembled under the pressure and felt their scalps go numb. Heavens, is this Patriarch Xuepao? Many people exclaimed. It was too terrifying. His aura alone was enough to kill a group of geniuses. No one below the sage-to-be level could compare to him. Damn it, Patriarch Xuepao's aura has become stronger. The patriarch of the Chi family frowned. He was afraid that Patriarch Xuepao was much stronger than he was 300 years ago. He originally thought that Lin Xian would have a chance of winning, but now it seemed that he did not even have a chance of winning. Patriarch Xuepao looked around in the sky, his powerful aura surging in the sky. Suddenly, he was stunned and stared in a direction. His gaze turned into two rivers of blood, surging and roaring. Immediately, the martial artists in that direction were all pressed to the ground, trembling. At the same time, they were terrified. Was Ancestor Xuepao going to attack them? Chi Siyu, the Chi family's elders, and the Sky Prides felt as though they had fallen into an icy abyss. Luckily, the figure of the progenitor beside them flickered, and the aura of a half-martial sacred encapsulated them. Bloodrobe, long time no see. It's been more than 300 years. I didn't expect your aura to become so strong again. The ancestor of the Chi family said indifferently. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Heavens, from his tone, could it be that he's also a half-saint? Everyone's expression became incomparably interesting. In the sky, Ancestor Shui Pao narrowed his eyes. I was wondering who it was. So it was you, the old ghost from the Qi clan. I heard that you were injured when you fell into the abyss. Are you about to die? Why is it recovering now? I didn't expect that you would actually inquire about me. The old ancestor of the Qi clan laughed. Oh, recovered? Patriarch Shui Pao was stunned. He had heard of the Qi clan's patriarch's injuries. Even a half-step pill saint was helpless. In his opinion, there was no hope for the other party. But who would have thought that the other party would be able to restore it? From the looks of it, the other party must have had a special opportunity. The two half-saints were talking. Their powerful half-saint aura surrounded the area. The entire Scarlet Plain was silent. Was this the might of a semi-sage? Black Demon, Jun Wuya, and the others trembled and clenched their fists. They yearned for this power too much. In the sky, Ancestor Shui Pao retracted his gaze and asked coldly, Is Lin Wudi not here yet? His voice reverberated throughout the land, but no one responded. Seeing this, Ancestor Shui Pao snorted coldly and sat down cross-legged in the air. The blood sea surrounded him. Everyone else braced themselves and waited here. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't find any trace of Lin Wudi, which made everyone a little impatient. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that the kid wasn't coming? Maybe he was boasting before, but after knowing how powerful Ancestor Shui Pao was, he was too scared to come. What's going on? We traveled thousands of miles across the starry sky to come here, but he doesn't dare to accept the challenge? Some people were very dissatisfied. However, there were also some powerful elders who snorted coldly. Young man, don't you have any patience? Let alone a day, even if you wait a year. So what? Yes, didn't you see that Ancestor Shui Pao didn't say anything? Everyone looked at the sky and found that Ancestor Shui Pao was motionless, as if he was asleep. Well, let's wait a little longer. Many people gritted their teeth. After all, they had put in a lot of effort to come here. They couldn't just leave like that. Young Master Lin, please don't come. Qi Siyu prayed in her heart. To be honest, she didn't want Lin Xian to come at all. However, the Qi clan's patriarch raised his eyebrows and looked at the sky in the distance. He's here. As soon as he said that, everyone around was shocked and spread the news in all directions. Everyone knew that the other party was here. In the next moment, countless people widened their eyes. Their gazes were like rainbows that pierced through the void and stared into the distance. Is he here? Is that Lin Wudi really coming? Is he really from the younger generation? Could it be that he's an old monster who looks younger? Exclamations came one after another. What? He's here. Qi Siyu was stunned. She didn't expect her prayers to be useless. On the other side, Jun Wuya, Heimo, Yu Linglong, and the others also looked over. The Nether King and Seven Lights also looked up. In the sky, a figure descended. He was very fast and arrived in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. It was a handsome young man in a red robe. His black hair was like a waterfall that fluttered in the wind. He didn't emit a sharp aura like Ancestor Shui Pao. In fact, no one could even sense his aura. Unfathomable. It's him. It's really him. The Qi clan's patriarch's eyes flickered. The Nether King's side was shocked. Although he already knew that it was Lin Wudi, he still couldn't accept it. The most surprised people were Jun Wuya, Heimo, Yu Linglong, and the others. They looked at the figure in the sky with their eyes wide open. Their minds were blank. Isn't that Lin Xian? Like I said, this kid won't not come. That's not right. He's not here to watch the battle, but to accept the challenge. What? That's impossible. Could it be that he's Lin Wudi? They were all dumbfounded. Impossible. Heimo was the first to scream. What a joke. How could that guy be Lin Wudi? Lin Wudi is a half-saint. Lin Xian is already a half-saint? How long has it been? Not only Heimo, but Yu Linglong, Jun Wuya, and Han Fei also couldn't believe it. Chapter 3189. After Lin Xian descended from the sky, he looked at the blood-red figure in the distance and said coldly, You are Patriarch Shui Pao? Buzz. Patriarch Xue Pao opened his eyes. As his eyes opened and closed, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. He was also carefully observing Lin Xian and was extremely shocked. He was too young. He couldn't imagine that such a young person would be a half-step sage. But soon, he stopped thinking about it. So what if he was young and a genius? Today, he would kill him with his own hands. Kid, you killed my disciple and destroyed my soul fragment. You must die. Kneel down now, and I can leave you a complete corpse. Otherwise, I will turn you into one of the 3,000 rivers of blood. You will never be reincarnated. Just you? I'm afraid you can't do it. Lin Xian took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly burst out and turned into a shocking divine sword that shot into the sky. The terrifying flames lit up the entire sky. At this moment, Lin Xian was unstoppable. As soon as the aura was released, all the surrounding geniuses trembled again. The power of half a lifetime. The Qi family's patriarch's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. Qi Siyu, who was next to him, was stunned. On the other side, the Nether King, 7 luminaries, Yu Linglong, Heimo, and the others were extremely shocked. The power of a half-step sage. Impossible. He had the power of a half-step sage. He was a half-step sage. These people were going crazy. Lin Xian was a half-step sage. This was beyond their understanding. They remembered that when they left the House of Extraordinary Warriors, Lin Xian had only comprehended the power of Tao, but now, he had become a half-step sage. The speed of his improvement was too fast. They had never heard of any monster who could cultivate at such a speed. Heimo's body trembled and his face was extremely pale. This kind of irresistible fear once again shrouded him. Previously, during the ranking competition at the House of Extraordinary Warriors, Lin Xian had grasped the power of Tao. At that time, he had this kind of fear and despair. Since then, he had gone through countless life and death battles and finally comprehended the power of Tao. In his opinion, he could finally avenge his humiliation and even defeat his opponent. However, when they met again, he noticed that Yangming had already left him in the dust and became a half-saint. This was a kind of despair. From now on, Heimo would live in Lin Xian's shadow for the rest of his life. In the sky, Ancestor Xue Pao's eyes shone brightly. I didn't expect you to really be a half-saint. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Patriarch Xue Pao rose to his feet, and as he did, the 3,000 seas of blood behind him began to roar. However, you really don't know life from death. There are strong and weak half-saints as well. You have no chance of winning against me. Today, I will kill you with my own hands. A terrifying voice resounded throughout the world, causing everyone to tremble. Indeed, they were all semi-sage experts. However, there was a difference in strength between them. There was no doubt that Patriarch Xue Pao was a very powerful half-saint. There's no point in talking anymore. Make your move. Let me see how strong you are, Patriarch Xue Pao. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He could feel his blood boiling. Ever since he became a half-saint, he had not used his full strength. Previously, Patriarch Wan's blood had dried up. Although he had improved his secret technique, he could not reach the peak. Therefore, in that battle, Lin Xian did not use his full strength. Today's battle with Patriarch Xue Pao was something that Lin Xian had been looking forward to for a long time. He wanted to properly test his strength and see just how strong he was now. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Tens of thousands of rays of blood-red light bloomed from Patriarch Xue Pao's body, sweeping across the entire world. He was like a blood-red demon king, displaying his powerful strength at this moment. Between heaven and earth, the sea of blood roared and engulfed Lin Xian. It's too scary. Retreat quickly. The surrounding geniuses and experts who were watching the battle frantically retreated. They had no choice. They did not expect Patriarch Xue Pao to display such a terrifying aura as soon as he appeared. The precept fragment could easily kill them. Good timing, Lin Xian roared. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes shone with a cold light. His fist was like a sun, dancing in the sky. Everywhere it passed, the sea of blood burned. Their precept fragments collided in the air. Every strike was like a clap of thunder. With a wave of his hand, everything within 1,000,000 miles turned into chaos. A terrifying black hole appeared, as if it was going to swallow everything. It's too scary. Other than the Qi family's patriarch and a few other hidden half-saints who could remain calm, everyone else was pushed 5 million miles away. The entire Scarlet Plain was overturned in an instant. He was actually this powerful. Nether King was shocked. Beside him, Seven Radiance's face was extremely ugly. Previously, he had been dismissive of Lin Wudi, but now that he thought about it, he was so stupid that it was scary. A wisp of Patriarch Xue Pao's aura could probably kill him easily. He's too strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Jun Wuya smiled bitterly. Yu Linglong's mouth also twitched. Lin Xian had now become a mountain in front of them that they would never be able to cross in their lifetime. After one strike, Lin Xian and Patriarch Xue Pao separated. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Sword light surrounded him, making him look like a sword god. On the other side, Patriarch Xue Pao's 3,000 blood seas surged. The terrifying precept of blood suppressed the world. However, his face was a little serious. Kid, you have some skills. You can actually block my strike. However, that was just my probing attack. I'm going to be serious now. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The 3,000 blood rivers behind him, together with the precept of blood, charged forward. They turned into 3,000 blood-colored long blades and exploded in front of him. 9 suns opened the sky. Lin Xian's fist seemed to turn into a divine light. It had the power to split the world apart. The precept of fire burned. It could burn everything in the world. The precept of blood was monstrous. Wherever it passed, everything turned into blood. Even 5 million miles away, the elites felt their blood boil. It was as if they were about to escape from their bodies. They were so frightened that they hurriedly used their power to firmly seal their blood. At the same time, they frantically retreated. On the other hand, the precept of fire was violent and destructive. It could burn everything. The entire world was covered in flames. It seemed that even the precept of blood was about to be burned. Lin Xian struck out with the blazing Qilin sword. Dazzling light burst out from the long sword. It seemed to have turned into a huge blazing Qilin in his hand. The 13 green lotus swords, a sword to the heavens. Lin Xian waved the blazing Qilin sword. The precept of fire danced and turned into an eternal light. When the sword struck out, it could destroy the world. He struck out 13 streaks of sword qi in succession and collided with the 3,000 blood rivers. Between heaven and earth, terrifying energy surged and surged. It was too terrifying. Everyone closed their eyes. They did not dare to look. Some of the elites who had comprehended Tao wanted to force their eyes to look. As a result, their eyes bled and they screamed. Chapter 3190. Boom, boom. After a fierce collision, the blood river was destroyed and the 13 swords slashed open a vacuum. Lin Xian struck out with his sword again, and a fire Qilin charged towards Patriarch Xue Pao with blazing flames. Get lost. Ancestor Xue Pao roared in anger. He did not expect his blood saber to be broken by Lin Xian, which made him furious. In the next moment, his blood river covered the sky as if it could destroy the world. It wanted to refine the fire Qilin alive. Roar. In Lin Xian's body, the great dragon sword soul roared and the fire Qilin sword seemed to come alive and turned into a divine beast. Buzz. The great dragon sword soul exploded and shone with a cold light. Lin Xian's aura became terrifying again. With a roar, the long sword rushed out and smashed the blood palm, engulfing Ancestor Xue Pao. The sword became an eternal, immortal light, as if it had experienced endless years. There was a deafening sound and a figure flew out. Patriarch Xue Pao's body was smashed into smithereens, and his internal organs were all gone. The attack had injured him. With a boom, he flew out 3 million miles and smashed through the void. The blood of a half-saint fell and pierced through the blood plains. Between heaven and earth, there were cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. It was a scene of destruction. What? Ancestor Xue Pao was injured? the Qi family's patriarch and the others exclaimed. Hearing this, the others opened their eyes. Indeed, the terrifying light had disappeared, and the huge crack between heaven and earth was shocking. Ancestor Xue Pao's body was smashed, and he was terrified. When these people saw this scene, they were all scared silly. Xue Pao ancestor was actually injured. How was this possible? They were going crazy. They had heard too many legends about ancestor Xue Pao. It was said that he had killed 2 half-saints 500 years ago. Moreover, he had forced the other 2 half-saints to stay put. What a powerful and terrifying existence. 500 years later, the other party's strength would definitely rise to another level, reaching an inconceivable level. Therefore, in their opinion, Lin Wudi was no match for ancestor Xue Pao. But now, after exchanging a few blows, Patriarch Xue Pao was pierced through by the sword. Although this sword strike wasn't enough to kill a half-sage, the impact of this strike was simply too shocking. This Lin Wudi was too terrifying. He was a young genius. Who would have thought that he could injure Patriarch Xue Pao? What kind of divine ability law did he cultivate? The law of fire. Furthermore, his sword also appeared to be extraordinary. It was actually able to transform the fire Qilin into something so realistic. That's not all. Why do I even hear a dragon's roar coming from his body? Exclamations rang out one after another. Even the patriarch of the Qi clan and the other half-saints were bewildered. There were simply too many secrets on Lin Xian. Brat, I didn't expect you to be able to injure me. Progenitor Xue Pao arrived from the rift 3 million li away. With every step Mei took, his body recovered a little. Very quickly, he recovered to his original state, without a trace of damage. Not only that, but his aura was even more terrifying. I've underestimated you. The law of fire, the dragon's roar, and the Qilin sword. I didn't expect you to have so many Dharma treasures. You've achieved so much at such a young age. You're really amazing. However, it's a pity that you're too arrogant. Of all things, you shouldn't have challenged me. You shouldn't have challenged me on the blood refining planet. If this battle had taken place on the cloud returning planet, you might have been able to survive. But now, on the blood refining planet, you'll die without a doubt. Having said that, Patriarch Xue Pao roared into the sky. 3,000 li of blood suddenly rushed into the blood refining plains below. Strong power and endless crimson light filled the sky. What was going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Why didn't Patriarch Xue Pao attack Lin Wudi? Why did he attack the ground below? They couldn't understand. However, the other patriarchs and the other half-saints' expressions changed. Oh no, could the rumor be true? What rumor? Qi Siyu and the others were surprised. The Qi clan patriarch quickly retreated. It was rumored that the blood refining plains were not simple. It was a pit of tens of thousands of people. In ancient times, an earth-shattering battle had taken place here. Hundreds of millions of people had died here. Even half-saints had fallen here. Their blood had merged with the ground, causing it to be covered in the color of blood from beginning to end. It had never changed. It was said that the souls of hundreds of millions of people had been suppressed in the blood-refining plains. They had thought it was just a rumor. Now, looking at Patriarch Xue Pao, it seemed that the rumor was true. He wanted to trigger the hundreds of millions of people suppressed in the blood-refining plains. As he spoke, the Qi clan patriarch led Qi Siyu, and the others a few million miles away. The other half-saints also retreated. They didn't dare to be careless. After all, the rumor was very terrifying. Within 5 million miles, only Patriarch Xue Pao and Lin Xian were left. Kid, it's time to taste the gift I've prepared for you. Patriarch Xue Pao laughed. Come out. 3,000 rivers of blood rushed into the sky, creating a black hole in the blood-refining plains. Countless roars came from below, making people's hair stand on end. Oh my God, what was that? Those who were watching the battle from afar were terrified. The sound of his laughter was simply too terrifying. Buzz. In the next moment, countless blood-red figures rushed out of the pitch-black hole. They all roared at the sky like demons. There were blood-red tubes on their bodies and blood-red runes between their eyebrows. Obviously, they were all controlled by Patriarch Xue Pao. Ha ha ha, kid. Did you think I didn't prepare for this when I chose to come to the blood refining plains? Now, you can go to hell. Patriarch Shui Pao formed a seal with his hands. Thousands of blood-red creatures rushed out crazily. These were vengeful spirits that had existed for countless years. They were really vicious. Even those who were close to the Tao would be torn to shreds in an instant. Even a half-saint would die if surrounded by so many vengeful spirits. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by countless vengeful spirits. The strong and cold aura wanted to tear him to pieces. How can mere vengeful spirits do anything to me? Lin Xian laughed. The flames on his body rushed to the sky and covered all the vengeful spirits. But it didn't work. The vengeful spirits had the law of blood on them. It shone and blocked the law of fire. In front, Patriarch Shui Pao laughed. Kid, these are not ordinary vengeful spirits. Under my control, your law of fire can't hurt them. Chapter 3191. Whoosh! Patriarch Shui Pao's small flame world started to burn. Not only that, cracks started to appear on it, and they were getting bigger and bigger. What? That Lin Wudi could still increase his strength? How did he do it? Could it be that he hasn't used his full strength yet? The surrounding people went crazy when they saw this. Do you think that your world of blood still has the right to be arrogant in front of my sword of law? Lin Xian was like a sword emperor, walking in the air. Patriarch Shui Pao's face turned pale. His body started to tremble slightly. How could this be? The blood world that he was so proud of was split apart by his opponent. Suddenly, Patriarch Shui Pao let out a sigh. I didn't expect you to have such strength. It really surprises me. It seems that I've been in seclusion for so many years that I didn't know that a genius like you has appeared. Those who were watching from afar were shocked when they heard Patriarch Shui Pao's words. Was Patriarch Shui Pao praising his opponent? But what time was it? Why would Patriarch Shui Pao say something like that? But soon, they understood. Patriarch Shui Pao's words changed. You're strong, but it's impossible for you to defeat me. I didn't want to use some of my divine powers, but they're forbidden arts. Once I use them, I'll be able to kill my opponent, but I'll also be affected. It might even take a few hundred years for me to recover. But today, I have no choice but to use them against you. Kid, you can be proud that you've forced me to use my divine powers. Following Patriarch Shui Pao's words, the 3,000 blood demons rushed over from all directions and entered Patriarch Shui Pao's body. Buzz! Patriarch Shui Pao's body suddenly grew taller, as if he had turned into a blood-red saint. His aura also increased rapidly, and it seemed to be suppressing Lin Xian. Blood demons as one. The 3,000 blood demons were refined by Patriarch Shui Pao using the blood of countless experts and the blood law for thousands of years. Each of them was extremely powerful. Even Patriarch Shui Pao didn't dare to absorb all 3,000 blood demons into his body. That was because even though he could obtain great power, he would still be devoured by the blood demon. However, he couldn't care less about that now. As long as he could kill his opponent, it wouldn't matter even if he had to go into seclusion to recover for 100 years. It was all worth it. Blood Demon returns to origin. At this moment, Patriarch Shui Pao stood tall in the sky like a peerless blood demon king. Waving his hands, countless blood-colored runes shone in all directions, gradually covering the entire sky. From tens of millions of miles away, one would find that this was a blood-red ball of light that directly enveloped Lin Xian and Patriarch Shui Pao. The area within a radius of 3 million miles had turned into a sealed space. Not good. After Patriarch Shui Pao absorbed the 3,000 blood demons, the blood world became so big. Was he trying to kill Lin Wudi by force? What? Are you saying that Lin Wudi has entered his world of blood? Several half-saints cried out in alarm. The Qi clan's patriarch's expression changed. The surrounding people were stunned. From the looks of it, Lin Wudi was once again in danger of being defeated, or even possibly killed. How could he still have a trump card? They had to admit that they had indeed underestimated him. But so what? It was time to end it now. Facing Patriarch Shui Pao's trump card, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. A second force appeared in his body. It was the power of annihilation. The power of annihilation had not yet formed the Dharma fragments, but after Lin Xian used the dragon sword soul, it was different. The power of annihilation was very close to the Dharma fragments. The power of annihilation was combined with the Dharma of fire. This made Lin Xian's sword of the Dharma more powerful. Buzz. After a loud dragon roar, Lin Xian waved his arms. With a boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. It's useless. Die. Blood demon disc of annihilation. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to attack, Patriarch Xue Pao roared. His blood world turned into a blood-colored disc, mercilessly crushing. He wanted to crush Lin Xian into a bloody mist. With a clang, Lin Xian's sword slashed on the blood-colored disc, making a shocking sound. The blood-colored disc trembled slightly, but soon it fell again. Useless kid. You can't break it. Patriarch Xue Pao was very confident. If he couldn't break it with one sword, what about 2 or 3? I don't believe that he won't break. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light, and his arms continued to wave. He slashed out 99 times in a row. Damn it! How is this possible? Patriarch Xue Pao's eyeballs almost fell out. Isn't this a divine skill? His opponent had already run out of power with one sword. How could he slash out 99 times? Isn't his power exhausted? Can his body bear it? He didn't know about any of this. He was now facing the terrifying attack of 99 swords. The sword chi collided with the blood-colored disc, directly cutting it into pieces. 30 sword chi. Patriarch Xue Pao's blood-colored world was shattered. Facing the remaining dozens of sword chi, Patriarch Xue Pao's scalp tingled. No! He screamed, turned around, and fled. In the distance, the patriarch of the Qi family and others were also stunned. What a divine skill this was! How could he resist the 99 swords of the law in a row? Patriarch Xue Pao might not be able to resist at all. The other half-saints were also trembling. Patriarch Xue Pao tore the void crazily, but the remaining dozens of sword lights firmly locked onto him. Eventually, he was enveloped. No! Patriarch Xue Pao roared, and his body suddenly turned into a bloody mist, spreading in all directions. As a half-saint, he had many means of escape. Turning into mist was one of the most powerful means of escape. After turning into mist, his body became invisible. Ordinary attacks would not be able to harm him, even if some of it could be destroyed. So what? As long as a trace of mist escaped, Patriarch Xue Pao could reform his body. This was the advantage of being a half-saint. A real saint could be reborn with a drop of blood. Therefore, it was very difficult to kill a saint. Although Patriarch Xue Pao was not a real saint yet, as long as he had some bloody mist to escape, he could be reborn. Damn you, kid. I'll remember this. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands. Patriarch Xue Pao's vicious voice rang out. His escape this time had greatly damaged his vitality. He would not be able to recover for at least 100 years. But he swore that when he became stronger, he would kill Lin Fan with his own hands. How dare you threaten me now? Do you think you can escape today? Chapter 3192. Oh no, Lin Wudi is in danger. Yes, no matter how strong he was, he could not fight against Patriarch Xue Pao. His law of fire could at most resist the law of blood. But what about the vengeful spirits? He definitely could not resist. If he was touched, he would be seriously injured and might be torn to pieces. Boom, 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 boom. It's over. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Even a sage-to-be could not resist such an attack. That kid would definitely be torn to pieces. But soon, they were stunned. Because in the collision, the vengeful spirits screamed and came back. They were torn to pieces, but Lin Xian was like a god of war. His body shone brightly, and he was injured. He was not injured? What kind of body was that? These people were all stunned. The Qi family patriarch and the others were also shocked. This physique was too strong. It was more terrifying than an ordinary sage-to-be body. Lin Xian roared and rushed forward. Suddenly, countless vengeful spirits were sent flying. He sneered. Is that all? How ridiculous. Do you think these vengeful spirits can tear my body to pieces? Lin Xian's divine body shone brightly. It was very terrifying. In a few moves, all the vengeful spirits were sent flying. Damn it, get lost. Patriarch Xue Pao roared, and the vengeful spirits screamed. Suddenly, everyone's souls trembled as if they were about to be pierced. Oh no, it was a soul attack. These people were so scared that their scalps went numb, and they retreated again. Your body is strong, but what about your soul? I don't believe that your soul can withstand these attacks. Now, go to hell for me. Patriarch Xue Pao smiled sinisterly again. Indeed, these vengeful spirits were very terrifying. His opponent seemed to be a body cultivator, but his soul should not be too strong. Patriarch Xue Pao's soul attack could definitely kill him in one move. On the opposite side, Lin Xian felt the collision of the vengeful spirits and sneered. Soul attack? It seems that you are courting death. His palms formed a seal and a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. They were like the eyes of a deity, with the law of fire, looking down on the ground. Samsara. Lin Xian roared furiously. Golden light spun rapidly in his eyes, forming two golden vortexes that engulfed the countless vengeful spirits. Those resentful spirits cried out miserably as if they had gone mad. They were originally souls, but due to special reasons, they couldn't reincarnate and were suppressed beneath the great blood plains. Now, after being enveloped by the golden light, they were all swallowed up without any resistance. In an instant, all the vengeful spirits in the sky disappeared without a trace. In the sky, the pair of golden eyes blossomed with an even more mysterious light. Is this all you've got? Lin Xian sneered. Damn it, this is impossible. How could it be so easily resolved? Patriarch Xue Pao was stunned. Was the other party's soul also so terrifying? Furthermore, what kind of eyes were those? Why was his soul trembling? Those who were watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. Ancestor Xue Pao was actually being suppressed. Was Patriarch Xue Pao going to lose? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. If that was really the case, it would be an earth-shattering event. He was actually strong to such an extent. Heimo, Jun Wuya, and the others were extremely shocked. The Qi family's patriarch and the other sage-to-be saints were also extremely solemn. This young man was really something. Xue Pao, is this all you've got? Lin Xian's voice rang out from the front. Ancestor Xue Pao's face was extremely ugly, and then he roared. Kid, don't be so arrogant. You underestimate me too much. You underestimate the Scarlet Plains too much. Do you think that's all you've got? All right, I'll show you a true peerless superpower. 3000 Blood Demon Technique. Ancestor Xue Pao roared into the sky, and the law of blood swept out quickly. Behind him, 3000 blood rivers rolled in the sky and twisted, forming 3000 blood demon kings. Each of them could split the sky and earth, and the fragments of the law of blood in their bodies brought about monstrous power. Kill. Ancestor Xue Pao roared, and the 3000 blood demons behind him roared as well, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The terrifying murderous aura shattered the sky. Roar. On Lin Xian's side, a dragon's roar rang out, resisting the murderous aura in the sky. The two sound waves clashed in the sky. It was useless. Lin Xian snorted coldly. On the opposite side, Ancestor Xue Pao's palms formed a seal again. Suck blood. 3000 blood demons array. In the distance, the martial artists screamed, because many of them were instantly turned into dried corpses. Their blood gushed out crazily, gathering toward Ancestor Xue Pao. Not good. The power of the law fragment. Run. These people's scalps went numb, and they were scared out of their wits. They quickly ran away. Those who were slow to run were all deprived of blood. Jun Wuya, Yu Linglong, Heimo, and the others also looked pale, and they quickly retreated. Under the power of the law fragment, they couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian also felt the blood in his body surging, as if it was about to burst out of his body. This was the power of laws. They were invisible and traceless, and their words were law. A saint could instantly kill billions of living beings. Even Lin Xian, who was at the same level as a half-saint, was affected. But soon, he shouted coldly, suppress it. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, turned into a peerless sword light, and directly destroyed this power. He turned into a giant dragon, suppressing Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's blood completely calmed down. Competing with the law? Then have a taste of my law of fire. His eyes burst out with a piercing light. Ancestor Shui Pao screamed, and his body suddenly burned. His blood boiled, as if it was about to evaporate. Damn it! Ancestor Shui Pao roared, activating the law of blood. The two laws collided, and countless cracks appeared on Ancestor Shui Pao's body. Damn it! The 3,000 blood demon formation. Charge! Ancestor Shui Pao retreated far away, suppressed by the power. At the same time, he activated the 3,000 blood demon formation. But he was too shocked. Why did his law not hurt the other party, but was hurt by the other party's law? Could it be that the other party's law power was stronger than his? Damn it! How was this possible? He didn't believe it. He had comprehended the law for thousands of years, but it wasn't as profound as the other parties. How would he know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul? That supreme power, coupled with the law of fire, was enough to destroy everything. At this moment, Lin Xian was facing the 3,000 blood demon formation. The flaming sword qi in his hand slashed in all directions. The law of fire danced, sweeping across heaven and earth. However, the 3,000 blood demon formation was extremely extraordinary. The 3,000 blood demons led the law of blood fragments to form a heaven and earth great formation. For a moment, it actually blocked Lin Xian's monstrous sword light. Not only that, it also charged towards Lin Xian quickly. The space where Lin Xian was completely enveloped by the blood-colored light. On the other side, Ancestor Shui Pao extinguished the flames on his body and flew over again. He saw Lin Xian, who was surrounded by the 3,000 blood demons, and laughed loudly. Kid, how is it? Do you know how powerful my formation is? Next, you will experience what despair is. Ancestor Shui Pao once again shot out a few blood-colored law fragments into the blood demon formation. Buzz! Chapter 3193. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sword qi and flames danced, suppressing the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, the light of the 3,000 blood demons was suppressed. The monstrous flames were even about to engulf the 3,000 blood demons. Seeing this, Ancestor Shui Pao's face turned cold again. He took out a blood-red heart and bit into it. Suddenly, his aura skyrocketed. In front of him, 3,000 blood demons stretched out their arms and turned into rivers of blood, entangling the sword qi in the sky. The fiery light completely enveloped the sky. The sky was once again blood-red. Do you think my rule of blood is that simple? Only depriving you of your qi and blood? You're too naive. Since I can't absorb your blood, I'll let it go berserk. From now on, you'll become a madman. After the 3,000 blood demons suppressed the flames in the sky, Ancestor Shui Pao charged toward Lin Xian again. This time, the rule of blood directly enveloped Lin Xian. He did not absorb Lin Xian's blood. Instead, he let Lin Xian's blood become berserk. In the end, he completely lost his mind. Oh no, that Lin Wuti is in danger. Yes, I've seen this move before. At that time, Ancestor Shui Pao fought against a half-saint. That half-saint was sealed for 3 years before he recovered. I'm afraid that Lin Wuti will not be able to stop it. Next, he will completely turn into a madman, even more berserk than a beast. Hearing the words of a half-saint, the spectators were shocked. Is Lin Wuti going to lose? Sure enough, he's still too young. As a veteran half-saint, Ancestor Shui Pao's means were extremely powerful. He was even more proficient in the application of the rule of blood. Lin Wuti is probably going to be defeated this time. Lin Xian felt the berserk aura and his eyes immediately turned red. He seemed to have become murderous and wanted to destroy everything in the world. However, it was not that easy to make him completely crazy. After all, he was also a half-saint. Moreover, he was not an ordinary half-saint. Dragon Sword Soul, Destroy. The great dragon sword spirit within Lin Fan's body roared crazily as it destroyed the berserk aura. The red glow in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared and turned back into golden runes. I have to say, you are indeed very strong, but it's a pity that you met me. Your nomological abilities are unable to affect me. Next, I will let you experience my true nomological mystical ability. Lin Xian sheathed his blazing Qilin sword. In the next moment, he shouted, "Sword, come!" Immediately, a flaming long sword appeared in his hand. That flaming long sword was formed completely from fragments of the law of fire. The light shone brightly, exuding a peerlessly violent and destructive aura. Instantly, the entire sky within a radius of a few million miles was enveloped by torrential flames. Tens of millions of miles away, everyone's expressions changed. What a terrifying law fragment! Why did it feel like the nomological fragment Lin Wudi comprehended was even more terrifying than Patriarch Xue Pao's? Impossible! Patriarch Xue Pao's expression finally changed. What he was most proud of was his law of blood. In his opinion, so what if his opponent was a half-saint? His opponent's comprehension of the law was too shallow and could not be compared to him. But now, he realized that he was wrong. The aura emitted by his opponent's law of fire was even more terrifying than his law of blood. His opponent's comprehension of the law was actually higher than his? Impossible! Patriarch Xue Pao could not believe it. He waved his blood-red palms and rushed over with the power of the law. He had to stop his opponent. Countless blood-red palms with the law of fire emitted a deafening sound. The law of fire sword trembled and countless sword lights surrounded it, destroying all the blood-red palms. There were even a few that pierced towards Patriarch Xue Pao, forcing him to dodge quickly. Damn it! How could it be so terrifying? Patriarch Xue Pao's expression was extremely cold. At this moment, Lin Xian's law of fire sword had already formed and was held in his hand. Buzz! The great dragon sword soul roared and hundreds of millions of sword chi soared into the sky. This is my self-created law of fire god / Now, have a taste of its might. Lin Xian waved the law of fire sword in his hand. As the sword fell, countless law fragments danced in the air and flames surged between heaven and earth. Other than that, no other scene could be seen. That trace of flame could easily kill a martial artist who was close to the Tao. Even a half-step sage would be turned into ashes. As expected, the eyelids of the Qi family patriarch and the other half-step sages twitched wildly. They felt a threat to their lives. This sword could not be resisted directly. Patriarch Xue Pao roared. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to use the law of fire? His palm twitched in the void. As his palm moved, countless law of blood formed a blood-red saber that emitted the same aura. Slash. With a slash of the saber, ghosts wailed and wolves howled. It was also a saber of law. The saber and sword collided in the sky and turned into an eternal light. Heaven and earth split open and lightning fell as if a thunder tribulation had occurred. Looking at the vast and mighty lightning tribulation 8 million miles ahead, the spectating cultivators were all stunned. Was this the power of a half-step sage? It was too terrifying. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be able to resist at all and would be turned into ashes in an instant. Had Lin Xian become so powerful? Even if he was defeated this time, there were probably not many people in the younger generation who could suppress him. Jun Wuya, Yu Linglong, and the others were extremely solemn. When they were still competing with the younger generation, Lin Xian was already able to contend with the older half-step sages. He had even made Patriarch Xue Pao extremely embarrassed, especially now that he had created his own law of fire. All of this was like a myth that they could only look up to. While everyone was stunned, the situation in front of them also changed. The blood-red light that filled the sky suddenly shattered, and the flame aura suddenly surged. It immediately enveloped Patriarch Xue Pao. Damn it! Block it for me! Patriarch Xue Pao roared, and the illusion of a small world appeared on his body. The blood-red light inside was monstrous, as if it was the Azura world. This had already surpassed the king domain. It was a small world formed by Patriarch Xue Pao. At this moment, As soon as the small world appeared, it completely enveloped Patriarch Shui Pao, isolating him from all the flames outside. Kid, you underestimate me too much. Do you really think that I have cultivated for more than 1,000 years in vain? Now that my world has appeared, let's see how you can hurt me. Patriarch Shui Pao's voice echoed in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Hearing this, Lin Xin laughed. You are too ignorant. In this world, there are some people who you can't understand. Do you think your world is very powerful? Today, I will split it open for you. Lin Xin roared, and the dragon roar on his body soared into the sky. The great dragon sword soul transformed into thousands of rays of light that supported the law of fire. Suddenly, Lin Xin's law of fire sword shone brightly again, turning into a giant flame dragon that was millions of miles long and crazily fell. Chapter 3194. Buzz. The dozens of sword lights of the laws blotted out the sky and earth, forming a sword screen that enveloped the entire world. Lin Xin's eyes were cold. To be honest, other half-saints might not be able to do anything to Patriarch Shui Pao's escape. After all, Patriarch Shui Pao had turned into too much blood mist. It was impossible to destroy it in a short time. If Patriarch Shui Pao managed to escape, he might be reborn. However, it was impossible for Lin Xin to do so. Lin Xin was the descendant of the Great Dragon Sword. The Great Dragon Sword soul could destroy everything in the world. A mere sky full of blood mist was nothing in his eyes. Sure enough, the sword chi turned into a sea of swords that shrouded the blood mist. The next moment, Patriarch Shui Pao's miserable cry was heard. Ah! He screamed crazily because he found that the blood mist he had turned into was being destroyed at an alarming speed. None of it could escape. How is this possible? Patriarch Shui Pao was going crazy. How could his opponent have such a sharp sword light? Am I going to die here today? No. Patriarch Shui Pao screamed crazily. 2/3 of his blood mist had been destroyed. Only 1/3 was left. He felt his skin crawl and said quickly, Stop! Stop fighting. You've won this battle. I admit defeat. Also, we'll write off our grudges. How about that? Hearing this, the martial artists who were watching the battle from afar were stunned. The ancestral patriarch of the Qi family and the other half-saints gasped. Patriarch Shui Pao is begging for mercy and admitting defeat. This is unbelievable. They knew that Patriarch Shui Pao was a terrifying existence. They were no match for him in a one-on-one fight. However, such a powerful half-saint had been defeated by a young man. Now, he was fleeing in all directions and even had to beg for mercy. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. It's useless. I've said before that this battle will determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. Lin Xin's cold voice was heard. Let him go? How is that possible? Patriarch Shui Pao was a vengeful and ruthless person. If Lin Xin let him go, he would definitely take the opportunity to come back. He would not allow such a scourge to live. Therefore, Lin Xin did not hold back. No way. Lin Wudi really wanted to kill Patriarch Shui Pao? Heavens, is the semi-sage going to fall? The Qi family's ancestor and the others were shocked beyond words. Jun Wuya, Heimo, and the others were dumbfounded. The native warriors of Blood Refining Planet felt their scalps go numb. That was Ancestor Shui Pao, who was extremely famous in Blood Refining Planet. But now, they were actually facing the danger of being killed. It was really hard for them to imagine. Ancestor Shui Pao roared as if he had gone mad. Damn brat, you dare to attack me? No one answered him. What answered him was only the merciless sword light. Immediately, the 1/3 of blood was reduced by half. I'll fight it out with you. Patriarch Shui Pao knew that he couldn't escape. He let out a vicious voice, Damn brat, I'll take you down with me. He was truly in despair. He didn't expect that he would be killed here when he was at his peak. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have fought with the other party even if he was beaten to death. But now, it was too late. He couldn't escape by himself. Even if he asked other semi-sages for help, they probably wouldn't. Firstly, their friendship was ordinary. Secondly, Lin Wuti was so young and so strong. His future achievements were limitless. Who would dare offend such a peerless genius? Therefore, no one would help him. However, even if ancestor Xue Pao died, he wouldn't let the other party get what he wanted. He wanted to drag the other party down with him. Kid, I won't let you off. I'll let you be struck by 10,000 lightning bolts and have your mind destroyed. I'll let you suffer the most terrifying lightning technique. This voice reverberated between heaven and earth, making everyone's hair stand on end. Everyone was trembling in fear. The souls of the Qi family's ancestor and the others were also trembling. Lin Xian also frowned. In the next instant, he saw the remaining blood of ancestor Xue Pao start to burn rapidly. Within the red flames, ancestor Xue Pao's soul was rolling and twisting. At the same time, a thundercloud appeared in the sky. When it collided, 10,000 lightning bolts appeared. The terrifying aura of thunder made the Qi family's ancestor and the others shudder in fear. Oh no, it's a curse. Ancestor Xue Pao had really gone mad. He was willing to give up on reincarnation and fall into eternal darkness to cast such a curse. It's over. That Lin Wuti won't be able to survive either. Next, there would be an apocalyptic lightning tribulation. The Qi family's ancestor and the others quickly retreated. When the surrounding martial artists and geniuses heard this, their scalps went numb and they ran for their lives. They knew that ancestor Xue Pao would definitely die. As for Lin Xian, it was very likely that he would be killed by the cursed lightning tribulation. Curse? Lin Xian frowned. This was the first time he had seen such an attack. Through his heavenly secret divine eyes, he could see that ancestor Xue Pao's blood was burning. His soul seemed to be pulled into an unknown world. At the same time, he sensed that he was being watched by a mysterious and strange power. This power made the light on his body dim, and his qi and blood were about to wither. At the same time, his heart was pounding. Above his head, thunder flashed, and the light seemed to be able to destroy the world. This aura was no weaker than the lightning tribulation when he became a half-saint. It was even stronger. Boom! In the next moment, countless lightning tribulations fell, piercing through the void and completely enveloping the world. Lin Xian was also engulfed. 1 day, 2 days, the cursed lightning tribulation continued. The space within millions of miles was shattered and turned into a chaotic void. The Qi family's ancestor and the others had already retreated 30 million miles away. They looked at the apocalyptic scene in front of them, and their hearts pounded. It's over. Lin Wuti won't be able to escape. Yes, even a half-saint would be killed. Moreover, he was enveloped by the power of the curse. The lightning tribulation would never let him go. Several half-saints shook their heads. At the same time, some half-saints felt that it was a pity that such a peerless genius had become a half-saint at such a young age. His future was limitless. He was too young and impetuous. He shouldn't have pushed ancestor Xue Pao so hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died if he didn't kill ancestor Xue Pao. Young Master Lin. Qi Siyu's face was full of anxiety, and her eyes were filled with endless despair. In the distance, Jun Wuya, Ling Long, Heimo, and the others were also in disbelief. Lin Xian was destroyed by the lightning tribulation. Was he dead? Why did it all seem like a dream? Soon, Heimo sneered. Humph, this is really surprising. I didn't expect that a half-saint would die. The other extraterritorial elites also said coldly. I admit that Lin Wuti is powerful, but he has become history. Only a living genius is a genius. What was dead was nothing at all. Chapter 3195. They all breathed a sigh of relief. This was because a young half-saint was giving them too much pressure. Now, they were all dead. In this way, they had one less opponent to compete with. However, most of the older generation still looked regretful. After all, they had no chance to become great emperors. If they could see the rise of a young great emperor in their lifetime, they would be very happy. In today's battle, they had witnessed the rise of a young great emperor. However, they did not expect an accident to happen in the end. Patriarch Xue Pao's soul fell into eternal darkness, and he released a half-saint curse, which attracted a peerless heavenly tribulation. Lin Wudi might not be able to deal with such power. Not necessarily. Lin Wudi was very strong. Especially when Yu Linglong and the others knew that Lin Xian was the successor of the Great Dragon, the successor of the Nine Sons. He had a strong physique and strong attacks, so he might be able to survive. However, 10 days passed, 20 days passed, and they were in despair. After a month, they were ready to leave. Because the heavenly tribulation ahead was still ongoing, and Lin Xian's figure still did not appear. Forget it, let's go. That kid can't be resurrected. Indeed, the power of the curse had not disappeared, and the heavenly tribulation had not dissipated. After it dissipated, everything would vanish, and that kid would probably be destroyed in body and soul. The half-saints shook their heads and left. The other experts, elders, big families, and sacred grounds all left one after another. Jun Wuya, Yu Linglong, and the others also left. Let's go. Seven Lights regained its coldness and left with Nether King and the others. In the end, everyone left. In the vast heavenly tribulation, Lin Xian's fire law revolved around his body, resisting it. The great dragon sword soul roared in his body, and at the same time, there was a black rune jumping on his body, and the aura became more and more terrifying. This aura was the aura of annihilation. Although the heavenly tribulation was powerful, Lin Xian relied on various abhijnas and his strong body. These heavenly tribulation could not hurt him at all. Not only that, Lin Xian seemed to be still cultivating. However, from the looks of it, he wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Tens of millions of miles of space was filled with lightning tribulations, so it was impossible for anyone to come in. It was impossible for anyone to know about Lin Xian's current situation. In the outside world, it had been a month since the final battle between the half-saints on the Scarlet Plain. In the past month, news about Lin Wudi and Patriarch Xue Pao had spread across many star worlds. Everyone was amazed by Lin Xian's strength, but at the same time, they felt it was a pity. This was because Lin Xian had already died in the lightning tribulation. The curse of a half-step saint was extremely terrifying. It was likely that the other party would not be able to survive. Just as someone said, dead geniuses were nothing. Only living geniuses were true geniuses. Thus, the crowd only treated this battle as history. The commotion caused by this battle gradually died down. At the same time, another piece of news came, causing everyone to stop talking. The battle between half-sages had turned completely silent. Falling into the abyss, there was a problem. In the starry sky of the universe, there were many star worlds that were very famous. For example, the blood-refining star was a very terrifying training ground. Most of them were ferocious experts. There was also a star world called the Falling Star. There was a falling abyss inside, which was extremely terrifying. It was said that the demonic chi and ghost chi filled the air, which was extremely terrifying. It was said that it was also an ancient battlefield, where hundreds of millions of creatures had fought. Even peerless experts had fallen there. It was a very terrifying place, which could be said to be a place of great danger. However, there were still countless people who wanted to fall into the falling abyss. Even the patriarch of the Qi family 300 years ago was injured when he fell into the falling abyss. Because the falling abyss was filled with ghost Qi and demonic Qi, people who cultivated this kind of cultivation method liked to stay there. They could get twice the results with half the effort. Moreover, there were also people who liked to challenge themselves there to break through bottlenecks. There was even a rumor that there was a huge treasure trove in the falling abyss, where endless secrets were kept. As long as one could enter the treasure trove and obtain the treasures inside, one could become a saint and transcend heaven and earth. Becoming a saint was such a great temptation. One had to know that although many people hoped to become a great emperor, the great emperor was too illusory. Countless saints and super saints could not become a great emperor, so most people only dreamed about it. However, saints were different. To them, saints were closer to becoming a great emperor. Moreover, especially those who had comprehended the nearing path and were already half saints, as long as they took another step forward, they would immediately become saints. Their strength would undergo a tremendous change, and their lifespan would also increase exponentially. That was the most attractive thing to them. Therefore, countless experts rushed to the falling abyss like ducks. The changes in the falling abyss directly attracted the attention of these people. In an instant, news spread everywhere. Quite a few star realms had received the news. Those nearing path martial artists and half-saints were all eager to make a move. The Qi family. Their territory and influence had expanded a lot compared to before, and it was all thanks to the Qi family's patriarch. At this moment, the Qi family's patriarch was sitting high in the main hall. When he received the news from the outer realm, he suddenly stood up. Really? There was a change. Patriarch? What was going on? Below him, the Qi family's elders and powerhouses were also puzzled. It was rare for them to see their patriarch so agitated. There was a new change in the falling abyss. There was a chaotic aura and multicolored light in the falling abyss. That was a sign of the birth of a rare treasure. What? The elders and powerhouses below were shocked when they heard that. They knew that the falling abyss was filled with demonic qi, ghost qi, and all kinds of cold aura. But now, there was a chaotic aura and multicolored light in the falling abyss. Under normal circumstances, such things would not appear in the falling abyss. Could it be that the rumors were true? There was really a huge treasure trove in the falling abyss? At this moment, the treasure trove had opened. Was that why the multicolored light and chaotic aura had appeared? Everyone discussed animatedly. The Qi family's patriarch laughed. That's right. It seemed that there was indeed a secret in the falling abyss. Patriarch, what should we do? Should we go? The Qi family's elder raised his head and asked. Qi Siyu, who was beside him, also looked nervous. After all, 300 years ago, their patriarch was injured because he went to the falling abyss. From then on, he could not recover from the setback and even almost died. If it were not for Lin Xian, their patriarch would have died by now. Of course I have to go. Don't worry, I didn't spend the past 300 years in vain. I've already found a way to resist the Yin demons. Chapter 3196. The Qi family patriarch's eyes flickered. He had been a half-saint for a long time and had been stuck in the half-saint realm for a long time. Although he had recovered, he could only live for another 1,000 years. However, could he break through and become a true saint in the next 1,000 years? To be honest, the Qi family patriarch was not confident at all. He had estimated that even if there was a chance, the chances of success were less than 10%. A half-saint and a saint seemed similar, but the difference between them was too great. The difference was like heaven and earth. A saint was an existence that transcended heaven and earth and could no longer be called a human. Becoming a saint was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that he had fallen into the abyss and there were abnormal changes, the Qi family patriarch had to make a trip no matter what. When the others heard this, they hurriedly made preparations to provide the patriarch with all the resources they could. On the cloud-returning planet, all the major families and top sacred grounds were making preparations. Even the elites and half-saints in the blood-refining planet, the hero planet, the Sirius planet, and the surrounding planets were making preparations. On the blood-refining planet, the Crimson Plains. At this moment, millions of miles of space was still enveloped by an endless sea of lightning. The violent aura made it so that there was no one in the surrounding 30 million miles. It could be said that this place had become a forbidden area and no one would come here. However, on this day, in the endless sea of lightning, a young figure stood up. Lin Xian opened his eyes. Terrifying fragments of the law of fire appeared from his body and danced in the air. In addition, there were some mysterious black runes that were also law fragments. He had succeeded. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. When he had killed Patriarch Xue Pao, he had received a curse from Patriarch Xue Pao and attracted a lightning tribulation. However, Lin Xian had not died in the lightning tribulation. Instead, he had withstood it. At the same time, he had also used the lightning tribulation to cultivate the power of annihilation. Finally, he had cultivated the power of annihilation into a law of annihilation fragment. Now that Lin Xian had comprehended two types of nomological law fragments, his strength had increased exponentially once again. If he were to fight Patriarch Xue Pao now, he would probably be able to kill him in less than 50 moves. Moreover, he would not give Patriarch Xue Pao a chance to curse him. It should be about time for the lightning tribulation to disappear, right? Lin Xian looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he frowned. No, what was going on? Could it be that the power of the curse still hadn't disappeared? Lin Xian discovered that not only did the surrounding lightning tribulation not weaken, but it was also becoming more and more violent, as if it was going to engulf the entire world. That's impossible. After such a long time, even if it's a half-saint level curse, it should have disappeared. What was going on? Just as he was feeling puzzled, a red figure suddenly rushed out of the black earth. Following that, roars filled the sky. Ah! Ha 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 ha! This emperor is going to succeed. Ruffian dragon. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xian was overjoyed. Had the dark red divine dragon come out of seclusion? Haha, brat, get a little further away. I'm about to undergo tribulation. As soon as the dark red dragon came out, it roared loudly. But in the next moment, he was also stunned. Oh my god, what's going on? Had the lightning tribulation already arrived? The dark red divine dragon looked around. There was a vast sea of lightning between heaven and earth. But that wasn't right. He had just triggered the heavenly tribulation, so it would probably take a while for it to arrive. Why did the lightning tribulation seem to have appeared for a long time? The dark red dragon was puzzled, but Lin Xian instantly understood. It turned out that the aura of lightning that had suddenly become stronger was not the power of the curse, but the heavenly tribulation that had been triggered by the dark red dragon's breakthrough. Don't think too much, ruffian dragon. I was the one who triggered the lightning tribulation. But now, it's up to you. After saying that, Lin Xian waved his hand with a smile and flew into the distance. Fuck, brat, don't trick me. There was already a lightning tribulation, and now there's a lightning tribulation. Do you want me to survive? The dark rainbow divine dragon kept roaring. He was extremely depressed. However, in the next moment, endless lightning fell from the sky again and enveloped the dark red dragon. 2 months later, the lightning tribulation finally disappeared. The dark red dragon's body was charred black, and black smoke was rising from it. He flew over shakily. Fuck, it hurts. It seemed that he had survived the lightning tribulation. Lin Xian flew over. You've become a half-saint. You're not slow either. He was very surprised because he found that the dark red dragon was also a half-saint. Hee, of course. Brat, let's exchange blows. The dark red dragon's body swayed, and the black smoke on its body instantly disappeared. It waved its claws, and endless fragments of the law of lightning rushed over, forming bolts of lightning that surged out. Haha, good. Lin Xian controlled the fragments of the law of fire and rushed up to fight with it. The two of them exchanged blows, shaking heaven and earth. Fortunately, there was no one within a radius of 30 million miles. Otherwise, they would have wet their pants. 10 days later, the dark red dragon muttered in dissatisfaction. Fuck, I don't want to fight anymore. You've actually mastered 2 fragments of the law of fire. Also, how can your physique be so strong? Your dragon sword soul has also improved, right? The dark red dragon was very depressed because he found that he could not defeat his opponent. To be more precise, the two of them were tied. That was unbelievable. This time, he used the great inheritance of the dragons to directly break through to the half-saint realm, and his strength increased greatly. In his opinion, he should have surpassed Lin Xian. Initially, he had planned to teach this kid a lesson. However, he realized that he couldn't do it. His opponent's growth speed was beyond his expectations. He was not slower than him at all, and even surpassed him by a little. On the other side, Lin Xian retracted his hand, and he was also very shocked. The dark red dragon's cultivation had reached the half-saint realm, and he had also comprehended 2 fragments of the law of fire, the laws of lightning and the laws of water. In addition, the other party was of the divine dragon race, and his physique was not weaker than his divine body. It could be said that the dark red dragon's strength was on par with his. This made Lin Xian shocked and happy at the same time. With such a powerful companion by her side, not many people would dare to provoke her in the future. The little white monkey also jumped out and looked at the dark red dragon, waving its little claws. Why, little one? You want to fight me too? Forget it. You'd better go treasure hunting. The dark red dragon shook his head and did not fight with the little white monkey. This caused Xiaobai to puff up in anger. Lin Xian grabbed Little White and rubbed it in his arms. Then, he asked, "Your talent is too strong. You should be equivalent to the Dragon Crown Prince among the dragons, right?" He was probably the only one who could keep up with this speed of improvement. The other geniuses might not be able to keep up. However, the dark red dragon shook his head. "No, I'm not at the Dragon Crown Prince level. Kid, you're underestimating the dragons. As far as I know, the real Dragon Crown Prince, who is the son of the great emperor, should be at the sage level when he is born." Chapter 3197. What? The Dragon Prince was a saint the moment he was born. Lin Xian was extremely shocked, and his expression turned grave. This was the first time he had heard such news. Previously, when the true spirit world was in chaos, countless primordial kings and saints had appeared. However, the Dragon Prince, the Qilin Prince, and the Princess of the Phoenix race had not appeared. However, it was rumored that all three of them had been revived. Didn't this mean that they were already saints the moment they lost repeatedly? In that case, what level had the three of them reached? Among the sages, he should be very powerful. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seems that my cultivation path is still very long. Lin Xian felt a trace of pressure. He had to become a saint as soon as possible, or at least have the strength to contend with a saint. Kid, don't be discouraged. After all, the son of a great emperor has inherited the great emperor's bloodline, and it is the purest great emperor's bloodline. Their strength is naturally very strong. Your current speed is already very heaven-defying. At this rate, your future achievements will not be weaker than theirs. The dark red dragon said from the side. Lin Xian nodded. Although he was shocked, he was not afraid. After all, the reason he took the title Lin Wudi was that he was determined to be invincible in the world. Let's go. Waving his hand, Lin Xian, the snow-white marquis, and the dark red dragon set off again. After flying for a few days, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed that there were several powerful auras on the blood-refining planet, quickly flying into the sky and towards the outer realm. What's going on? Those people should be half-saints, right? The dark red dragon was also puzzled. Logically speaking, half-saints should not appear in such a group. Something must have happened. Could there be a war in the outer realm? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was possible. After all, when he and Patriarch Xue Pao fought before, many saints had come to watch the battle. Now that these saints had gone to the outer realm, perhaps there really were some geniuses fighting. The two of them soared into the sky. The snow-white little monkey lay on Lin Xian's shoulder, yawning in boredom and squinting its big eyes. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the outer realm. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon brandished their nomological fragments, blocking the extraterrestrial aura. They stood in the starry sky, looking into the distance. Then, they frowned. There was no great battle. The half-saints boarded a special spirit boat and flew into the distance. What's going on? The two of them frowned and looked at each other. Let's continue to follow them. Lin Xian also took out his spirit boat. It wasn't the Black Earth, but the spirit boat that the mountain-gazing Peak Lord had given him. Let's go. The group boarded the spirit boat and flew over quickly. In the silent and cold universe, several rays of light streaked across one after another. Among them, there was a red spirit boat. It was very majestic, like a running lion. It was surrounded by flowing light and looked extraordinarily mighty. At this moment, in the spirit vessel, a middle-aged man opened his eyes and frowned. How dare you follow us? Master, let your disciple do it. At this moment, a figure walked over and said respectfully. This scene was very strange because the person who called himself his disciple was a white-haired old man. Sitting there was a young and mighty middle-aged man. However, this was normal in the cultivation world. This was because the middle-aged man was a half-saint, and this white-haired old man was only a warrior who had comprehended something close to Tao. Master, let me go too. At this moment, another young man walked out. All right, the two of you go out and see who dares to follow me. The old man and the young man left the spirit boat in a flash. In the next moment, they appeared in the endless cold universe. There was a silver pagoda above their heads. Its aura hung down and shrouded the two of them. It was a half-saint artifact. The half-saint runes on it flickered, allowing them to float in the cold universe. The corners of the black-robed youth's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at the spirit boat that was flying towards him from behind. He gathered all his strength and slashed out with his sword. A ray of sword radiance shot up into the sky and slashed forward. It was like a rainbow that lit up the surroundings. With a boom, the sword slashed the spirit boat behind them. Immediately, a shocking storm was set off. The spirit boat behind them trembled violently. In the spirit boat, Lin Xian opened his eyes. There was a biting cold light in his eyes. The dark red divine dragon beside him jumped up. Damn it! Who dares to attack us? The little white monkey waved its little paws in protest. It was very displeased. Let this emperor take a look at which reckless person actually dares to attack us. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and controlled the array. The scene outside appeared on the light screen in front of them. In the cold darkness of the universe, two figures stood there. There was a silver pagoda above their heads. They were like gods of war, blocking their way. The young man among the two was holding a long sword that was emitting a biting cold light. It was obvious that he was the one who had attacked. There was a spirit boat floating in the distance. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon was enraged. Damn it! It's the spirit boat that we're following. It seems that they've discovered us. So what if they've discovered us? How dare they attack us? Let's go out and take a look. Lin Xian left the spirit boat in a flash. The dark red divine dragon snorted and came out with a swing of its tail. In the next moment, the two of them walked out. In front, the white-haired old man and the black-robed young man sneered when they saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Whose disciples are you two? How dare you follow us? You really don't know what's good for you. The white-haired old man snorted. The black-robed young man beside him said, Senior brother, don't talk nonsense with them. They're just two people who don't know what's good for them. How dare they secretly follow us? Just kill them. Their spirit boat is not bad. After killing them, I'll report to Master and ask him to reward me with this spirit boat. His words made Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's faces darken. This kid isn't young anymore, but he's quite arrogant. He's so ruthless at such a young age. He'll be a scourge in the future. Why don't I help your master get rid of him today? The dark red divine dragon walked out. Lin Xian stood at the side with his hands behind his back. He could tell at a glance that the two people in front of him were only martial artists who had comprehended close to the Tao. They were far inferior compared to them. The dark red divine dragon could easily get rid of them. Damn it! Where did this snake come from? You're courting death. The black-robed young man was enraged and threw out another sword. The sword chi and murderous intent surged and shattered the void. However, the dark red divine dragon was disdainful. So you've only grasped power close to the Tao. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? The crimson dragon didn't dodge when faced with this shocking sword. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked the sword chi into its stomach. Then, it pouted. Is this all you've got? Chapter 3198. That sword contained a power that was close to the Tao. Even martial artists of the same level would not dare to block it, but the snake in front of them had swallowed it. Moreover, it was completely fine. What kind of person was that? The white-haired old man's eyelids were also twitching wildly. Junior brother, come back quickly. This snake is not simple. Snake my ass. I'm a dragon, and a divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon swung its tail and instantly appeared in front of the two. With a slap, a claw struck out, and the two of them were slapped. Half of their faces and half of their bodies turned into a bloody mist. Their broken bodies flew into the distance. Boom. The young man in black screamed as if he had gone crazy. Damn snake, how dare you kill me? I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Boom. His body was shattered again. On the other side, the white-haired old man's pupils constricted. Oh no, this power had completely surpassed theirs. Could it be that this was a demonic beast at the half-step saint level? Thinking of this, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. They could not fight against such a figure. In fact, there was no need for them to send a voice transmission. A middle-aged man walked out of the spirit boat in the distance. He took a step forward and instantly arrived beside the two. With a wave of his sleeve, the two's bodies returned to normal. Thank you, Master. The white-haired old man stood up and stood respectfully behind the middle-aged man. The young man in black next to him gritted his teeth and said, Master, avenge me. You must kill them. Tear them into pieces. Which force are you from? The middle-aged man in front frowned and asked. He was a half-step saint, so he could naturally feel that the dark red divine dragon carried a shocking power. That was a fragment of the law of thunder. You're their master? Your two disciples are too reckless. How dare they provoke me? Old thing, tell me, how are you going to compensate me? The dark red divine dragon said coldly. You're courting death. The middle-aged man was furious. So what if the other party was a half-step saint? He was also a half-step saint. You're a demonic beast that's wreaking havoc in the human world. Today, I'll kill you. Buzz. The middle-aged man stretched out his palm. His large palm seemed to have turned into a long saber that cut through the void. On his palm, the fragments of the law danced, and the terrifying power of the law swept through the world. Humph. Do you think I'm scared of you? The dark red divine dragon rushed up and used the law of thunder to fight. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle, and neither of them was able to determine the victor. Damn it, how is this possible? How could this demonic dragon be so powerful? In the distance, the white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth watched with trepidation. Their master was a half-saint who had been famous for hundreds of years. How could he not be able to do anything to the other party? This was simply too unbelievable. On the other side, Lin Xian was extremely calm because he knew that the dark red divine dragon would definitely win this battle. This was because the dark red divine dragon had another type of law fragment. Sure enough, the dark red divine dragon used the law of water fragment and instantly sent the middle-aged half-saint flying. The middle-aged half-step saint coughed up blood and flew backward. His body was shattered, and his face was extremely ugly. Two types of law powers. Who are you? Who am I? Hee, you can call me Lord Dragon Emperor. The dark red dragon sneered. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me now? The middle-aged man hurriedly swallowed a pill and mobilized the power of laws to repair his body. In the next moment, he waved his hand and directly grabbed his two disciples in the distance. Then, with a kick, he broke their legs. At the same time, a cold voice was heard. How dare you offend a half-saint? Quickly kowtow and apologize. The white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth's faces immediately became extremely distorted. However, they did not dare to resist at all. They hurriedly knelt in the void and kept kowtowing. Lord Dragon Emperor, we were wrong. Lord Dragon Emperor, please spare our lives. At the same time, the middle-aged half-step saint took out a white jade bottle and said, There are 10 demon cores of demon kings that are close to the Tao inside. Please don't refuse. The dark red divine dragon raised his eyebrows and directly waved his dragon claw. Then, he said casually, All right, I'll spare your lives this time. Hearing this, the white-haired old man and the black-clothed youth who were kneeling on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over from afar. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked coldly, Let me ask you, where are you going with so many half-saints? Who is this person? When the middle-aged man saw a young man walking over, he immediately frowned. He admired the dark red divine dragon in front of him, but it did not mean that anyone could ask him questions. However, when he saw that the dark red divine dragon and the young man in front of him were friends, the middle-aged man was stunned. Could it be that he was also a half-saint? Heavens, he's too young. No, maybe he's an old monster who deliberately disguised himself as a young man. He also knew that some old monsters at the half-saint level always liked to disguise themselves as young people. This person might be one of them. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, "You two don't know?" Lin Xian shook his head. "We just came out of seclusion and don't know what happened. It was like this. Something happened when they fell into the abyss, which attracted countless geniuses and half-step saints to go there." "Oh, fell into the abyss?" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. This was a very famous place. He had heard of it more than once. It was not inferior to the blood-refining planet. Moreover, it seemed that the Qi family patriarch's injuries were caused when he fell into the abyss. "I will tell you the details later. Why don't the two of you take a seat in my spirit boat? What do you think?" "That's good." Lin Xian nodded and waved his hand to put away his spirit boat. Then, he and the dark red divine dragon flew forward together. Soon, everyone gathered in the middle-aged man's spirit boat. The spirit boat flew quickly again. Inside, Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, and the middle-aged man sat facing each other. The snow-white young marquis hugged a large wine gourd and drank nonstop. The white-haired old man and the black-robed young man respectfully stood at the side and poured tea for Lin Xian and the other two from time to time. The middle-aged man was called Jin Yuanzi, and he was a half-saint. At this moment, he had already told them about the fall into the abyss. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. There was such a rumor about the fall into the abyss, and such a scene had appeared. No wonder these half-saints wanted to go. It turned out that there was the secret to becoming a saint. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up. "Kid, this is a great opportunity for us. We must not miss it." Lin Xian nodded. He had the same idea. After all, he knew that the Dragon Crown Prince and the Qilin Crown Prince were born saints. If he wanted to compete on the path of the great emperor, he had to reach the saint realm as soon as possible. "Don't worry, I'm going to fall into the abyss this time. However, there's still some time before I fall into the abyss, about a month or so. During this time, why don't we exchange pointers?" "That's good too." Next, the three of them exchanged their own nomological fragments and discussed together. For these cultivators, a month's time passed very quickly. On this day, the three of them stopped discussing and stood up. Jin Yuanzi looked outside and said with a smile, "We've arrived at the falling star." Chapter 3199. Below them was a gray star world with a huge crack that occupied half of the entire star world, as if it was going to split the whole world in half. Lin Xian had seen such a scene before on the Dark Star. At that time, there was also a huge canyon on the Dark Star. It was said that it was split open by a sage. How did the falling abyss form? Was it formed naturally, or was it split open by someone? However, the falling star was much bigger than the dark star that Lin Xian had been to before. The huge crack in the falling abyss was also much bigger. At this moment, it looked like a black dragon was entrenched in the void. It was very terrifying. Buzz. The spirit boat rushed down quickly, rushing through countless astral winds, and finally arrived at the falling star. The falling star was completely different from the returning star and the true spirit world. The whole world was gray. It was gray and gloomy, and there was a gloomy aura everywhere, as if it could freeze people into popsicles. It was not only for the body, but also for the soul. Sure enough, it was a dangerous place. Lin Xian frowned when he felt the aura. It seemed that this place was more dangerous than he had imagined. "Let's go," and set off towards the falling abyss. Jin Yuanzi waved his hand, and the spirit boat quickly streaked across the void. Below them, some warriors frowned when they saw this. It was another spirit boat. It was another person from the outer realm. How many people had there been? Why were there so many people here? The skin of these warriors was gray, and the aura on their bodies was extremely gloomy, as if they were devils. However, they were not devils, but native warriors of the falling star. They had been absorbing the gloomy demonic aura of the falling star all year round, which was why their aura was so gloomy. Another person said, "It was caused by the falling abyss. Even ghosts would know that there were treasures in there. However, our cultivations are too weak. Yes, without a half-step sage leading the way, it was impossible to enter." The last person snorted coldly. "These hateful extraterrestrial warriors, just wait. They will all fall here. Do you think that the falling abyss is so easy to enter? They estimated that after entering, they would die 9 times out of 10. In the sky, the spirit boat continued to fly and finally arrived at the edge of the falling abyss. The evil Chi and ghost Chi here were very strong, so Gold Yuanzi had to stop. He looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon and said, "You too, the falling abyss is just up ahead. I still have some old friends to meet, so I can't accompany you too. Don't worry, we just happen to want to look for it alone." Lin Xian bid farewell to Jin Yuanzi and left Lin Zhou with the dark red dragon. As soon as they came out, they felt a cold and gloomy aura sweeping toward them. However, these two people were both experts. With a cold snort, a powerful force shook off the aura. Then, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. Although the surrounding aura was dangerous, he could still see that under the gray sky, there were many figures flashing about. Every one of them was very strong. Even the weakest of them was a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. However, he had yet to see a half-saint. It should be in the deepest part. Come on, let's go to the front and have a look. Lin Xian's figure swayed as he headed forward with the dark red divine dragon. After half a day, the two of them stopped. There were many people in front of them. They were all young men and women, and they emitted a powerful aura. It was a power close to the Tao. This was a group of young geniuses, and there were many of them. It should be the geniuses of the nearby stellar worlds and the extraterritorial realm who had gathered here. Buzz. When Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon landed, they found that there were not only humans, but also other 10,000 ancient races. They wondered if they were from the quintessential world or other stellar worlds. The arrival of the two of them naturally attracted the attention of the people in front of them. However, those people glanced at them and did not pay much attention. First of all, Lin Xian's face was very unfamiliar. They did not recognize him. Moreover, they did not sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. However, in their opinion, since the two of them were able to come here, they either had some strength or some status. However, that was all. Who here wasn't a young prodigy? Who was not a person of status? Therefore, the people in front of them did not pay much attention to them at all. They were still discussing among themselves. In front of them, there was a huge open space with an array formation that formed an arena. There was a battle going on in the arena at the moment. One was a puppet that was completely black like a machine, while the other was a young genius. Even though that young genius had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, he was still suppressed by the black puppet and eventually lost. This scene caused Lin Xian to be astonished. This puppet was not ordinary. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. Indeed, I can feel a powerful force and a special array formation inside. This should be a puppet passed down from the ancient times. It was very likely that this puppet was the one that fell into the abyss. This puppet was very strong. It was close to the half-sage level. Even a genius close to the Tao could not defeat it. Lin Xian was shocked. A half-sage level puppet was definitely very precious. If he had 2 more puppets by his side, he could do whatever he wanted in the half-sage circle. In front of them, the young genius was defeated. At this moment, another man walked up. He was wearing a Taoist robe and his body was shining brightly as he said with a smile, "Who else wants to give it a try? You only need to give me 100 magnificent heaven pills. You will have a chance to fight with this puppet. You have to know that this puppet is not ordinary. It is very close to the half-sage level. If you can fight with it, you will definitely benefit a lot. 100 magnificent heaven pills." Lin Xian also knew about the magnificent heaven pills. In the past, he had also consumed them. It was a kind of spiritual medicine used for cultivation. It was better than a 9th grade king level pill, but it had not reached the level of a half-step holy pill. However, for these martial artists who were close to the Tao, cultivation was very useful. Some of them had even consumed magnificent heaven pills for half their lives. It could be said that magnificent heaven pills were not ordinary pills. They were more precious. Taking out 100 pills at once could be said to be an astonishing price. However, it was just a chance to fight. One had to say that the young man in the Taoist robe in front of them really knew how to do business. However, It was very rare to be able to fight with such a powerful puppet without any danger to one's life. Therefore, very soon, another genius came up. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked over. The dark red divine dragon said with a frown, "This puppet should have fallen into the abyss. How could it be controlled by that person?" Chapter 3200. The person in front of him was Prince Luo, a genius of the Luo family. That puppet had been subdued by the Luo family patriarch and controlled by an array formation. The Luo family had sent 2 half-sages this time. At this point, the surrounding geniuses were extremely envious. 2 half-sages. Prince Luo's status could be said to be extremely noble. It was no wonder that 2 half-sages had subdued the black puppet and placed a restriction on it. That was why Prince Luo was able to wantonly collect elixirs here. However, Lin Xian was also rather interested, so he was prepared to give it a try. He didn't want to gain any combat experience. He was just interested in the puppet and wanted to see if he could study its mysteries. Therefore, when the genius on the stage left the stage, Lin Xian handed over 100 magnificent sky pills and walked up. Previously, no one had paid attention to him. After all, there were too many geniuses like him. However, Lin Xian's actions after he went up caused an uproar. Lin Xian didn't make a move immediately. Instead, a mysterious rune shot out from his eyes and surged forward. Immediately, the black puppet in front of him became uneasy. In fact, even the radiance on it had dimmed. A ferocious and terrifying cold aura surged out and swept through the 9 heavens. What was going on? How could there be such a terrifying aura? The surrounding geniuses were all stunned. They couldn't imagine it, especially those who had been taught by Luo Yunyang. They were even more shocked. Previously, when they had fought with the puppet, although it was powerful, it hadn't emitted such a terrifying aura. The faces of the Luo family members changed. This was bad. Could the restriction set up by the patriarch have been broken? They knew that the black puppet was extremely violent. It was the guardian of the abyss. However, their patriarch had set up an array formation to seal its terrifying aura. Otherwise, these geniuses who were close to the Tao wouldn't have dared to exchange blows with it. However, they had never imagined that the young man in red would actually make the puppet explode when he went up. The array formation was about to disappear. This made Prince Luo extremely anxious. In the next instant, he shouted coldly, "Hurry up and stop him. Don't let him continue fighting." Although he didn't know the reason, he could tell that Lin Xian's strange eyes were very likely the reason the black puppet had lost control. Prince Luo wasn't the only one in the Luo family. There were also some other young people and white-haired elders. Therefore, when they heard Prince Luo's words, all the elders and geniuses took action. 4 elders controlled the array formation, the black puppet's array formation. The array formation's array formation, suppressing the overflowing cold aura. At the same time, Prince Luo Yunyang Xian, Prince Luo Yunyang, the black puppet. Seeing that the black puppet had calmed down, the people of the Luo clan heaved a sigh of relief. Luo's Luo young master Luo harumphed coldly. This damned brat actually dared to destroy the formation left behind by the Luo family's old ancestor. Luo's. Break his legs and chop him into pieces. When they heard Prince Luo's order, the 3 young geniuses strode towards Lin Xian. Terrifying energy surged from their bodies, forming a cage that locked Lin Xian in place. The surrounding geniuses' faces changed. Soon, someone sneered. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. That's right. What he used just now should be an eye technique. It seems like he wants to find out the secret of the black puppet. But who does he think he is? How dare he do something in front of the Luo family? He's dead meat this time. He, who asked him to be so reckless? Numerous discussions resounded. As far as they were concerned, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. The dark red divine dragon sneered when he saw this. What a reckless kid. In front of him, Lin Xian's face darkened. To be honest, he hadn't expected the black puppet's aura to be so cold and violent. However, When he heard Prince Luo's words and saw the surrounding people's actions, his face darkened. What's going on? How dare these people attack me? They want to kill me? He was a sage to be. He was on the same level as the patriarch of these people. How dare these people attack me? Even if he took the black puppet away on the spot, who would dare to say anything, let alone find out the secret of the black puppet? Looking at the three young geniuses, Lin Xian was instantly enraged. He snorted coldly, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Like two golden swords, he slashed forward. Boom! Wherever his gaze passed, everything was shattered. The attacks of the three geniuses were shattered. Not only that, but the three of them were also sent flying. This person is so powerful. Who is he? He's probably also a genius. The surrounding people were all stunned when they saw this scene. In their opinion, Lin Xian was dead meat. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Prince Luo's face was hideous. Damn it! How dare he hit someone from the Luo family? This is unforgivable. He said coldly. Kill him. Don't hold back. Destroy his heart and soul. Hearing this, the four Luo family elders in front turned their heads. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. They didn't hesitate at all. An ancient lamp bloomed with white light in the sky and slashed down from the sky. A purple bead burst out with lightning bolts that filled the sky as it rushed over. The ground cracked open. Two grayish-white claws grabbed at Lin Xian's body, trying to tear him apart. The last elder uttered a roar and lashed out with his fiery red palm, which covered the entire place. The four elders were very powerful. When they attacked together, the surrounding geniuses' faces changed. They were afraid that even an elite who was close to the Tao would be reduced to ashes. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Previously, he had sent all of them flying on account of the patriarch of the Luo clan and did not kill them. However, you don't know what's good for you. You want to destroy my heart and soul? If that's the case, you can all go to hell. He stomped his foot, and the ground cracked open. For flaming sword lights rushed out from the ground and instantly shattered the four elders' attacks. Not only that, the four long swords also split the four Luo family elders in half. Their broken bodies were ignited and burned fiercely. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes. The four Luo family elders did not even have time to let out a scream before they were beheaded. What? How can this person be so powerful? This time, the surrounding geniuses were all stunned. If Lin Xian's ability to repel the three Sky Prides had shocked them before, they were now shocked. Now, they were already terrified. Many of them were so scared that they almost wet their pants. The four elders were not weaker than them. Moreover, they were extremely experienced in combat. When the four of them joined forces, they could instantly kill any one of them. However, the end result of those four elders was that their bodies and souls were destroyed. They were burned to ashes. The people of the Luo family were also stunned. Prince Luo's face turned pale. However, it soon turned into a monstrous viciousness. Damn it! How dare he kill the people of the Luo family? Men, kill him. Chapter 3201. Crazy roars were heard as the Luo family's powerhouses moved out one after another. Some of them even controlled the black puppet to attack quickly. Lin Xian's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Luo Gongzi, grabbing his head with one hand. Damn it, get lost. Luo Gongzi's pupils constricted. Su Chan was a ruthless person who had killed four elders in an instant. He did not dare to fight against him. Therefore, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a black flying dagger. The black flying dagger was a sage-level weapon. It was very terrifying when it was used. Haha, kid, go to hell. Luo Gongzi was very ferocious. At such a close distance, coupled with his full strength, Su Chan would definitely die. Bang! The sage-level flying dagger was slapped away by Lin Xian. Crack! In the next moment, Su Chen grabbed Luo Gongzi's head. Ah! Luo Gongzi let out a miserable cry. His eyes were filled with fear. How was this possible? Su Chen had easily slapped away his attack, and he had subdued him in an instant. Luo Gongzi felt as if his body was firmly grasped by a pair of invisible hands. He could not exert any strength at all. Damn it, let go of our young master. The people of the Luo family also roared crazily. The geniuses and warriors of the other families were stunned. Heavens, who is this person? Isn't he too powerful? Damn kid, let go of me. Do you believe that our patriarch won't slap you to death when he comes? If you dare to touch me, you're definitely dead. Slap me to death? Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and threw Luo Gongzi away. He stood with his hands behind his back. Then call the patriarch of the Luo family here. Let's see if he dares to slap me to death. Are you all right, young master? The elders of the Luo family hurriedly caught Luo Gongzi and heaved a sigh of relief. Luo Gongzi was trembling with anger. Good kid, you're really arrogant. No one has ever dared to provoke the Luo family like this. Just you wait. Luo Gongzi took out a voice transmission talisman and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to his patriarch. During this period, the surrounding elites were stunned. Heavens, no way? This kid is not running? Is he really going against the patriarch? What a joke. No matter how strong he was, how could he be a match for the Luo family's patriarch? That was a half-saint. Yes, I've only heard that among the younger generation, there's a Lin Wudi who can contend against a half-saint. Unfortunately, he had already died to the blood curse of the Great Scarlet Plains. Lin Wudi, could it be this kid's nickname? This was too arrogant. The dark red divine dragon rolled its eyes when it heard that. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Most of these people had heard of his reputation, but not many had actually seen him. Therefore, these people did not recognize him at all. Otherwise, this young Master Luo would not have dared to be so arrogant. Boom! The sky shattered, and a wisp of the sage to be's power came down, crushing half of the void. Ancestor! When young Master Luo saw this scene, he immediately cheered. The Luo family warriors also heaved a sigh of relief. The patriarch of the Luo clan had arrived. Indeed, an old man in a Taoist robe appeared in the sky. He was holding a walking stick. He descended in an incomparably domineering manner like a god. Boom, boom, boom. Several figures appeared in the surroundings, and each of them was extremely terrifying. At this moment, all the supreme talents were out of breath. Their eyes widened in shock. Sage to be. There was more than one sage to be. Several sage to be had descended. Heavens! That kid is dead meat. Su Chen also narrowed his eyes. More than one? But soon, the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. It seemed that he had met a few acquaintances. He did not attack. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon quickly came to Lin Xian's side as if it was facing a formidable enemy. After all, the other party had sent 4 sage to be this time. Kid, the situation is not good. The dark red divine dragon transmitted its voice. Lin Xian waved his hand. It was fine. He did not believe that the other party would dare to touch him. After the patriarch of the Luo clan landed, he asked coldly, "What's going on? Ancestor, kill him quickly. This kid dares to threaten me and kill the 4 elders of the Luo clan." What? Who is it? The patriarch of the Luo clan was instantly enraged. His aura was like the roar of a real dragon. His eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Lin Xian. At the same time, the other 3 people beside him also looked at him. The next moment, the 2 of them exclaimed, "It's you, young Master Lin." When the 2 of them exclaimed, the patriarch of the Luo clan was stunned. The surrounding Luo clan martial artists and the Sky Prides were also stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the 2 sage to be knew this kid in front of them? It seemed that this kid's identity was not ordinary. He must be a genius disciple of some clan, right? As expected, the patriarch of the Luo clan frowned and asked coldly, "What's going on? Do the 2 of you know him? Is he a disciple of the Qi clan? Or is he Jin Yuanzi's disciple? If that was the case, perhaps it would not be good for him to interfere." However, in the next moment, he was stunned. In fact, he could not believe his eyes. Jin Yuanzi said, "Fellow cultivator, we meet again." Fellow cultivator. Jin Yuanzi actually called the other party a fellow cultivator. Heavens, what's going on? This is not how a senior should treat a junior. Could it be that the young man in front of him has such a high status that a sage-to-be would treat him with respect? Could it be that he's one of those terrifying clans? The patriarch of the Luo clan took a deep breath. He recalled that there were a few terrifying clans on the ancient path of stars. At this moment, the patriarch of the Qi clan walked out and looked in front of him. He was extremely excited. "Young Master Lin, it's you. It's really you. You're not dead." He was too shocked. After all, he knew that Lin Xian's real identity was Lin Wudi. He had reached the sage-to-be level at such a young age and had even killed Patriarch Xue Pao. However, wasn't he killed by Patriarch Xue Pao's curse? Why would he appear here? Could it be that he had withstood the curse of a sage-to-be level? At this thought, the patriarch of the Qi clan felt his scalp go numb. "Oh, old Master Qi, I didn't expect to meet you here again," Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he looked at Jin Yuanzi and nodded slightly. The surrounding sky prides were in an uproar. Did they see wrongly? Lin Xian's attitude was so arrogant. He was a sage-to-be. They had to bow to him when they saw him. However, Lin Xian only nodded as if he did not care. The people of the Luo clan were also stunned. Young Master Luo looked at the patriarch of the Luo clan. The patriarch of the Luo clan took a deep breath and asked, "Fellow cultivator Qi, fellow cultivator Jin, may I know who this young man is? He's a fellow cultivator I met on the way here." Jin Yuanzi said, "This was a young sage-to-be." "What? A sage-to-be? He was a sage-to-be." The patriarch of the Luo clan gasped when he heard that. The martial artists of the Luo clan were dumbfounded. Chapter 3202. A half-step sage? Such a young half-step sage. How could this be? Could it be that the golden age had arrived? Those peerless geniuses had all been resurrected. Such a young half-step sage had completely surpassed them. The geniuses were all dumbfounded by what they saw. They were usually so proud. They were all geniuses who had stepped onto the ancient path of the starry sky. They had grasped the power of Tao and stood at the peak of the younger generation. But now, they were trampled under the feet of a person. Someone had surpassed them and comprehended the law fragment. This made them feel hopeless. This person was too terrifying. Damn it, we've been left far behind. First, there was Lin Wudi, and now there was a half-step sage. There would probably be more and more young half-step sages appearing in the future. Luo family was shocked. He did not expect the person in front of him to be a half-step sage. Their Luo family had provoked a half-step sage. This matter was not going to be easy to deal with. Perhaps he had to give some face. At this moment, the Qi family's patriarch took a deep breath and said, everyone was familiar with the name of Lin Xian. It could be said that it was a well-known name. When these words came out, many people were stunned. Was this young man in front of them very famous? But why had they not heard of him? Wait, Lin Xian? Could it be? Someone was shocked and seemed to have guessed something. The Qi family's patriarch said loudly, I think some of you have guessed it. That's right, Lin Xian is Lin Wudi. What? Lin Wudi. He is Lin Wudi. The one who killed Patriarch Xue Pao, Lin Wudi. Everyone screamed crazily as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. Luo family's patriarch also screamed. Lin Wudi had been killed by the half-step sage's curse. How could he be Lin Wudi if he died in the Great Scarlet Plain? He was really shocked. Was this a joke? Not only did he provoke a half-step sage, but he was also a terrifying killing god. The others were also confused. Yes, the half-step sage's curse had attracted such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. How did he escape? A mere half-saint's curse can't kill me, Lin Xian said proudly with his hands behind his back. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. He was too powerful. The person in front of them was simply a legend. That was a curse that Patriarch Xue Pao had cast at the cost of his soul, falling into eternal darkness. Even such a powerful attack had failed to kill the other party. There were probably very few half-sages who could kill him. At the side, the dark red dragon was extremely shocked. It did not expect Lin Xian to be so famous already. As soon as the name Lin Wudi was mentioned, the faces of the surrounding half-saints all changed. Sure enough, Other than the Qi family patriarch, the other three half-saints were all stunned. Among them, Gold Origin was also extremely shocked. So he was Lin Wuti. Thinking of this, Gold Origin felt a trace of hope. The reason for that was because his disciples had clashed with Lin Xian. Fortunately, he had punished his two disciples at that time. Otherwise, if he had recklessly sparred with Lin Xian, he would probably have been killed by now. Thinking of this, Gold Origin felt a lingering fear. The patriarch of the Luo family's face also turned extremely ugly. He took a deep breath and said hurriedly, "I didn't expect it to be Lin Wuti. Young Master Lin has arrived." I'm sorry. Young Master Luo, who was standing at the side, was trembling. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Heavens! He had actually provoked an invincible demon king. Thinking of this, his scalp was about to explode. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Luo family naturally knew that there was a conflict between the two parties. He quickly said, "The younger generation of the Luo family did not know what was good for them and offended young Master Lin. I'll ask them to apologize to young Master Lin now." Speaking of this, the patriarch of the Luo family's face darkened. He looked at young Master Luo and the people around the Luo family and shouted coldly, "Apologize to young Master Lin now." "Young Master Lin, I was wrong." Young Master Luo hurriedly bowed when he heard the apology. "Young Master Lin, I failed to recognize you and offended you. I hope you can forgive me." Speaking of this, his eyes were filled with resentment. This was because until now, he still could not imagine that the person in front of him was a terrifying half-saint. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. "That's it? A half-saint is not to be humiliated. Don't you know the rules? You wanted to kill me before this." Speaking of this, Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying aura. The faces of the Luo family's martial artists changed. Young Master Luo raised his head abruptly. He shouted coldly, "Damned brat, what do you want? Don't go overboard." Although you're a half-saint, the patriarch of the Luo family is also a half-saint. This time, the Luo family has sent two half-saints. "Do you think we're afraid of you?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The patriarch of the Luo family's expression changed. "Shut up." He let out a loud shout. However, it was too late. Young Master Luo had already roared. His voice echoed in the surroundings. After hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. "Does this mean that you want to attack me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian suddenly disappeared. "No." The patriarch of the Luo family roared and waved his dragon-headed walking stick. Countless fragments of the Dharma quickly rose into the air and covered the sky. However, he was still a step too late. Lin Xian appeared in front of young Master Luo in an instant. With a wave of his hand, young Master Luo's body was instantly torn into pieces. He grabbed young Master Luo's head. "Ah!" Young Master Luo screamed crazily, but he could not resist at all. His eyes were filled with despair and fear. The disparity was too great. There was no way he could resist at all. He couldn't even block the slightest bit. He was someone who had comprehended the Tao. "Is this the power of a half-saint?" Young Master Luo screamed, "Patriarch, save me! Kill him! Kill him for me!" "Humph! How dare you say that you're going to kill me?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. Young Master Luo's head split open, and his soul tried to escape. However, Lin Xian directly enveloped him and fixed him in the void. "Young Master Lin, no." The patriarch of the Luo family hurriedly said. Luo Tian was one of the most talented among the younger generation of the Luo family. He had already comprehended the power of the Tao. He estimated that in a few hundred years, he would very likely become another half-saint. Therefore, he was the future hope of the Luo family. How could he allow such a person to fall? "What? You dare to stop me?" Lin Xian looked at him disdainfully. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying. Rays of sword chi rushed to the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, he was like a sword emperor. His powerful aura suppressed the surrounding geniuses, causing them to prostrate on the ground. The patriarch of the Qi family also changed his expression. "Damn it, he's too strong." Why is his aura even stronger than before? The patriarch of the Luo family also narrowed his eyes. Brother Luo, don't act rashly. The patriarch of the Qi family advised from the side. He did not want the two to fight. Old ancestor Luo's face darkened. To be honest, even though the other party was Lin Wudi, wasn't he too much of a bully? How dare he kill a genius of the Luo family right in front of him? Chapter 3203. Humph. I'd like to see what you're capable of, Lin Wudi. The Luo family's patriarch took a step forward, and his aura exploded. The surrounding nomological fragments danced and pierced through the void. Sigh. Beside him, the Qi family's patriarch sighed. He knew that the Luo family's patriarch was angry. He couldn't persuade him to change his mind. At this moment, Jin Yuanzi said, "No, brother Luo. The one beside him is the dragons, who are also half-sages." What? As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. The Sky Prides were scared out of their wits. The Luo family's patriarch was also stunned. The dragon beside Luo family was also a half-sage? Oh my god, two half-sages. The Luo family's patriarch's body trembled slightly. In the next moment, a touch of darkness appeared in his eyes, and then the nomological fragments that filled the sky disappeared. His opponents were two half-sages. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. After all, he didn't have full confidence in facing Lin Xian. With the addition of the dragons, there was a 90% chance that he would be defeated. Although the few half-sages beside him were his friends, it was still uncertain whether they would help him if a fight broke out. However, in the void, Luo Tian acted recklessly. So what if you have two half-sages? Do you think the Luo family doesn't have any? Patriarch, hurry up and call him Great Ancestor. Both of you, attack together and suppress this kid. Why? Does the Luo family want to fight? If you really want to fight, I don't mind uprooting the Luo family. When Lin Xian said that, the 9 heavens and 10 lands trembled. The dark red divine dragon beside him roared and soared into the 9 heavens. Many people fainted because of this roar. Damn it! The Luo family's patriarch's face was extremely ugly. The Luo family did have two half-sages this time, but the other half-sages wasn't here. He wouldn't be here anytime soon. If they really fought, he would probably be the first to die. Looking at the other party, not only him, but the entire Luo family would suffer if they really fought. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. Why would I fight young Master Lin? The Luo family's patriarch shook his head. Luo Tian offended young Master Lin, and he deserved to die. I hope young Master Lin won't implicate the Luo family. As soon as he said that, the Sky Prides were shocked and lowered their heads. The Luo family's patriarch actually lowered his head. That was unbelievable. Was that Lin Xian? These 3 words were like a huge mountain, pressing down on them until they could not catch their breath. No, Patriarch, you can't give up on me. Luo Tian was scared. Previously, he thought that the Luo clan had 2 patriarchs, so he didn't put anyone in his eyes. So what if the other party was a half-step saint? Their Luo clan wasn't afraid even if it was 2 half-saints. But how could he have known that Lin Wudi was even more terrifying than he had imagined? Even the Luo clan's old ancestor did not dare to make a move and could only give up. Regret? Luo Tian was filled with regret. If the heavens gave him another chance, he would never dare to offend the other party. The next moment, he quickly knelt down and kowtowed. That soul let out a thumping sound in the void. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. Please spare my dog life. Young Master Lin, please let me go. From now on, you are my master. Luo Tian's body trembled. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his hand and threw Luo Tian's soul to the Luo family's patriarch. You should know what to do. The Luo family's patriarch took a deep breath. Bastard. He offended a sage-to-be and implicated the Luo family. Now, he had humiliated the Luo family. He deserved to die. The Luo family's patriarch smashed Luo Tian's soul with his palm. Luo Tian's soul let out a miserable shriek before disappearing into thin air. The Luo family's martial artists were so scared that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed. The other Sky Prides were pale. Luo Tian was dead. Luo Tian was killed by the Luo family's patriarch. The scene was too shocking. Are you satisfied, young Master Lin? The Luo family's patriarch asked after killing Luo Tian. I'll spare the Luo family this time. If you provoke me again, I'll kill you. Lin Xin snorted and looked at the Qi family's patriarch and Jin Yuanzi. How much do the two of you know about falling into the abyss? We don't know much, but Brother Qi came here 300 years ago, so he knows more than us. We're here to ask for Brother Qi's advice. Jin Yuanzi said. Lin Xin nodded. He knew that the Qi family's patriarch was injured when he fell into the abyss 300 years ago. Therefore, the Qi family's patriarch should know more. Young Master Lin, why don't you join us? We need some experts. The Qi family's patriarch smiled. All right. Lin Xin nodded and walked over with the dark red divine dragon. The Luo family's patriarch frowned, but soon, the coldness in his eyes disappeared. The current him was no match for Lin Xin at all. He would wait for the other sage to be of the Luo family to come back. He could only bear with it now. Lin Xian's attention was on the Qi family's patriarch because the Qi family's patriarch knew more than him. He said, Everyone, let me say this first. It's very dangerous to fall into the abyss. Although I came here 300 years ago, I only walked a certain distance. I don't know how deep it is. However, there are many puppets in the distance that I walked. Those puppets are very strong, second only to a sage-to-be. Moreover, they move in groups. When they work together, their strength is very terrifying. That's why I've gathered all of you to fight them together. Also, the cold aura is very scary. It not only affects the body, but also the soul. Therefore, you must protect yourselves well. Don't let the Yin ghosts and Yin demons invade you. Last time, I was invaded by a Yin ghost. That's why I've been dying for 300 years. If it wasn't for young Master Lin, I would have gone to hell. What? The Qi family's patriarch's injury was healed by young Master Lin. Jin Yuanzi and the others were shocked. Luo family gasped. His eyes were full of shock. This young man was too scary. He was indebted to the Qi family's patriarch. At the thought of this, he quickly suppressed the thought of revenge. As the group of people spoke, they quickly flew forward. There had been 4 sage-to-be. With Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, there were now 6 sage-to-be. The 6 of them turned into 6 rays of light and flew quickly in the sky. Everyone, pay attention. We've completely entered the falling abyss. From now on, there will be dark puppets appearing. Everyone must be careful. Don't let them discover you. Otherwise, you'll be trapped by them. The Qi family's patriarch quickly formed a seal. Immediately, the nomological fragment danced, and his aura was completely hidden. The other sage-to-be moved quickly as well. Above Gold Origin's head was a golden ball of light that enveloped him. The Luo family's patriarch put on a fiery red robe. The other sage-to-be was called the Martial Cultivation Half-Sage. Mysterious runes appeared on his body and covered his aura as well. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon used their special abilities. The aura of the 6 people completely disappeared in the void. The sage-to-be's methods were exquisite. However, after half a day, the Qi family's patriarch's face turned ugly. Lin Xian also frowned. Chapter 3204. They felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at them from the void, which sent chills down their spines. Impossible. We've already concealed our aura. How can they still detect us? Gold Origin frowned. I'm afraid it's a formation. We must have been caught by the formation. The dark red divine dragon spoke. He was an expert in formations, so he could naturally sense that there was an invisible formation between heaven and earth that had enveloped them. How could it be like this? Everyone frowned. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in front of them. Then, heaven and earth boiled and the void shattered. Someone was fighting. The Qi family patriarch and the others exclaimed. The dark red divine dragon waved his dragon claws and instantly formed a formation that reflected the scene in front of them. What a brilliant formation! The Qi family patriarch and the others were shocked. They did not expect the dark red divine dragon to be an expert in formations. But now, they could not care less. Their eyes were fixed on the scene in front of them. There was a team of 4 in front of them. 2 of them were sage-to-be, and 2 of them were sky prides who were close to the Tao. Black figures appeared around them. There were 20 of them densely packed together. The 20 black puppets attacked together, causing the heavens and earth to explode. Strong winds blew between heaven and earth, and a terrifying force shrouded the 4 of them. The 4 of them fought back crazily, but each of the black puppets was far stronger than the martial artists who were close to the Tao. The 20 black puppets attacked together, and the 2 sky prides who were close to the Tao could not resist at all. They were instantly defeated. Even the 2 sage-to-be were suppressed. In the end, the 4 of them were completely annihilated. This scene left the Qi clan's patriarch and the others dumbfounded. Those were sage-to-be. They were the same as them, but they were killed? And there were 2 of them. This made their hair stand on end. Damn it, why are there so many black puppets? Gold Origin sucked in a breath of cold air. The combined strength of 20 black puppets was simply too powerful. Even they would find it difficult to deal with them. Let's be careful, the Luo family patriarch said in a deep voice. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. What a powerful black puppet, and there were too many of them. If there were only one of them, they would not be afraid at all. But there were dozens of them at the same time. This formed a terrifying force. Moreover, the black puppets were not the only ones who fell into the abyss. There were probably other dangers. At this moment, another scream was heard from their right. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the scream. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a golden light that pierced through the void. In the next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Another half-saint had fallen. The Qi family patriarch and the others swallowed their saliva when they saw this. Following that, 3 more screams were heard. Clearly, more half-saints had fallen. Among them, there were even more martial artists who were close to the Tao who had perished. Damn it, how did this happen? The patriarch of the Luo clan and the others clenched their fists tightly. This place was actually so terrifying. Now, they were somewhat regretful. After all, 6 half-saints had fallen in a short while. If this happened outside, it would definitely shock the world. But here, he had died without a sound. Fellow Taoist Qi, are you confident? Jin Yuanzi, the Luo clan's ancestor, and Xiao Wu all looked at the Qi clan's ancestor. The Qi family's patriarch took in a deep breath. Initially, he was brimming with confidence. However, after witnessing this scene, his heart was beating like a drum. To be honest, I'm not 100% confident either. However, I'm at least 50% confident. Hearing this, the Luo clan's ancestor and the others' faces changed. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Since that was the case, let's begin. Since we're already here, we have to give it a try." Indeed, although a half-saint had fallen, it couldn't stop Lin Xian's footsteps. He had to see him fall into the abyss. Even if these people didn't go, he would go. However, with the Qi family's ancestor around, it would be more convenient. After all, he had been here 300 years ago. Since young Master Lin has said so, I'll give it a try. The Qi family's ancestor took a deep breath and looked around. Although I've been here 300 years ago, the scene now is different from 300 years ago. 300 years ago, it wasn't so dangerous. Moreover, there's chaotic Qi and light in the abyss today. It's obvious that something has changed. As the Qi family's ancestor spoke, he formed a seal with his palms. Stars lit up on his body one after another. There were a total of 7 stars shining in the sky. Star deduction. Seeing this, the Luo clan's ancestor and the others were filled with anticipation. Let's go this way. The Qi family's ancestor waved his hand and led the others to fly to the left. After an incense stick's time, they were attacked. Not good. The Qi family's ancestor exclaimed. What's going on? Have we been discovered? The half-saints were surprised. There were no black puppets around. The dark red dragon god Fist said. They had encountered an array formation. He pointed at the void below. Indeed, there were a few runes shining there. Damn it. The Qi family's ancestor and the others felt their scalps go numb. The half-saints' faces changed and they quickly fled. Buzz. There was a violent fluctuation between heaven and earth. Black figures appeared one after another. Then, a series of terrifying attacks rushed over. Not good. Hurry up and defend. The Chi family's ancestor roared. The stars on his body connected and formed a starry sky chart that shrouded everyone. With a clang, the attacks in the sky hit the starry sky chart, causing the starry sky chart to shake violently. However, the starry sky chart withstood the attacks. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The Chi family's ancestor waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and leave." As soon as he said that, the starry sky chart above his head broke and a black light split him in half. The Chi family's ancestor screamed. The stars in the sky flickered and 7 stars shrouded him. His body quickly healed. The people around him were scared out of their wits. At the same time, Jin Yuanzi took out a large golden umbrella and covered everyone. The Luo family's ancestor took out a large cauldron and kept enlarging it to cover everyone. With 2 layers of defense, the half-saints heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, the 2 layers of defense shook violently. It was as if they would break at any time. Not good. Jin Yuanzi and the Luo family's ancestors' faces changed. They quickly formed a seal. The Dharma fragments kept flying. However, in the next moment, the 2 layers of defense were broken again. Their Dharma treasures flew out. At the same time, 20 black puppets appeared around them. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Individually, they were not as strong as them. However, when 20 of them joined forces, the aura they formed was too strong. It's okay. We can still fight against 20 of them. Indeed, they had 6 half-saints on their side. However, in the next moment, their faces changed and they even became frightened. Chapter 3205. A total of 40 black puppets surrounded them. There was no way for them to escape. Damn it! Why are there so many of them? The Chi family patriarch and the others turned pale. If there were 20 of them, they could still fight. But how could they fight 40 of them? They would most likely die. Boom! The black puppets were on the move. Their auras were so terrifying that they resonated with the entire abyss. Suddenly, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shattered, and the light shrouded the Chi family patriarch and the others. Fight back. Don't hold back. The Chi family patriarch and the others roared crazily. The few half-saints attacked crazily. They weren't young geniuses. They were all veteran powerhouses who had experienced countless battles. Their experiences were plentiful. They had many trump cards. So when they attacked, they sent a dozen black puppets flying. Boom! The 7 stars around the Chi family patriarch were like a starry sky dragon, shattering the void. As it roared, it forced the black puppets to retreat. Jin Yuanzi called back the golden umbrella in the sky. The golden umbrella whistled, bringing about a powerful storm. Countless golden lights turned into shooting stars, piercing through the 9 heavens. The cauldron above the Luo family patriarch's head waved its hands, bringing with it thousands of rays of light and countless law fragments. Xiaowu roared, clenched his fist, and punched. He was a body-refining half-saint. The law fragments on his body trembled, and the power was strong enough to shatter the world. The 4 half-saints attacked together, and the power was terrifying. But this time, there were 40 black puppets. These black puppets could combine with each other to form a large array. Together with the aura of the abyss, the power was equally terrifying. So in an instant, the Chi family patriarch and the others were in danger. The 40 puppets attacked crazily. They were not afraid of death, and they did not feel pain. Boom! The 4 puppets stacked on top of each other, and the monstrous aura formed a giant sword, which cut the starry sky dragon into pieces. The Chi family patriarch was also sent flying, and one of his arms was cut off. Among them, 20 of the puppets had black spears in their hands. They attacked together, forming a black light beam, and sent the cauldron beside the Luo family patriarch flying. At the same time, the black spears pierced through the Luo family patriarch's body. Then, the Luo family patriarch was torn apart. Wong! The black puppets went berserk. Next, Jin Yuanzi and Xiaowu were seriously injured. Their bodies were instantly destroyed. These were all half-sages. They quickly reassembled, but soon they were shattered again. Damn it, he's too strong. These 40 puppets together were simply too powerful. Separate, I must separate these puppets. The Qi family patriarch roared like a madman. However, just as he finished speaking, 40 black fists once again smashed into his body. Not only that, this time, a terrifying aura appeared on the bodies of the 40 cultivators, which formed into a gray claw that grabbed at the Qi clan patriarch's shattered body. From the looks of it, he wanted to crush his soul. No, the Qi clan's ancestor screamed like a madman. Could it be that he was going to die here? Fellow Taoist Qi, Jin Yuanzi, and the other two roared furiously as well. However, their bodies had just been reassembled, so they couldn't help in time. At the most critical moment, a sword light descended from the sky. It was incomparably vast and carried with it a fiery red radiance as it slashed over. With a slash, the gray claw was destroyed. Not only that, but the void within a radius of tens of thousands of miles completely collapsed, forming a huge crack. Phew! The Qi clan's ancestor heaved a sigh of relief. The Luo family patriarch and the others were shocked. Who was this? This sword strike was too terrifying. It made their hair stand on end. This was definitely a top expert. Are you all right? A faint voice was heard. Hearing this voice, the Luo family patriarch and the others quickly turned their heads and looked over. They saw fragments of the law of fire dancing on Lin Xian's arm. It was obvious that he was the one who had struck out with the sword. This brat was actually so strong. Everyone was shocked, especially the Luo family patriarch. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Fortunately, he didn't fight with Lin Xian before. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a miserable state. Thank you, young Master Lin, for helping. The Qi clan's ancestor's face was filled with gratitude. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, his soul would have been destroyed. Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu were also shocked. Was this Lin Wudi? He was indeed strong. No wonder he could kill Patriarch Xue Pao. Young Master Lin, what do you think we should do? The Qi clan's ancestor looked at Lin Xian. The Luo family patriarch and the others also looked over. Although Lin Xian was a few thousand years younger than them, at this moment, they had to follow Lin Xian's lead. These 40 puppets knew how to attack together. They were very powerful when they worked together, but if they were scattered, they wouldn't be a threat. They understood the principle, but they couldn't do it. The Qi clan's ancestor and the others sighed. No worries, leave it to me. Lin Xian stood out. Ruffian dragon, get ready. The dark red dragon flew over. No problem, we can start at any time. Good. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The flame aura on his body instantly erupted like a volcano. It made the 9 heavens and 10 earths tremble. The fragment of the law of fire accompanied his fist and blasted out. This punch was like a god descending, shattering the sky. Buzz. The 40 black puppets attacked together, forming a black spear that stabbed out. The two collided in the sky. The golden fist was pierced through, which was unbelievable. One had to know how terrifying Lin Xian's punch was, but it was pierced through. One could imagine how terrifying the 40 black puppets were when they worked together. It was no wonder that so many half-sages had fallen. But so what? Lin Xian's punch was just a test. In the sky, the black spear pierced through the golden fist and then stabbed toward Lin Xian. Not good. The Qi clan's ancestor and the others' faces changed. Could it be that even Lin Xian couldn't resist? If that was the case, they were afraid that they would be doomed. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes shone with a cold light. In the face of such a powerful spear, he advanced instead of retreating. His body swayed, turned into a golden stream of light, and instantly rushed out. Then, he stretched out his big hand. This time, his big hand was covered with golden runes, but it didn't transform into a palm of light. Instead, it grabbed with his bare hand. No way. What is young Master Lin trying to do? Is he trying to fight with his bare hands? The Qi clan's ancestor and the others' faces twitched when they saw this. That was impossible. The 4 half-saints were all stupefied. They knew how terrifying the spear was. Their half-sage artifacts were instantly sent flying. Now, Someone was trying to fight with the power of his physical body. How was that possible? Chapter 3206. However, the four half-saints were stunned in an instant. In the next moment, they were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Lin Xian's hands shone brightly as he grabbed the black spear. The black spear could knock a half-saint weapon away and pierce through a half-saint, but it was caught by Lin Xian's hands. It could not move in the sky. What? He really blocked it. How is this possible? The Luo family's patriarch's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Jin Yuanzi and the others also gasped. They knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but they did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Huh! Lin Xian shouted coldly as he exerted strength in his hands. His hands were like real dragons as they shone with unparalleled light. Then, he forcefully swung the black spear and broke it into two halves. The 40 puppets took 3 steps back and broke through the void. Lin Xian was like a peerless overlord as he roared at the sky. He stood there, preventing the 40 black puppets from moving forward. He's a god of war. The Qi family's patriarch and the others looked up at the young figure in the sky in shock. Could it be that they were really old? Is this the world of young people? However, they had never seen a young man who was so terrifying. Is he really a half-saint? They were doubtful at this moment. Their bodies weren't as strong as his. Ruffian dragon. In the sky, Lin Xian pushed back the 40 black puppets and then roared. The dark red dragon said, "Don't worry, it's ready." It turned out that when Lin Xian was fighting with the 40 puppets, the dark red dragon had already started to set up a formation. He wanted to break the formation with the formation. Rise! The dark red dragon roared as the endless fragments of the law of thunder on its body surged into the formation. Suddenly, a thunder formation rose into the sky, and a huge force covered the sky. Attack! With a long roar, the thunder formation burst out with unparalleled light and began to attack the surrounding void. A series of flickering formations appeared in the originally dark and gloomy void. Sure enough, there was a formation. The Qi family's patriarch and the others exclaimed. They had not noticed it before. If it was not for the dark red divine dragon, they would have never found it. This dragon was too terrifying. It was actually an array master. They were too shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian's companions to be so terrifying. In front of them, the 40 black puppets roared crazily because they wouldn't allow the formation to break. They turned into phantoms of fiend gods and rushed over at high speed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a stomp of his foot, the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. You want to go there? You have to get past me first. His 9-yang divine body was unleashed to the extreme by him. The next moment, he rushed over. A great battle erupted, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. Between heaven and earth, huge cracks flickered for millions of miles. At this moment, the entire falling abyss was boiling. Heavens, who was fighting? A half-saint was fighting against a black puppet. There were other half-saints in the surroundings as well. At this moment, they sensed a shocking force coming from afar, and they were instantly extremely shocked. In the next moment, many people's expressions changed. Not good. Retreat quickly. They ran away crazily. That was because a violent force swept across heaven and earth. How terrifying. How many half-saints were attacking again? Damn it, there were a lot of people coming. The other half-saints swallowed their saliva, and some of their eyes lit up. This was great. Such a violent force would definitely attract more black puppets, and the guards in other places would be weaker. They could use this opportunity to attack. At the thought of this, they turned into streams of light and rushed into the distance. In front of them, Lin Xian was fighting the 40 puppets head-on. It was an earth-shattering battle. Are you done? Hooligan! Lin Xian roared. His physique was strong, but at this moment, his blood was boiling, and his body was trembling. He had no choice. The 40 puppets were so powerful that they were equivalent to a few half-saints attacking together. Lin Xian could resist, but the Luo family's patriarch and the others were scared silly. Hurry up, hold on for a while longer. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws, controlling the formation with all its might. Roar! Lin Xin roared, and the great dragon sword spirit in his body roared. Endless precept fragments condensed above his head, forming a precept sword. He held it in his hand. With a slash of the sword, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the void within 1,000,000 miles was completely enveloped by the flaming sword. Buzz! The 40 black puppets condensed again, forming a black blade that slashed in all directions. It collided with the precept sword. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Are you done? If not, Lin Xin roared again. If not, he would have to use more trump cards. All right, the dark red divine dragon responded. Suddenly, in the void, countless shattering sounds were heard, and the formation hidden in the void was broken. Good. Lin Xin laughed loudly. 9 suns opened the sky. With a slash of the sword, it could destroy the sun and the moon. This slash directly sent the 40 puppets flying. Among them, 7 or 8 puppets were destroyed by the slash. The remaining 30 puppets were also scattered. They could not gather again. Hurry up and attack. Lin Xin roared and rushed over. Behind him, the Qi family patriarch and the others came back to their senses. They also took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in their hearts, and rushed over. The 40 puppets could no longer attack together, and now they were scattered in all directions. Although in groups of 3 to 5, they could still fight against a half-sage, but they were still unable to threaten them. Therefore, it did not take long for these puppets to be destroyed. Phew! The Luo family patriarch and the others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Lin Xin took back the precept fragment, and he was incomparably calm. To be honest, even if he did not break the formation, with his strength, he could kill them. However, he would have to use some of his trump cards. Lin Xin did not want to do that. Otherwise, the puppets could not do anything to him. Next, everyone went on their way again. During this time, they encountered 2 more groups of puppets and attacked them. However, they used this method to forcefully break the formation. Lin Xin and the others were extremely powerful all the way to the depths of the falling abyss. Haha, will we be the only ones to enter? The Luo family patriarch was a little excited. After all, there were not many teams as strong as them. The Qi family patriarch shook his head. It was not that simple. As far as I know, before we came, there were already some powerful experts who went in. Moreover, even if they were in the same group, some of them were very terrifying. Therefore, we can't be the only ones to enter. After all, this time, it was not just 1 or 2 stellar worlds, but many half-sage geniuses from many worlds. It could be said that this was a fierce battle. Were there other geniuses from the stellar Silk world? It was a good opportunity to see them. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had seen some of them before, but now, those geniuses from outside the domain were no longer a threat to him. However, he knew that those who could step on the ancient path of the stars were definitely powerful. There would definitely be half-sage geniuses and powerful experts waiting for him ahead. However, he was fearless. Chapter 3207. Great, we can land now. The Qi family patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. Then, everyone descended. Hee hee, I didn't expect a small fry to come. A cold voice came from the front. There's someone. The Qi family patriarch and the others stopped in their tracks. Their gazes shifted to the front. There was indeed someone. A young man in white walked over with a pair of white wings on his back. It wasn't a pair of wings formed by superpowers, but real wings. Obviously, he wasn't a human. Lin Xin narrowed his eyes. The young man in white walked over and said coldly, "Scram. This isn't a place you can come." What did you say? The Qi family patriarch and the others' faces darkened. The other party was just a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. How dare he ask them to scram? They had 6 half-step saints on their side. Sure enough, the Qi family patriarch snorted and a ray of light rushed forward. He could easily kill a martial artist who had comprehended something close to the Tao. Clang! The ray of light arrived in front of the young man in white. Countless runes appeared on the young man in white, forming a light screen. He blocked it. Humph, is a half-step saint that great? You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? The young man in white sneered. A mysterious light flickered on his body. Damn it, who is this guy? He actually has 3 half-step saint artifacts. The dark red dragon beside him was shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It seems like he's a young master of some family. And this family must be extremely powerful. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, the Qi family patriarch was also stunned. A young man with 3 half-step saint artifacts? That's really surprising. He asked in a deep voice. Who are you? Humph. I'm from the White Crane race. The young man in white said proudly. The pair of white wings on his back spread out and emitted a pure white light. What? The White Crane race? You're from the White Crane race? The Qi family patriarch was shocked. The patriarch of the Luo family and the other 2 sucked in a breath of cold air. 10,000 Archean race? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The dark red dragon snorted. Its meat should be delicious. Is the White Crane race that powerful? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. The White Crane race should also be one of the 10,000 ancient races. The 10,000 ancient races were not only present in the true spirit world, but also in the entire universe. That's right, the White Crane clan was extremely powerful. They occupied a planet and named it the White Crane Planet. In that world of stars, they reigned supreme. Although there were other races, they all had to submit to their White Crane race. Gold Origin said in a deep voice. It was very obvious that they definitely knew how terrifying the White Crane clan was. When the white-robed young man heard this, he laughed loudly. Looks like you know how powerful my White Crane clan is. Since that's the case, why don't you scram? Occupying a world of stars. Lin Xian was startled. It seemed that the 10,000 ancient races were very strong. Fuck, this guy is too arrogant. I really want to slap him to death, then roast him into meat skewers to eat. The dark red dragon gnashed its teeth. At this moment, the Luo family's ancestor also walked out. He said, so it's the young master of the White Crane clan. How have we offended the young master? Why are you asking us to leave for no reason? The Qi family's ancestor and the others were also very confused. They had come here with great difficulty, but now they were being chased away. How could they be willing to accept this? Offend us? The white-robed young man was stunned. Then he sneered. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to offend my White Crane clan? I'm here to clean up the trash. You don't have to go forward. What? You're here to clean up ants? Hearing this, the Luo family's ancestor and the others' faces turned extremely ugly. It seemed that regardless of whether they had offended the White Crane clan or not, the other party would not let them leave. The other party was planning to clear the place and take the treasures inside for himself. Damn it! Your White Crane clan is too arrogant. The Qi family's ancestor gritted his teeth. He had waited for 300 years, and he could finally come again. How could he leave just because of a sentence from someone else? Yes, I'm arrogant. What can you do to me? You're the one who attacked me just now, right? Chop off one of his arms. Chop off the arm that attacked me. The Luo family's ancestor and the others were stunned, but Lin Xian's pupil shrank. In the next moment, the Qi family's ancestor's arm flew into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Then, the Qi family's ancestor's scream was heard. Yes, master. A figure appeared beside the Qi family's ancestor, holding a long saber in his hand that flashed with saber light. Damn it, there's someone here. So fast. The Luo family's ancestor, Jin Yuan, and Xiao Wu's pupil shrank. Even Lin Xian was shocked. It seems that there's an expert hiding here. The Qi family's ancestor screamed and quickly sealed his qi in blood. His face was extremely pale, and he retreated to the side. 7 stars revolved around his body, forming the 7 stars armor. Then, the severed arm grew out again. Sage to be. The Black Bat clan. The Qi family's ancestor's face was extremely ugly. The other party's speed was too fast, and he only reacted when the other party chopped off his arm. If the other party was aiming for his head, would he be able to dodge it? The white-robed youth in front of him shouted coldly, "This is a lesson for you. Get lost." Otherwise, I'll destroy your bodies and souls." He did not expect that there would be a half-step saint from the Blackback clan, and he was so fast. However, do you think a half-step saint can stop us? We have 6 half-step saints. The Chi family's ancestor looked up and said coldly, "Are 6 half-step saints that powerful? Do it, and let them know the consequences of disobeying my orders." Buzz. The half-step saint from the Blackback clan moved, and he instantly disappeared into the void. Oh no! The Chi family's ancestor and the others narrowed their eyes. Buzz. The 7 stars armor on the Chi family's ancestor shone brightly. He shouted loudly, and the surrounding void quickly shattered. In the next moment, his body was sent flying, and he was hit by tens of thousands of attacks in an instant. Every single one of them crashed into the same place, causing one of his arms to be chopped off once again. Ah! The Chi family's ancestor screamed. At the same time, Jin Yuan's head was sent flying. He was hit by tens of thousands of attacks in an instant. Not only him, but the Luo family's ancestor and Xiao Wu were also hit. All 4 of them retreated, and they were injured. In the next moment, they looked in front of them in horror. Damn it! Who the hell are you? The fragment of the law of speed. He has comprehended the law of speed. These people were stunned. It was too fast, so fast that they could not keep up with it, even though they were half-step saints. Moreover, the other party had attacked too many times in an instant. Although one attack was not enough to break their defense, it was still too fast. However, with so many attacks landing on the same spot, even they would find it difficult to withstand. Ha 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 ha, now you know how powerful I am. The white-robed youth in front of them laughed loudly. Chapter 3208. Damn it! We have so many half-saints. I don't believe we can't beat him. The Chi family patriarch gritted his teeth. Indeed, they had 6 half-saints and Lin Xian. How could they not beat him? Even if this half-saint from the Blackback clan had comprehended the law of speed, they still had a way. Was that so? The youth in white sneered and clapped his hands lightly. A roar came from the darkness behind him. Then, a few huge creatures walked out. These 2 huge creatures were as big as mountains. Each of them looked ferocious, and the aura they emitted was terrifying. Hellhounds. Lin Xian was shocked. There were 2 half-saint hellhounds. He had seen a hell dog before. Back in the true spirit world, in the central continent, he had seen a hell dog corpse. But that one hadn't reached the half-saint level. Now, there were 2 of them alive. Sure enough, the Chi family patriarch and the others were shocked when they saw the 2 hellhounds. Hellhounds. They were strange beasts of heaven and earth. They were terrifying. The 3 heads represented 3 different attributes between heaven and earth. Moreover, they were half-saints, and there were 2 of them. In terms of teamwork, the half-saints from the Blackback clan were terrifying. Damn it! The White Crane clan had brought so many experts this time. Moreover, merely a young man from the White Crane clan had brought 3 half-saints with him, not to mention the other half-saints from the White Crane clan. Thinking of this, the Chi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Did they really have the strength to fight against such a person? Forget it. Jin Yuanzi smiled bitterly. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight against the White Crane clan. Even if they could fight their way in now, they might still be killed if they encountered a half-saint from the White Crane clan. Therefore, Jin Yuanzi shook his head and didn't plan to fight. Xiao Wu did the same. The Chi family patriarch and the Luo family patriarch exchanged a look and smiled bitterly. Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu had already given up. They couldn't beat the other party even if they worked together, so they were ready to give up. Seeing the ugly expressions of the Chi clan's patriarch and the others, the young man in white sneered coldly. They didn't know what was good for them. They should have retreated earlier. Why did they have to wait for me to display my strength? Do you think you can contend against me? Get out of here. The Chi family's ancestor and the others shook their heads and turned around, preparing to retreat. However, in the next moment, they were stunned because they realized that Lin Xian had no intention of leaving. He even walked forward. The dark red divine dragon followed suit. Young Master Lin. The Qi family patriarch and the others were stunned for a moment before they asked. Since they were already here, how could they not go and take a look? Lin Xian said faintly without the slightest fear. Up ahead, the white-robed youth had originally wanted to leave. However, he suddenly realized that someone was walking towards him. You don't know the difference between life and death? Do you want to die? However, he soon discovered that it was not the Qi family's patriarch, but a young man. From the looks of it, this person was even younger than him. Who was this? Were they the juniors of those half-saints? He was so reckless. Brat, your elders have already scrammed back, and you still dare to advance? If that's the case, go to hell. Elder He, cut off his legs and bring him to me. I want to torture him to death. The white-robed youth was furious. Since someone dared to provoke him, he naturally wanted to make him suffer. Buzz. Hearing this, the half-saints of the Black Bat clan disappeared instantly. In the next moment, a sharp blade light slashed towards Lin Xian's legs. Clang! An earth-shattering sound was heard as the blade landed on Lin Xian's legs, emitting countless streaks of lightning. However, it did not shatter. Half-step Saint Heibat was stunned. Then, he used the law of speed fragment and instantly, tens of thousands of attacks were formed in an instant. It looked like a single blade, but it contained tens of thousands of forces. Scram! Lin Xian shouted coldly and kicked out. This time, he was like a real dragon, bringing with him a powerful force that collided with the tens of thousands of attacks. Boom! The entire world turned blurry and shattered. Half-step Saint Heibat was sent flying. His arm was numb, and he looked shocked. You're not a junior? You're a half-saint. The white-robed youth in front of him was also stunned. In his opinion, Lin Xian should only be a junior of the Qi clan's patriarch. However, it seemed that this was not the case. Lin Xian was a half-saint, and a very powerful one at that. Otherwise, how could he have forced half-step Saint Heibat to retreat? Black Bat, kill him. Don't hold back. The white-robed youth, who was riding on a three-headed hellhound, said coldly. Yes. Half-step Saint Heibat nodded. His body shone with an unparalleled light. Streaks of black runes covered his entire body. The black long blade in his hand shone with black runes. The law of speed fragment circled between heaven and earth. He disappeared instantly. In an instant, he appeared around Lin Xian. He waved his long blade and attacked with tens of thousands of attacks. Boom, boom, boom. All of the attacks landed on Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's speed was not slow either. Hence, the attacks could not hit the same spot. Clanging sounds were heard when the attacks hit. Lin Xian used his physical strength to resist them. All of this happened in an instant. Half-step Saint Heibat retreated in shock. Damn it, what kind of physique was this? He was too shocked. Previously, he had used tens of thousands of attacks to injure the Qi family patriarch. Now, he could not even hurt the young man in front of him. What a strong physique. This was a body-refining half-saint. Half-step Saint Heibat roared. Millions of attacks. This time, his speed was even faster. He was so fast that even the Qi family patriarch and the others could not catch him. The Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. Had his speed increased by 10 times? He roared and pushed his divine body to the extreme. The law of fire on his body spewed out and burned fiercely, completely enveloping him. Buzz. This time, Lin Xian did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he attacked. The two law of fire swung in the air. It's useless. You can't keep up with my speed. Half-step Saint Heibat's cold voice rang out. In an instant, he passed through the flames and came in front of Lin Xian. The long saber in his hand slashed down wildly. There were millions of saber lights in the saber. That was a million attacks. Humph! Lin Xian was furious. Golden light bloomed from his body, making him look like an indestructible god of war. He waved his fist and attacked like the sun. It's useless. You can't keep up with my speed. Half-step Saint Heibat sneered again. Sure enough, he was very fast. Lin Xian's fist had only reached halfway when half-step Saint Heibat's saber slashed down with millions of saber lights. You're dead meat now, aren't you? Half-step Saint Heibat's lips curled into a cold smile. The Qi family patriarch and the others felt their scalps go numb. It's over. Young Master Lin is in danger. Yes, the law of speed was too difficult to break. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbreakable. It was impossible to resist. Chapter 3209. At this critical moment, a black pattern appeared on Lin Xian's body. It looked like a Taoist pattern. When the millions of attacks hit the black light, they seemed to have stepped into a quagmire and disappeared without a trace. What's going on? Half-Saint Blackbat was stunned. His attack had actually failed. He hadn't hit his opponent? How is that possible? What is that black light? Boom. While he was in a daze, a fist as bright as the sun hit him and sent him flying. Half of his body turned into a bloody mist. This scene happened extremely quickly. In merely an instant, it had happened. Thus, by the time the crowd reacted, they saw Half-Sage Blackbat vomiting blood and being sent flying. He's injured. Blackbat King is injured. The young man in white was stunned. The Qi family patriarch and the others screamed. This was too unbelievable. They were worried about Lin Xian before, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had gained the upper hand again. Ruffian Dragon, I'll leave it to you. Lin Xian withdrew his fist and turned to stare at the young man in white in front of him. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll turn him into a dead bat. The dark red dragon chuckled and flew over. Blackbat rushed out and roared at the sky with a murderous aura. Thousands of afterimages appeared in the sky. He was so fast that no one could tell which one was real. Countless pairs of cold eyes stared down. Damn you, snake. How dare you stop me? Get lost. Thousands of afterimages shot toward the dark red dragon. The dark red dragon snorted disdainfully, and a dragon's roar echoed in the sky. All of a sudden, the afterimages in the sky began to tremble and shatter. Dragon's roar. Damn it. You're a dragon. Blackbat's expression was extremely ugly. The young man in white also had a cold expression. He did not expect Blackbat to be a dragon. Damn brat. Who are you? He asked. Lin Xian gritted his teeth as he stared at Blackbat. Lin Xian did not answer. He stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, anyone who stands in my way will die. Do you really think you can get past me just because you've got Blackbat pinned down? How naive. Go, kill him, the young man said to a Cerberus beside him. Roar. The Cerberus charged forward, its 3 heads roaring at the same time. Its murderous aura shook the 9 heavens and tore the void apart. Behind him, the Qi family's ancestor and the others trembled as fear filled their eyes. The Qi and blood in their bodies churned. Heavens, this Cerberus of hell is really too terrifying. Lin Xian was fearless. He charged forward like a god of war. In the blink of an eye, it clashed with the Cerberus. The two of them clashed. Every strike was like a clap of thunder, emitting dazzling light that illuminated the entire sky. He was actually able to fight to a draw with the infernal realm. The Qi family patriarch and the others were shocked. The Hellhound was a legendary magical beast. It was said that it suppressed the underworld and was incomparably terrifying. But now, he couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. The next moment, they screamed even louder. The reason for that was because Lin Xian had unleashed tens of thousands of sword auras and beheaded both of the Hellhound's heads. Roar. The Cerberus roared crazily at the sky, and its broken heads reassembled. It charged over again. However, Lin Xian grabbed the 2 reassembled heads with both hands and tore the Cerberus' huge body in half. Along with it was an incomparably large pitch-black crack that extended across the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Damn it, go and help. When the young man in white saw this scene, he immediately shouted in a low voice. The other Cerberus under his feet also charged over. The 3 heads opened their mouths and spat out lightning, fire, and ice. The terrifying energy shook the void, causing the entire world to distort. Lin Xian let out a long roar. Brilliant light shone from him as he pushed his divine body to its limits. At that moment, He seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex as he shuttled through the energy in the sky. The two Dharma fragments in his hands formed two Dharma swords. As he waved them, they destroyed everything. Boom! The 13th sword cut the Cerberus in half again. The other Cerberus' 3 heads were sent flying. Roar! Black chi surged from the two Cerberus bodies as they roared crazily. Their bodies reassembled again. With a roar, the black thunder in the sky pierced through the sky, shattered the void, and directly enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, ice covered the entire space. A layer of ice appeared on the Qi family patriarch's body. They could only use their Dharma fragments to resist and keep retreating. It was too powerful. Was this Lin Wuti? The Luo family patriarch and the others were completely stunned. He had fought against 2 semi-sage level hellhounds by himself. Moreover, he had managed to suppress them. This was simply too shocking. One should know that they were no match for the Cerberus in a one-on-one fight. Unless the 4 of them attacked together, they might not be able to fight against the 2 Cerberus. But now, Lin Xian had done it alone. On the other side, Half-Saint Blackbat was even more shocked. How could his opponent be so terrifying? And what made him despair was that the dragon in front of him was equally terrifying. His opponent had 2 Dharma fragments. Even if he had the Dharma of speed, he could not do anything to his opponent. His life was even in danger. Roar! Lin Xian threw out a punch, and it shone like the sun. At the same time, a dragon's roar rang out from his body, resounding through the 9 heavens. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Buzz! The 2 infernal hounds trembled as well. 3 heads appeared, filled with fear. They did not expect that Lin Xian could let out a dragon's roar to intimidate them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the great dragon sword soul exploded with power, covering the 2 Dharma swords. Lin Xian slashed forward. The 2 sword chi split the Cerberus bodies. The great dragon sword soul that he had learned made it impossible for the 2 Cerberus to heal completely. There was a large crack in their bodies from the beginning to the end. The 2 Cerberus roared crazily, looking ferocious. But they could not erase the aura of the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the youth in white in front of him. The youth in white trembled, and he almost knelt on the ground in fear. Although he was arrogant and had 3 half-saints by his side, his true strength was only that of a martial artist who was close to the Tao. How could he be a match for Lin Xian? So in Lin Xian's eyes, the youth in white was about to explode. In the next moment, he snorted, and the belt on his waist bloomed with unparalleled light. The dense runes on it rushed out and shrouded his body. Only then did he block the half-saint's power. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party had several half-saint artifacts on him. He was too rich. Was the White Crane clan that terrifying? But Lin Xian was not afraid. He said coldly, "I've said it before. Those who block me will die." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.